approaches for the implementation. To adopt a prioritized approach to implement the policy so as to address the most critical areas in the first instance, operationalization of the policy. This policy shall be operationalized by way of detailed guidelines and plans of action at various levels such as national, sectoral, state, ministry, department and enterprise as may be appropriate to address the challenging requirement of security of the cyberspace. In concluding remarks, we can say cybersecurity is one of the most urgent issues of the day. Computer networks have always been the target of the criminals, and it is likely that the danger of cybersecurity breaches will only increase in the future as these networks expand. But there are sensible precautions that organizations can take to minimize extreme assistance. It is possible to control damages and recover from a cyber breach and its consequences. With rapid technological developments have provided vast area of new opportunities and potential sources of efficiency for organization of all the sizes. These new technologies have also brought unprecedented threats with them. Cybersecurity, defined as the protection of the systems, networks and data in cyberspace, is a critical issue for all the business. Cybersecurities will only become more important as more devices or the Internet of the Things become connected to Internet. Thank you viewers for watching this program.
Dr. Afroz Alam, Assistant Professor of Political Science, National Law University of Orissa, Cuttack. We are going to discuss module Marks in Law to the paper Advanced Jurisprudence. The objectives and learning outcome of this module is that you should be able to, at the end of this course, understand the basic assumptions of the Marxist theory. You should be able to understand the Marxist view of law and his critique towards the ideology. You should also be able to understand the bourgeoisie influence over the concept of law, understand the reasons as to why law and state came into existence. You will also be able to understand the Marxist view of human rights. Let us first understand who is Karl Marx. Karl Heinrich Marx, 1818-1883, born to Heinrich and Henrietta Marx, theory of Marxism. Born in a wealthy middle-class family, Marx studied at the University of Bonn and University of Berlin. He received his doctorate degree from the University of Jena for his thesis on the difference between the natural philosophy of Democritus and Epicurus. He started writing for a newspaper in Cologne, where he began to working on his theory of dialectical materialism. When he moved to France, he met Friedrich Engels, a young German businessman. The two of them were the founding fathers of the theory called Classical Marxism and co-authored with him the Communist Manifesto. The important writings of the Karl Marx is: 1. The Class Struggle in France, published in 1850. 2. The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, published in 1852. And Contributions to a Critique of Political Economy, published in 1859. He also on the Jewish question. One of his most famous work, which was published and popularly known as Das Kapital, in 3 volumes, published in 1867, 1885, and 1894. Let us introduce the whole concept of Marx in law. This module deals with the perspective of Karl Marx and law. He has developed the class struggle analysis of law, which suggests that societies that allow and give freedom to the bourgeoisie to formulate laws and make moral decisions are unjust societies. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx explains that the law is simply a reflection of the desires of the bourgeoisie class. He says to bourgeoisie, your jurisprudence is but the will of your class made into a law for all. A will whose essence criticizes the entire tradition of government under the rule of law as no more than a mere expression of the bourgeoisie aspirations. Marx and Engels together came out with this analysis that law, morality, religion are to the proletariat so many bourgeoisie's prejudices behind which lurk in ambush just as many as bourgeoisie's interest. There were three basic assumptions of the Marxist legal theory. Marxist view of law is based on three basic assumptions. One is law is the product of economic forces. Second is law is considered to be the tool of the ruling class to maintain its power over the ruling classes. And law will wither away in the future communist society. Let us look at the three basic assumptions of the Marxist theory. One is law is the product of in which economy was the base and law as well as other institutions were in the superstructure. Marx was of the opinion that the most important sphere of relations to consider was the relations of economic production. However, Engels admitted that the various components of the superstructure, including the institution of the law and other norms, exercises a reciprocal effect upon the economic basis and may within certain limits modify it. The central argument of the Marx was that in a capitalist economy, the working classes means proletariat were exploited by the capitalist class means the bourgeoisie. The second assumption was the class character of law. What does he mean by class character of law? According to Karl Marx and Engels, law is characterized as an expression of the class will and is the law and the state and the means of production which determine the character of the various classes in a society. Let us look at the third assumptions, which is withering away of law in the future communist society. What does it mean? There is some controversy about this doctrine. Engels anticipated that the society of the future would substitute for the government the administration of things and that state in such a society would wither away. The withering away phenomena was explained by Eugene Pushkanis, who says that law is a social regulator in a market economy in which independent private producers and owners of commodities exchange their produce by means of contracts and transactions. Again, law was out of place in a socialist society which is characterized by unity of social purposes, because Karl Marx highlighted that the socialist society will be a classless society and therefore legal rules for settling disputes between individuals and groups will not be needed in a socialist society, because when classes disappear after the revolution, there is no need for a legal apparatus to continue and encourage class rule. So poverty and exploitation, which are seen as the root causes of a crime, will vanish within the new classless society and people will develop into group creatures having no need for courts and rules, so that the need of institutionalized law vanishes. Let us look at the Marxist legal theory. What Marxist talks about law. Marxist idea about law were expressed mainly in the Communist Manifesto and on the Jewish questions, which he published in collaboration with his friend Friedrich Engels in 1848. In Marxist thought, material relations of production means economy constitute the base which determines the superstructure such as police, religion, education, culture and law. Capitalism is inconsistent with our species being because it alienates us from labor, our production and from each other. The class conflict to which this leads will eventually lead to the demise of capitalism. To avoid this, capitalist relations of production need to be regulated, and this is the main task of the superstructure. One way of viewing this relationship between the economic base and law as an element of superstructure is instrumentalist. In simple words, according to this view, the law means the operation and domination of the proletariat by the ruling class, means the bourgeoisie. The latter has a strong hold on the state and in all phases of class domination prior to the proletariat revolution, but not to carry equal emphasis in all stages of development. Marx in his opening line of Communist Manifesto highlighted that the history of all hitherto existing society is a history of class struggle. But when looking at the question of law in relation with superstructure, he perceived that law is having a relatively minor role to play in the phase of feudal domination, but started to make its role more prominent during the bourgeois phase because of its least close relationship with institutions of private property. Marxist legal theory again, as Frederick Engels said, law is sacred to the bourgeoisie, for it enacted for his benefit, because the English bourgeoisie finds himself reproduced and knows that the law is a rod which the bourgeoisie has prepared for him, and when he is not compelled to do so, he never appeals to the law. Marx concentrated and discrediting the illusions that the law is a human intervention, or as he put it, matter of mere will. Jurists tell us, as he says, that the individuals can choose to enter into relations with others through making contracts, and that the content of these relations rests purely on the individual free will of the contracting parties. But in fact, neither the general nor the private will can determine the existence of property, and legal titles as such are meaningless, since the legal owner who cannot command the capital to cultivate his land really owns nothing as a landed proprietor. The true nature declares itself by setting up institutions that constitute the state. It is supposed that law rests on will, indeed on the will divorced from its real basis, on free will. But in reality, the law, like all political institutions, is an instrument through which the ruling class exercises its power to satisfy its selfish interest. What the bourgeoisie describe as the freedom to make legal arrangement is not only the reflections of the forms of relations in production at any particular time, nor does the belief that law presupposes equality, a belief promoted by the ruling class, to correlate with any reality, because law arises from the dominance of one class over the other. One Marxist named Louis Althusser had said that there are two courses, by example, police and armed forces. He called this repressive state apparatus. Second, by the utilization of belief system, ideology and socialization, for example, broad communication, open promulgation, social specialist, and so forth. He called this ideological state apparatus. Law forms a part of the repressive state apparatus. The more dominant class, that is to say the bourgeois class, makes use of the system of law to exert their dominance over the proletariat. Let us look at the Marxist view of law, state, and politics. One view of the state and law, which is predominant in Marx's writing, is that they are a notion of the economic interest of the bourgeoisie class. The state is thus viewed. State is nothing but an instrument of exploitation through which bourgeois try to maintain their own interest and try to keep on promoting the interest of not only through the legal mechanism but also through the physical apparatus of the state. The state acts as its oppressive agent in the civil society, suppressing the interest of the proletarian and favoring capitalism. The personnel of the state owe their allegiance to only one particular class, the bourgeoisie. Lawyers would be viewed as waged servant of this class. Law is thus a part of this oppressive state mechanism and concentrates the ideological bewilderment of bourgeoisie intellectualism. The bourgeoisie class dominates political power through its domination of economic ability. The bourgeoisie state and legal system are based on one class phenomena. According to Marx, class refers to a large social groups which are linked together in certain social relations with a mode of production. Each class receives different rewards, power, and status. Relations between classes tend to be conflictual. Within the instrumentalist perspective, the state and legal system are seen to be focused on the interest of the dominant class. The state is not a representation of any collective good or impartiality, as it is being highlighted throughout the liberal thinking. The liberal thinking which focuses on that the state is a necessary evil, which Marx refuted in its claim, saying that a state is an unnecessary evil. It is rather important to certain specific economic interest in society, class and society. The history of states is therefore incorporated under class interest. Their view reflects woefully in a number of issues. First, there does not appear to be any difference between a democratic rule of law, constitutional state, and an unconstitutional, undemocratic despotism. Both are simply exploitative, class-based entities. And second view is the general rule of law principle, and particular property, contract, or criminal laws are simply there to buttress the property owners of capitalism. The rule of law is a typical example of legal fetishism, namely giving law a false autonomy from the economic and class base of society. Third, from the same perspective equally, the justice that we observe in liberal societies is justice and ignores the massive inequalities implicit in the production process itself. So, for Marx, with genuine communism, there would be no classes, no coercion, no conflict, and no private ownership. In consequence, there would be no need for justice or right claims. If there is abundance and communal ownership, then there is no reason for principles of allocation or any allocating or adjudication mechanism. In such, Marx objects to the whole notion of juridical legal state as a complex sham. Let us look at another perspective of Karl Marx, that is called perspective on human rights. Marx writing from the Jewish question onward are wholly dismissive of all claims of human rights. Implies a society in which the interest of each person is naturally and inevitably opposed to the interest of others. A society incurably torn asunder by the clash of private aspirations. The dominant motivations in this society are bound to be egoistic, not as a result of the corruption of human nature, but because of the character of the economic system, which is inevitably laden by conflict. All rights and liberties in bourgeois society simply assert and codify the simple fact that each individual's aspirations and interest inevitably conflict with and are limited by the interest and aspirations of others. Since the civil society is a place of all pervasive and incessant war, where no real community is possible by imposing restrictions and hostilities, these restrictions appear in the form of civil liberties, which necessarily take on a purely negative character. Ideological legitimacy is given to the system by various social contract theories. Equal rights, says Marx, we indeed have here, but it is still a bourgeoisie right, which, like every right, presupposes inequality. Every right is an application of a uniform standard to different people who in fact are not identical, are not equal to one another, and therefore equal right is really a violation of equality and justice. Indeed, every person having performed as much social labor as another receives an equal share of the social product. To conclude, state and social change. Marx regarded law as a part of the superstructure. Since the state is an instrument of class rule, law is made to serve the interest of ruling classes and thus an arena of class struggle. The claim made in excessive optimism that laws are made in the general interest of the public, according to Karl Marx, is an ideological smoke screen to ensure its obedience by all. We have discussed that how Marx is completely against the basic principle of law. He is saying that the law will wither away. Law is the product of economic forces. Law is having a class in itself, because he says that the law will not be able to work in favor of every class interest in society, and therefore his view is completely negative vis-a-vis law is there. He visualized the idea that there will be no need of law in communist society, because in communist society there will be no conflict, there will be no exploitation, there will be no poverty, and the entire ownership shall be in the hand of the socialist forces, and therefore there will be an abundant, things will be in abundance. People will get as per their need, as per their contribution, and therefore we will not be falling in prey to the law, because law has always been an instrument at the hand of the capitalist class, means bourgeoisie class in the capitalist society. And we have already seen that the law, how law is the product of economic forces, while highlighting that in every society we work with, the law is being framed to suit the interest of the ruling class in that society. In every society, the entire structure is being decided by the mode of production of that society, and that mode of production is heavily influenced by the power exercised and privileged by the capitalist class. Because we cannot think independently, law is being used consistently to favor the interest of the bourgeoisie class in that particular society. So therefore, we should be looking at the legal principle is merely as sham from the perspective of the class. Therefore, look at that there are, as we have discussed already, that Karl Marx and Engels in his work Communist Manifesto is starting with the argument that the history of all hitherto existing society is a history of class struggle. And in that particular explanations, he also pointed out that, for example, starting with the master and plebeian, starting with the master and slave society, starting with the feudal lords and peasants, starting with the capitalist society where the working class and the bourgeois class are in fight with each other. At every stage of this class development, which is properly understood by Karl Marx as historical materialism, that the matter decides the struggle between the competing class, and whosoever owns the means of production affects the mode of production, and accordingly power is being exercised. So he linked law as merely with the power structure of the society, which is a part of the superstructure. In actuality, it is the economic determinist model. Karl Marx focuses much upon the economic relationship of that society. So who owns the means of production, who owns the means of production decides every aspect of that society. For example, he has explained he has used this model in different society, because the law will never been treated as apart from the force, brutal force merely being exercised in the name of promoting communal interest. It has never been a communitarian in character. In fact, the law has always been a part of superstructure decided by the base, which is the economic relations of the society. He is of the opinion that the economic relations of that society is having a deeper impact in every aspect of human society, be it law, be it religion, be it politics, or be it any other aspects of the life. Though Engels is having a different perspective. He is of his friend, but he is having the perspective that the various components of the superstructure, including the institutions of the law and other norms, are having mutually affecting each other's, and they are having certain limits to it. But Karl Marx do not agree with Engels so far as mutuality of affecting each other's relationship, base affecting superstructure affecting the base. In fact, law has always been a part of the superstructure, having no central role to play in Marxian analysis. The central argument of the Marx is merely that in capitalist society, the bourgeois proletariat class are exploited by the capitalist class by means of law. Law is an instrument of a state, and therefore he look at that the state is a class institution, which is being created out of the conspiracy of the capitalist class to perpetuate the interest of those ruling classes. Whenever there is a grievances of the proletariat class, they always look at the state, thinking of that the state is an institution which works in the benefit of everyone. Is not the case at all. In fact, it is an illusion created by the capitalist class to promote the idea that whenever we need justice, we should look towards the state, and a state through its mechanism of the law try to perpetuate justice in the society. Everybody's interest will be taken care of. But this is merely an ideological smoke screen and nothing else. It is, you can say that the law is in itself having no standing. Rather, his view is that the law is to be abolished. Similarly, the state, because all these institutions are the institutions to perpetuate the class interest, where the ruling class is capitalist class. It has a greater value in that. So therefore, if we will look at that, and therefore after looking at this phenomena, he is making a call to all the capitalist society. For example, he is saying that the working class of the world unite. He is making a call to all the workers, proletariat, while analyzing the perspective that the state, religion, politics, law, and all other related institutions are nothing but created out of the will of the privileged section of the society, privileged class, that is bourgeoisie class. And therefore, he is making a call to the workers, saying that in the Communist Manifesto, saying that if the workers will get united, the entire capitalist base will be rooted out. Entire capitalist base will be rooted, not only rooted out, but also they will create a sort of their own system of governance in which there will be no classes, there will be no private property, there will be no law, there will be no state. Why? Because we won't be in need of any of those phenomena, because those things are merely a creation of the bourgeois classes, who in their own implied interest to perpetuate their interest for all time to come, created it for their own benefit. It has nothing to do with the basis. For example, similarly, not only law, he is almost every aspect. The politics is saying that the politics is merely a things for the benefit of the bourgeois class. Similarly, the process and through which the proletariat section of the society are being convinced to believe that whatever is happening with them is because of the karma, but they never being thought of that it is all man-made, and man-made actually is not man-made in every real sense, ordinary sense of the term, but it is in the sense of the term that the ruling class of the society creates certain base, creates its own superstructure to serve the economic interest, and therefore all interest is perpetuating. If you look the entire the understanding of the Karl Marx is not devoid of the understanding of overall socio-cultural context of his own time. Karl Marx developed his idea negatively about the law because he himself experienced the exploitative structure of the socialist capitalist society. He has seen in the factory system, they were not being dealt fairly by the factory owners. They were being badly utilized. And whenever they were seeking legal help, they were merely being given lip services, and in actuality, no benefit actually accruing to the working class of the society. So he has seen that the people dying because of malnutrition, people seen in the factory system that working class without any educational help, no social security schemes are available. State is being used, state and all its apparatuses including courts, police and all legal structures were supporting to the factory owners, not to the proletariat section of the society. And therefore, the Karl Marx was developed a kind of hate regarding legal system of that capitalist society. He is of the view that whenever that a working class seeking help of the state structures, in most of the situations, in some of the rare situations it works for the little benefit of the working class, but that should not be treated as a rule. That is an exception to the entire phenomena. So law, politics, state is overall linked to his own thinking of that law, state and politics is an instrument of exploitation, operations merely to perpetuate the interest of the ruling classes and discriminate against the proletariat section of the society. And only way out to overcome the exploitative mechanism of the state and law is to revolt against the entire system. And therefore, the solution is let us revolt, let every working class of the society rise to the occasion, give a proper challenge to the whole entire base of the capitalist society, occupy it, establish a society where there is no private property. Once they establish that the classes are dealt fairly, everyone's needs are being fulfilled as per their work, then there will not be at all any need. Nobody will be exploited, nobody will be repressed, because at that point of time the resources will be available in abundance. There will be no conflict between the classes. The roots of everything being exploitative lies in the entire relations of the economic relations. Therefore, it is important to look at the phenomena that how to create a society which is in the interest of everyone, and he visualized that let us establish a society based on the communism. Communism is a society where there is no difference between proletariat and bourgeois, because there is no class in existence per se. Each class is equal because there is no classes, and the entire means of production is owned by the society. Whosoever will contribute will get their share, and therefore the law which is being highlighted, a rule of law principle, is nothing at all but merely is to manage the conflict. And when there will be no conflict in such society, there will be no need of law, there will be no need of a state. So this is what the Marxian understanding of changing his own perspective of law, which is based on economic relations, law as a class character, and he is very optimistic in visualizing the fact that the time will come when the law will wither away. He is having an hope in the unity of the working class, because all classes experience the similar kind of things, and they may at times will rise certainly to the occasion and give a serious challenge to the capitalist society, abolish the state. So the communist society is a society which is classless, a stateless and lawless society. Lawless society does not mean that he is visualizing an anarchy. He is trying to find an order in the classless society, in a lawless society, in a stateless society, and therefore the law is an instrument of exploitation that should go away, and in place of it a communist society should be visualized, which is free from corruption, which is free from exploitation, which is free from repression. And therefore Karl Marx is of the view that the law is to wither away in future society to come.
I am Ramakrishna Das, working as an Assistant Professor of Law, National Law University, Odisha. Today we will discuss about the concept of legal personality and rights. Before going into the different aspects of persons, let us discuss about the concept of person. What is meant by a person? In common parlance, person means either male or a female. But the legal definition or the legal meaning of the legal definition says, according to Salmon says, a person is any being whom the law regards capable of rights and duties. And another definition says, any human beings which is capable to execute the rights and duties, such persons will be called as a person in the eye of law. Here, before going into the different kinds of persons, here we will conclude what is the real meaning of the concept person. Person says, if we can conclude from the above definitions, person means any person who is able to or hold rights and duties. Such a persons, it may be either natural or legal persons. And here, legal persons. Natural person is a being to whom the law attributes the personality in accordance with reality and truth. Whereas in the case of legal person are beings to whom attributes personality by way of fiction when there is none in fact. See, as I said, generally when we discuss about the concept of natural persons, generally usually both male and female will come if we discuss about natural persons. This is the common meaning of natural persons. But here among the male and female, there are some issues will come. Suppose the question is whether all the male and female, are they entitled to get the entire benefit of a persons, or can we call all the male female as a persons? It is not possible in all the time to call them as a full person. For example, under the Roman law, slaves are not considered as persons. They were treated as chattels destitute of any personality. Infants and lunatics enjoyed a restricted personality. It is called, there is another concept called restricted personality. Here, the infants and lunatics, they are not enjoying all the rights which is similar to other persons, because their rights are limited, restricted rights are limited. And another example which we can point out is, under the traditional Mitakshara Hindu joint family, women enjoyed a limited personality. Why? Because under the Mitakshara Hindu joint family system, women right to get maintenance and to residence. So here, and this position continued up to 2005, and after 2005 in India, they amended Hindu Succession Act, and after that now they are enjoying equal right along with male. So now we can, this is another example which we can say that an exception to the concept of concept of limited personality. And this is in the case of natural persons, whereas in the case of other persons, see, in natural persons there are restricted personalities and non-restricted personalities, but at the same time in the legal persons and entities other than human beings enjoyed full legal personality. For example, corporations, joint stock companies, partnership firms, etc. A fictitious legal personality is assigned to these institutions. That is why we call it as a juristic persons. When we discussing about the personality, we discuss about the natural persons, we discuss about the juristic persons, but the question that might arise, whether an animal can be considered as a person, whether it has any personality in the eye of law. Generally, if we apply the Salmon principle, the Salmon principle says any person who is capable to execute or capable to hold rights and duties will be considered as a person. But when we apply this principle to this issue, we will get one answer, that the animals are not capable to hold any rights and duties. So here, but at the same time, under English law, it recognizes the status of animals through some trust which is constituted for the benefit of animals. But at the same time, but here again the issue arises, if a trust is constituted in the name of in the name of animals, whether it will possess any personality. This is the issue which is arised. But here the jurist has replied generally, which says that duties of prevention of cruelty to animals and enforcing trust in their favor as a public and charitable trust are regarded by law as duty towards the society itself. Since it is a moral duty which is upon the natural person, then it will not be animals will not be considered as a person. Again, another issue. If we discussed about the concept of about the personality of personality, see, it is one of the recognized common law principle that the personality of a human being commences on his birth and ceases to exist at death. One of the main rationale behind this principle is that dead person has no rights and interest. The only exception which we can say in this regard is unborn child, the personality of an unborn child. Under the Indian criminal law, disrespect towards dead body is an offence and it ensures decent burial. However, the reputation of the dead person is prohibited both civil as well as criminal law. A libel upon a dead person will be punished. The duty to protect the reputation of the deceased is vested with relatives and it is the inherent right of the living descendants. Further, property which he owned while living. Again, another issue, whether a river has any status, any personality. It is a recent development in jurisprudence. As I said initially, I pointed out, a person will be called as a person in the eye of law. The only question, the only test is whether he is capable to hold any rights and duties that we already discussed. By applying this principle, again here also we will get only one answer, river, since it is a non-living thing, and we will call it as a non-person. We cannot call it as a persons. But recently, the recent development by the New Zealand Provincial Court, it recognizes the personhood of river. It says that the personality of a river is in the same way a company is which will give its rights and interest. So here it is a recent development in the jurisprudence that a status has been assigned to river. So river will be considered as a person in New Zealand, but this jurisprudence has not developed at its full extent. Next one is the legal status of an unborn person. Question is whether unborn person, dead person we already adjudicated because dead person is not a person in the eye of law. Then what about in the case of an unborn person? There is no legal impediment to prevent unborn person to hold the properties of their ascendants. His ownership is necessarily contingent because he may or may not born. This is the basic principle. If a person died intestate, his posthumous son is entitled to inherit property and not to unborn descendants to any generations. A child in its mother's womb is for many purposes regarded by a legal fiction as already born. The principle says, the legal maxim says, fetus is legally presumed to have born for the purpose of inheritance. But there is a slight change in the US law. The person does not have the same meaning as human being until the process of birth has been completed. So literally, originally, the unborn person is not a legal person in the US and not entitled to get the protection of 14th US Amendment, that is relating to equal protection and due process. But now the US Supreme Court has been interpreted in different case laws and said that person to include amendment. So now the settled position of the US is even an unborn person will be considered as a person, even though it is not recognized in the initial days. Now we will move to the second category, that is legal person. So legal person is any subject matter other than a human being to which a law attributes personality. It is the body into which the law infuses the animus of a fictitious personality. According to Professor Keaton, juristic persons are those things or a group of persons which the law deems capable of holding rights and duties. Holland classified legal person into two kinds. One is universitatis bonorum and the second one is universitatis personum. University. The second one is universitatis personum, such as constituting a group of persons, for example, college, church, departments, etc. Generally, this is the classification done by Holland. Generally, we can classify these juristic person into three. One is corporations, second one is institutions, third one is charities. And these corporations consist of a group or series of individuals, as we know. Institutions, we know it consists of what a class of juristic person, church, hospital, universities, etc. And charities, we know some funds or some estate, etc. See, it is pertinent to note that English law recognizes only one class of legal person, that is corporation. The other two attributes fictitious personality, not to the institutions, but to the incorporated human beings, namely chancellor, vice chancellor, etc. For in the case of charities, as I said, we can say that trust estate of property of a dead man or a bankrupt funds for charity, etc. are the examples of charities. Under English law, personification not the fund or the estate, but the body of the persons who administer it, namely the official receiver, board of trust, etc. That is in the case of charities. Under Roman law, the estate of the deceased persons was regarded as having a legal personality by the notion of hereditatis jacens till it was vested in the legal heirs. Again, types of corporations. Generally, there are two types of corporation coexisting persons, and a corporation soul is an incorporated series of successive persons. The former consists of group of members at a time, and the later consists of a single member, for example, the President of India, Postmaster General, etc. A property owned by a person as a corporate soul is distinct from individual property which he acquired from his individual capacity, and after his demise, the property owned by him under his former capacity will devolve upon his successors in his office. Next is rights and liabilities of corporations. A legal person like corporation is unable to act in propria persona and can only confer, limit and determine its authority upon agents, and companies' powers are restricted by law. Any act which lies beyond these legally appointed limits is said to be ultra vires of the corporation, and such a corporate act will be null and void. Ultra vires rule is a necessary consequence of the fact that the corporation itself has no will. However, although there is no will, the law can and does regard certain human beings as equivalent of the corporations for certain purpose. Under common law system, a corporation may be held liable for wrongful acts, and that this liability extends even those cases in which malice, fraud or other wrongful motive or intent is less than man are within the reach of the arms of criminal law. If the human representatives do an act on behalf of and in the name of corporation with a guilty mind, such a mental condition would be imputable to the corporations, and therefore even in a case in which mens rea is an essence of an offence, that is fraud, malice or other wrongful act, the corporation would be liable for the offence so committed. The corporation is responsible not only for what the agents do, but also for the manner in which they do it. If the agents does an act negligently or fraudulently, that which they might have done lawfully and with authority, the law will hold the corporate liable. One of the main objections relating to the fixing of criminal liability upon the juristic person is whether it is natural justice to punish a corporate body for the acts of its agent. The second objection that is raised is that a corporation which from its very nature is incapable of acting or authorizing acts of its agents outside the limits of its authority. See here, these are the two main objections relating to the fixing of criminal liability upon the juristic persons. According to Salmon, he gave a very nice and proper explanation to these objections. He said, the representatives of the corporations are in fact the agents of beneficiaries, just as the principal for the acts of the directors. Salmon offers two different solutions for these objections. First one is, here in the first place, although a fictitious person cannot do acts which go beyond the scope of his authority, he certainly can fail to do what he has been authorized to do and can be punished for such omission. In the second place, the liability of a corporation for the acts of his agents is perfectly logical application of the laws as to an employer's liability for the acts of its servants. The corporation is liable. Again, one more rationale why the criminal liability is imposed upon the juristic persons. The one more reason is, one more rationale is, The corporate is liable not because it is authorized its agents to commit the wrongful act, but because it was wrongful for it to select a careless or a dishonest agents. And next we will move to objects and the use of what? Incorporation. The objects of incorporation is twofold, general and special. The general purpose of incorporation of a group of persons is to reduce the complex form of collective ownership in several men into simple form of individual ownership. Collective ownership is a cumbersome to law as well as to owners, will have to act and will result in various difficulties in their management and protection. Incorporation therefore secures permanency, uniformity and unity in the personality of the group of others. The special purpose is that it helps commerce, it enables the members to trade with being limited. The shareholders are immune from any further liability beyond the unpaid amount to the sharers. Next we will move to the theories of incorporation. Mainly there are four theories of incorporation. First one is the fiction theory, second one is the realistic theory, third one is the concession theory, fourth one is bracket theory. First one is the fiction theory. The exponents of this theory are Salmon and Holland, which says that personality is attached to groups and institutions by a pure legal fictions. And this personality is distinct from the personality of individual beings. An ideal is a legal person because the law has no real personality in the philosophical sense. Not being a real person, the corporation cannot have any personality of its own. It has no will, no mind, no ability to act. It can have only so much as the law imputes to it by a fiction as though it were a real person. Next we will move to realistic theory. This theory expounded by Girk holds that groups or institutions have an existence beyond the aggregate of individualities of persons forming the group. A corporation has a real existence and not a fiction's construction of the law. Its personality exists not by the figment of imagination, but it is independent of recognition by the state. For law it has taken notice of it to keep pace with the realities. This theory says a corporation is nothing more than aggregate of its members conceived as unity, and this unity, that is the organization of human beings, is a real person and a living organism, the corporation is capable to do actions. This view apparently excludes corporation soul from its purview. Even in corporate aggregate, nobody disputes the reality of a company as a group of shareholders, which although a real thing is a fictitious person. Next we will move to concession theory. This theory expounded by Savage holds that the sovereign and individuals are the only realities. All intermediate groups and institutions cannot claim recognition as persons. They derive their existence from the sovereign, and as such as corporate personality arises only as a result of state act and exists merely by concession of sovereign. So here in this concession theory which says, it says only the corporate institutions have the personality, and the personality of the individual is entirely different from the personality of the corporations. The individual capacity of a member of a corporation will get only after getting the sanction or concession from the sovereign authorities. Next is bracket theory. It rests upon the proposition that while human beings can have interest formula which will enable every complex jural relations to be comprehended more simply or otherwise the members of the corporations as the bearers of the rights and as being bound by the duties which are for the convenience referred to the corporation itself. See, for example, A, B and C form a company. As it is inconvenient to refer always all of them, a bracket is placed around them to which a name is given. But in order to understand the real position, we must remove the bracket. One of the advantages of this theory is that it emphasizes that it may be necessary for the law to look beyond the entity to discover the real state of affairs. But while ultimately we may important device for it set up a new unit and make possible a clear distinction between the property, rights and duties of the corporation on the one hand and of the individual on the other. One can hardly make a contract with a bracket. It is socially and economically false as well as legally untrue to say that while individual men can be the bearers of legal rights. So, this theory which says that without a human being there is no personality which is attached to a corporation. So, here the bracket theory says that for the balance of convenience we are assigning a legal personality to a corporations. Let us conclude. As I pointed out from the very old, rights and duties. In the modern world, we can say either a natural persons or institutions or a group of persons, call it as a persons, provided 2-3 conditions must be fulfilled. First one is there must be rights and duties. Second one is the institutions or the so called persons must be in a position to execute such rights and duties. Third one is that is applicable in the case of a juristic persons. If there is a group of persons or body of people which is in the name of a particular thing and they are able to execute their rights and duties, we can call them as persons. In this ambit we can include anything. We can call an animal also. We can say that animal also, the trust which is formed in the name of an animal will also comes under the definition of persons. The best example which I can say, that is the Newsland case which we discussed just now. In that case, a trust is formed in the name of a river and they appeared before the provincial court of Newsland, and the provincial court of Newsland, they agreed the personhood of a river. So, that is the best example which we can point out. If a group of persons who are able to execute such rights and liabilities, we can very well call them as a persons. Thank you.
Hello students, I am Tulika Banerjee. Today I bring you the next learning episode in BSc Forensic Science on behalf of the content writers. In this episode, we will discuss what are white collar crimes, their different elements and classification. We will also discuss about the effects of white collar crime, the social response towards these types of crimes, and the criminals associated with these crimes. Lastly, we will conclude this learning episode with the discussion of the status of white collar crimes in India. So dear students, let's start our module with a look at what we are going to learn today. First is introduction, then elements of white collar crimes, classification of white collar crimes, effects of white collar crimes, social response, laws against white collar crimes in India, and lastly the conclusion. Let us begin this learning episode by learning about the concept of white collar crimes. Edwin H. Sutherland in 1939 introduced and popularized the term white collar crimes. According to him, it was a crime committed by the persons of respectability and high social status in the course of their occupation. It could also be explained as the financially motivated non-violent crimes committed by business and government professionals. Almost a century ago, Dadabhai Naoroji was asked, why was India poor and backward, and notwithstanding its immense natural and human resources? He tried to search the answer after devoting his valuable time, energy and restless efforts to look into government publications and archival materials both in India. Part of what they were producing was being drained away by the foreign rulers through an intricate mechanism and was thus not available either for consumption or capital accumulation in India. Thus, the crime of robbery was being regularly committed by foreign rulers against the people of India protected under the roof of law. In today's scenario, it has taken a wider role in every area of business such as Commonwealth Games, cricket, Colgate and weapon fraud, etc. The motives of people involved in such type of crimes are only to multiply their financial gains. The loopholes protect these professionals in administrative and legal system and by getting support from the government indirectly. White collar crime includes misinterpretation in advertising, violation of labor laws, violation of copyright and patent laws, and financial manipulations. However, all crimes committed by high status people are not white collar crimes. The crime which is specifically job oriented, that is, which occurs during the course of a person's professional time, is attributed as a white collar crime. A rich businessman who criminally assaults his lady secretary commits a crime, but not an occupational crime, to be termed as a white collar crime. Sutherland's emphasis on the high social status of the offender, which results in the exclusion of a host of other occupation-related crimes that are similar to white-collar crimes, but are committed by the lower class people. For example, illegalities to radio and television sets, taking out gas from the gas cylinder by the workman, and so on, are all occupational crimes, but not white-collar crimes. Hence, the word that is preferred today for crime that is motivated by a person's legitimate occupation and context is occupational crime and not a white-collar crime. Let us learn about the different elements of white-collar crimes in our next section. Several elements can be discerned in occupational crime. These are: it involves violation of legal codes, it takes place directly or indirectly in connection with a legitimate occupation, the crime is not against a specific individual or a firm but is against the society at large. There is therefore no specific victim who could complain. It aims at gaining money. Earlier, only a person of high status committing this crime was considered a white-collar criminal. But now, a person of any class violating law in the course of occupational activity is described as an occupational offender. The offender does not regard himself as a criminal but considers himself as a respectable citizen. At the most, he regards himself a lawbreaker whose act has no victim. The organization engaged in occupational crime generally selects that crime which involves high stakes but carries the most negligible danger of detection and identification. Further, it is a crime against which the victims are least likely to fight. The effect of this crime is much more serious for society than an ordinary crime. The various types of white-collar crimes include cybercrimes, forgery, copyright infringement, insider trading, money laundering, etc. In legal profession, with the increasing commercial relationship among the corporates, insurance and banking agencies, the nature of the capitalist economy started becoming complex with time. Thus, the ever-growing complexities paved way for the typical legal convolutions related to property rights and other matters pertaining to the legal field, and gave birth to a new class of professional advocates, who in the name of providing justice started abating the wrong and thereby pursued their own narrow interest. These groups of advocates forgot the holy oath of serving the society and started searching for the legal loopholes and focused mainly on helping the rich just to save themselves and other rich corporate personalities from tax evasion. Therefore, only the illegal means involved in tax evasion gets sorted out. There are very frequent instances of unscrupulous and unethical practices such as fabricating false evidence, engaging professional witnesses, thereby violating ethical standards of legal profession, and dilatory tactics in agreement with the ministerial staff of the courts. If we talk in the field of engineering, today engineers are also involved in white-collar crimes. We often find cases of illegal dealings with suppliers, contractors, passing of substandard works, and maintenance of bogus reports of labor works. They financially earn more, for many of them, out of the greed of earning more and more, play dangerously with thousands of lives of the individuals. Best example is the collapsing of Footover Bridge 12 days before the opening of Commonwealth Games in the year 2010. Next, if we are talking in the field of medical, in India, the white-collar crimes are so widespread that it does not confine itself in the legal arena. Similar unfortunate instances can be drawn from other professions too, like that of medical practitioners, engineers, educationists, businessmen, politicians, and the list goes on. In the medical field, doctors are very often involved in the issuance of false certificates, selling out samples of medicines and drugs, and adopt dilatory tactics in providing treatment to their patients with a mens rea to extract huge amount of money, even if the person has a good practice record. In the very famous Nithari case, the peak level of brutal character was shown by the medical professionals who proved that how much they reach for making money. Misleading and fake advertisements claiming absolute cure is also one of the frequent malpractices being carried out in the medical profession. The problem lies in the fact that they often escape punishment, since they cannot be said to have violated the law. But by violating the spirit of law, they commit crimes which are truly antisocial and create enormous damage to the public health and safety at large. Next, if we take a white-collar crimes in the field of education, last year role is played by the private institutions that are least bothered in providing the education but only concentrate on making business at the cost of the children's future. Even rackets operate in these institutions for procuring students to appear in examinations on the basis of manipulated eligibility certificates, thereby damaging the standard of education in India. When it comes to the government institutions, the teachers and staffs of the institutions are often found to be involved in corrupt practices. Teachers often drag students for private tuitions and even go to the extent of blackmailing them, of ruining their future if they deny doing so. Next, in the corporate sector, according to a research, it was observed that only a handful instances of white-collar crimes are reported in day-to-day life by certain number of people in the course of their profession. The major role in committing white-collar crimes is played by the business tycoons and politicians whose greed and wants are perhaps endless. This greed makes them do nasty things which come under the focus of media, and in the major scandals during the thorough investigation, the unlawful involvement of the political parties are often highlighted. So far as the businessmen are concerned, their acts of white-collar crimes go beyond count. They are termed as corporate criminals, who more often than not are involved in illegal contracts, combination and conspiracies of trade restraints, unfair labor practices, selling adulterated foods and drugs, bribing public officials, so on and so forth. They take advantage of when the work is totally planned and carried out in such a manner that nobody can point out the finger, implies that it is a highly technological and advanced fraud which can be found out later as a bigger scam. These scams evoke serious concern and have a greater impact to the national security and governance. Violation of foreign exchange regulations and import and export laws are frequently resorted for the sake of huge profits. Let us now learn about the different effects of white-collar crimes in our next section. Its economic effect or the financial loss to society is more serious than ordinary economic crimes committed by persons of the lower socio-economic class. The average loss per theft or burglary is one which yields ₹1,00,000 or more is still rarer. On the other hand, embezzlements and frauds of lakhs and millions of rupees committed by business organizations, corporations, trusts and companies are reported in a single year. While ordinary crimes cause some inconvenience to the victims and other serious crimes cause general community disturbance, the white-collar crimes, on the other hand, spread feelings of distress, lower public morale and result in social disorganization. Although a very large number of white-collar crimes are committed in the society, yet only a few of the white-collar offenders are prosecuted and punished. A large number go scot-free because of their economic and social influence. Even the criminal is insufficient because the efforts to make the criminal law more effective in dealing with white-collar crimes are often blocked by vested interest of the influential violators. Further, the absence of an adequate knowledge regarding white-collar crime contributes to a distortion of the criminological theories of causation since criminologist courts and prisons. We will now learn about the social response and criticism towards the white-collar crimes. Why is the societal reaction to white-collar criminal different from its reaction to a conventional criminal? This is because most of the laws violated by them are not professional activities and administration processes. Sutherland offers 3 explanations for laying emphasis on administrative rather than judicial agencies: the status of the given occupation, the general trend away from punishment, and the relative lack of resentment of the public against white-collar crimes. Why is the labeling of criminal status applied to conventional offenders withheld from white-collar criminals? 1. Detection of white-collar criminal is highly problematic. 2. The public and the judges are reluctant to prosecute the white-collar criminals because of the general repute of the occupation and because of the fear that prosecution for an offence embedded in the occupational system will have adverse effect on the vital services that the white-collar criminal of the middle and upper classes are free of criminality. As such, even though theoretically equal justice calls for similar degree of punishment for conventional and white-collar offenders alike, yet a punishment for intensity of punishment is a desirable policy. Next is criticism of white-collar crime. White-collar crimes are a non-legal term which refers to certain criminal acts, but it does not specifically name the criminal acts to which it has reference. It refers to a certain type of person, namely a member of the upper socio-economic class, but does not provide a specific criteria by which the social class of the person involved can be determined. The criminal law, in defining the acts that are usually referred by the term white-collar crime, does not make any criminal statistics to estimate the incidence of white collar crime. There are imperfections in the criminal law and its procedure. The remedy for this is not to disregard the preventive devices it has created to shield the innocent. The correct approach to this crime lies in redefining occupational crime in the improvement of the criminal law, in the stricter enforcement of its provisions, and in the vigorous but unbiased and impartial prosecution of the accused. Our next section deals with the laws against the white-collar crimes. There are various acts and legislations in India to control socio-economic offences. Income Tax Act of 1985, Companies Act of 1956, Prevention of Corruption Act 1956, Money Laundering Act, Arms Act of 1959, IPR laws such as Copyright Act, Patent Act, etc. For checking cybercrime, IT Act was formed. Agencies like CBI, Income Tax, RBI, Lok Ayukta, etc. are present to keep a check on the white-collar crimes. Some of the sections of IPC formed against white-collar crimes are Section 168, offence defined under this section is public servant unlawfully engaging in trade, and the punishment for this is simple imprisonment for a term which may extend to 1 year or with fine or with both. Under section 169, and the punishment given is a simple imprisonment for a term which may extend to 2 years or with fine or with both, and the property, if purchased, shall be confiscated. Under section 171B, offence for bribery has been defined. Under section 171C, the offence is for undue influence at elections. Under section 171E, the offence is for punishment for bribery, and the punishment given is an imprisonment of either description for a term which may extend to 1 year or fine or both. Under section 171F, punishment for undue influence or personation at an election. Punishment given for this is imprisonment of either description for a term which may extend to 1 year or with fine or with both. Under section 171H, offence is illegal payments in connection with elections, and the punishment is a fine of rupees 500. Under section 274, offence is adulteration of drugs, and the punishment given is an imprisonment of either description for a term which may extend to 6 months or with fine which may extend to 1000 rupees or with both. Various other sections and laws have been formed to fight against white-collar crimes. The last section of this learning episode deals with the status of white-collar crimes in India. The 2010 to 2011 Annual Global Fraud Survey report of CRAWL conducted by Economist Intelligence Unit gives certain unexpected results. Fraud continues to be a big problem worldwide and more so in India. Of the companies surveyed, globally 75% reported experiencing fraud during the year. Though the figure has reduced in comparison to previous year's 88%, the situation is still dismal. In India, the situation is disastrous, with 84% organizations reporting that they suffered from fraud during the year. It is a wake-up call for India, as it ranked second worldwide after Africa and shares the position with China. The estimated figure given in the report is that globally organizations suffered 2.1% revenue loss due to fraud, but for India the percentage is higher at 2.4%. According to the report, further analysis says that 18% of the companies reported an earning loss of more than 4%. All of these companies are reporting corruption, bribery, money laundering and regulatory breaches frequently. This is all due to the lack of fraud prevention and investigating measures. Mostly, Indian companies are working on old patterns and are ill prepared to fight the fraud and corruption. That is why they need to be trained and focus on the fraudulent investigatory measures and appoint the fraud investigators or forensic investigators in their companies or as a part of the risk management teams. The greed of the people is never satisfied. The government and private sector post-independence never had it so good. With liberalization, the foreign investment flow increased. The sudden gush in economy also resulted in higher greed and corruption soared. Several cases show how senior level politicians and business heads who were much revered and respected compromised with their ethics. Further, the report reveals that 78% of the Indian organizations have stated that they are highly or moderately vulnerable to corruption. Now, dear students, let us conclude this lecture. Edwin H. Sutherland in the year 1939 describes white-collar crime, their occupation. These types of crimes have far-edged effects on the development of the society and the country as a whole. These are spread in varied sectors such as corporate, education, medicine, technological, etc. Even though these types of crimes are difficult to totally map, there are certain laws and respective punishments written in the IPC to deal with these crimes and prevent them from occurring. Now, this is time for your self-study. If you want to learn more for enhancing your knowledge, you may log on to our website www.cec.nic.in for assignments, MCQs, quizzes and LORs and other materials. Till then, keep studying and goodbye.
Hello students, I am Dr. Nimi Singh. Today I bring you the next learning episode on behalf of the content writers, myself and Miss Tulika Banerjee. In this episode, we will discuss about the chemical composition of the glass. Here we will learn about the classification of glass, class and individual characteristics of glass. We would add a scene of crime. We will then end up this module with the importance of glass in various cases. Let's have a look at modules which are we going to learn today. Module number 1, that is the introduction and definition of glass. Then comes the chemical composition of glass, classification of glass, class and individual characteristics of glass, the collection, preservation and handling of glass, at a scene of crime, the importance of glass in various cases, and in the end, the conclusion. Now let us come to the introduction of the glass first. The knowledge about the glass and its composition plays a very important role. Broken or being used for committing the crime easier for the investigation team. The material of the glass reveals its make and helps reaching the suspect. Silica is the main ingredient which is used in glass along with other minor ingredients like metal oxides and color additives. Now, depending upon the composition of the minor ingredients, there are different types of glasses like lead glass, soda lime glass, aluminosilicate glass, borosilicate glass, etc. Coming to the definition, glass is defined as an inorganic product of fusion that has cooled to a rigid condition without crystallization. Glass is an amorphous, hard, brittle substance it is formed by the fusion of one or more oxides like silica, boric oxide, phosphoric oxide and some metallic oxides, followed by a rapid cooling of the fused material to prevent crystallization of the components involved. In other words, glass can be considered as a supercooled liquid of extremely high viscosity. Coming to the chemical composition of glass. The following are some ingredients which are used in the manufacture of glass along with some additives required for specific properties. Now, coming to sand or silica. Silica is the main ingredient for glass making with a very high melting point of around 2000 degrees centigrade. This is the major reason why it is possible to make products like halogen lamps from just silica itself. It is mainly obtained from the pure sands of Perengarenga harbour of North Cape. It is washed and sifted to remove shells, stones before mixing. Then comes the sodium carbonate or soda ash that we call. Sodium carbonate is added to make the process of glass manufacturing more efficient as it reduces the melting point of silica to around 1000 degrees centigrade. It was earlier found in the ash of some plants but is now produced from the table salt itself. But sodium carbonate tends to make the finished glass water soluble. Then comes lime or calcium oxide. Calcium oxide is extracted from limestone. It is added to counter the effect of sodium carbonate and to make the glass insoluble in water. Its main source is vetumum. Coming to metallic oxides, aluminium oxide and magnesium oxide are added to further enhance the properties of the glass. There are other additives also. A number of different other ingredients are added in order to change the properties of the finished glass as per the requirement. Some examples are lead. Lead is added to make crystal glasses. Because of its good reflective properties, the glass thus formed appears to sparkle, which is used for creating decorative patterns on the ordinary glass. Then is boron. The addition of boron changes the thermal and electrical properties of the glass and is thus used to make Pyrex glassware that can withstand extreme temperatures. Lanthanum oxide. With its excellent light reflective properties, it is used to make high quality lenses in glasses. Earlier, thorium oxide was used, but due to its radioactive properties, it is no longer used. Then is the iron. It is used to absorb infrared energy in the heat absorbing filters installed in the movie projectors. Coming to the classification of glass. Depending upon the chemical composition, all commercial glasses are divided into 6 basic categories. The first one is the soda lime glass. It is the most common and cheapest form of glass. It is used for manufacturing window glass, bottles, containers, light bulbs, bangles, ophthalmic lenses, car headlamps, etc. The common oxides found are sodium, calcium, magnesium and aluminium. It is not highly resistant to high temperature and sudden changes in temperature, while being resistive to corrosive chemicals is fair. The composition is as follows: silica 60 to 70%, soda 12 to 18%, lime 5 to 10%. Then comes lead oxide. It is quite soft, and because of its high refractive index, it gives brilliance to the glass. As a result, it is used to make decorative glassware, neon sign tubes, thermometer tubes for the absorption of X-rays and other radiations. Its excellent electrical insulating property makes it favorable for electrical applications also. This glass is more expensive than soda lime. It cannot withstand high temperature and sudden temperature changes, as it has got a very low melting point. The composition is as follows: silica 54% to 65%, lead oxide 18% to 38%, soda or potash 13% to 15%. Then comes the borosilicate glass. This type of glass has got substantial amount of boric oxide, which makes it resistant to heat, acid corrosion and alkalis. They are not as easily fabricated as soda lime or lead glass and are hard, as they have lower coefficient of expansion and hence can be used at high temperatures. These glasses are used for making laboratory glasswares, domestic ovenware, in industry for gauge glasses, pipelines, photochromic glasses, sealed beam headlights, etc. The composition is as follows: silica 70% to 80%, boric oxide 7% to 13%, alkali 4% to 8%, aluminium oxide 2% to 7% oxide added to it. Although it is similar to borosilicate glass, but it is hard to fabricate and has got greater chemical durability. It can also withstand very high temperatures, as its melting point is almost 1000 degrees centigrade. It can be used as resistors for electronic circuits. The composition is as follows: silica 67%, aluminium oxide 17%, calcium oxide 8%, magnesium oxide 7%. 96% silica glass. Now, it is a type of borosilicate glass from which all the non-silicate elements have been removed. This glass is resistant to temperatures of up to glass, which is made up of pure silicon dioxide in a non-crystalline state. It is very difficult to fabricate and is the most expensive of all types. It can sustain temperatures of up to 1200 degrees centigrades. Coming to the class and individual characteristics of glass. A preliminary examination of the surface of the glass will indicate the source, which is a flat surface, maybe from a window glass or plate glass, a cylindrical surface from a bottle, a spherical surface from a spectacle glass or headlamp glass. This examination by considering surface texture, pattern, color, etc. Now, the general condition of the glass should be inspected minutely using a stereo microscope even before cleaning. Moreover, it is desirable to select glass fragments with edges that appear freshly broken. A physical fit between two glass fragments actually is the best method, but due to different types of fractures generated in glass, physical fit is actually very rare. It requires the edges of one fragment to perfectly fit into an edge of another. A complementary lateral fit along the broken edges over a length of 1/4 of an inch or more establishes that the two glass fragments were continuous before breakage. The match is 3D. So, under stereo microscope, the edges of the samples are carefully observed, which will exactly fit into each other. Lateral pressure has to be applied in order to see that the small irregularities intermesh and hold the pieces together so that one can feel the sense of exact fit along the broken edges. For a sheet of glass, and if the pieces of smaller sample have portions of both the surfaces present, then it becomes more useful to measure the thickness using a micrometer screw gauge. The thickness of the glass sheet may vary from one place to the other and may have uniform thickness throughout or may not have a uniform thickness throughout. Thus, it becomes beneficial to study the variations in their thickness before comparing the thickness of the control sample and that of the crime exhibit. Thickness. Now, for measuring the thickness of glass, a micrometer screw gauge is used, which incorporates a calibrated screw mostly used for very precise measurements of components. Curvature. Determination of curvature surface can help distinguish that glass from other types of glass like containers or decorative glasses. A spherometer is used to measure the radius of curvature of the glass fragments having curved surface. The radius of curvature is found using the following formula, that is R is equal to 12/6h plus h/2, and h is the height of the curved surface. If the glass fragments are large, then stereo microscope can be used. Then comes the color. On some very rare occasions when glass fragments associated with the crime are colored, for example, decorative glasses or bottles, then the color would be used for exclusion or identification. Even colorless glasses are usually found to have some perceptible tint. Thus, when the large fragments of glass are available, their color should be compared. Comparing color can distinguish between two or more sources of glass. Sample size may affect apparent color, therefore, side-by-side comparisons should be made of approximately equal and sufficient size. Pieces of at least 5 mm are desirable. The fragments are placed on white background, for example, fine filter paper, and the comparison is made in bright diffused daylight. The examination will be able to distinguish between the true color of the glass and the color of any coating that may be on the surface of the glass. Observing the glass using both fluorescent and incandescent light is useful in distinguishing different colors or tints using a spectrophotometer. But most of the time, it is not possible to compare the color of microscopic glass fragments due to insufficient color density. Now, color additives. Color to the glass can be either done by glass oxidation or by introducing a large variety of additives. It is actually difficult to make a clear glass. Metals and oxides are also used to give color to glass. Glass oxidation is promoted by the addition of carbon, while the degree of oxidation is measured on an arbitrary scale known as carbon number. For example, A clear glass has carbon number 0, a dark green glass has carbon number 28, various additives and colors they give. Iron oxide gives blue color, iron oxide and chromium will give richer green, sulfur, carbon and iron salts will give amber yellow color, manganese will give purple, selenium red or pink, cobalt blue. Tin oxide and although most of the glass samples exhibit little or no fluorescence, some types of glass fluoresce with colors which may be blue, violet, brown, purple or green when examined in ultraviolet light. Hence, in most of the cases, it is very useful in distinguishing between different glasses. This examination is done by observing glass fragments over a non-fluorescent background by illuminating it consecutively by short wavelength, that is 254 nanometer, and a long wavelength, that is 350 nanometer ultraviolet light. While comparing fluorescence, fragments of similar thickness move oil, grease or other possible fluorescent foreign debris on the glass surface is absolutely necessary. Coming to hardness now, since glasses vary appreciably in hardness, this property may also be used for differentiation. The hardness determination is possible on an arbitrary scale and requires internal standards. Thus, two fragments can be compared for hardness by determining their mutual scratching powers. If the hardness difference is small, then it becomes helpful to study the scratches or attempted scratches under a low power binocular microscope. Then comes the property of during manufacture or fabricating processes. These form another basis of comparison to distinguish between different sources of glass. They can serve as identifying features while examining the glass fragments for fracture match if the feature is present on both the fragments. Surface features include coatings, thin films and mirrored backings, etching, texturing, etc. Now, coatings of thin films. Coatings or thin films are usually seen on architectural or automotive glass. These films are actually done to increase the durability of glass and are composed of wide variety of material. The thickness of coating can range from nanometers in thin films to millimeters in mirrored. Coatings can be applied to either one or more surfaces. Since it is not possible to distinguish coatings, so instrumental methods of analysis like X-ray diffraction can also be used for this purpose. Manufacturing features. Now, intentional surface features include etching, texturing, frosting, etc., while accidental surface features are as a result of manufacturing that include rogue pits, polishes, etc. They can be visually compared very easily. Now, additional surface features. This is nothing but distinguishing between glass fragments in terms of scratches, abrasions, etc. on them. These should be examined and characterized carefully using stereo microscope before cleaning. Coming to the collection, preservation and handling of glass at the crime scene. Now, collection and preservation of glass samples. Wrap shoes, clothing or other objects contaminated with glass in paper before submitting to the laboratory for examination. All glasses found at the hit and run scenes should be recovered. The search for glass samples should not be restricted to the point of impact. Headlight glass may be dropped off at some distance away as the car leaves the locations. All glass evidences found at the crime scene should be collected because more than one type may be present. In addition, if just a few representative samples are saved, individual pieces that could be physically matched with the glass remaining in the headlight shell of the suspected vehicle may be overlooked. The glass pieces collected from different locations must be packed into different containers. Mark clearly the outside packaging as the location and description of the evidence. Label large glass pieces with orientation marks, for example, up, down, inside, outside, when applicable. The broken or fractured edges of the glass must be protected from any additional damage or rupture. Depending on the size, glass pieces can be packaged in envelopes, bags, or in paper folds. Place the small glass particles onto the adhesive of a post-it note and use a pen to circle around it. Glass pieces that are a little bigger can be packaged in envelopes or bags and then secured in a padded envelope to protect from further breakage or injury to those handling the evidence. Small particles of glass may be found on the clothing, sole, tops of shoes and cuffs or lower portion of pants of an individual who breaks a window forcefully. In order to prevent dislodging of small glass particles, collect clothing items with small glass particles with caution and do not shake or handle the clothing more than necessary. If the clothing is stained with biological material, allow the clothing to air dry on a clean, dry surface and package in a paper bag. Package unsustained clothing in a plastic bag carefully, sealing all possible openings. The suspect's hair can be combed over white paper to recover any glass particles that may be present. Fold the paper so that it prevents loss of the glass particles and package in a proper envelope or bag. Coming to collection and packaging of glass standards. If possible, submit the entire item in packaging that reduces the chance for further breakage. Large windows may require sampling of glass from several different spots, as there may be variation of physical properties even within a single glass pane. Vehicle windshields and some structural glass may be double paned, meaning that two different panes of the glass are present. Standards must be collected from different areas on both glass panes. Package the standards from each pane separately. For window glass standards, collect the glass that is still adhering to the window frame when possible. Collect glass into the standard. Standards for comparison. Windows. Now send the whole window if the broken window is small or all glass remaining to the laboratory. If the window is large, recover several samples from different areas of the window. If the evidence class is large enough for physically matching the broken edges or for comparing the fracture lines, hackle marks, surface abrasions or contamination, the whole broken window is necessary. Auto glass. Now, auto headlights. All glass remaining in the shell should be recovered. If it is suspected that new glass has been installed, this should be removed and a careful examination should be made for small chips removed to the laboratory. Coming to the importance of glass in various cases. Glass is nothing but an amorphous, that is non-crystalline solid material which is often transparent. Glass has an extensive practical, technological and decorative usage in things like tableware, window panes, etc. Traces of glass can often become a source of forensic evidence. Windows are frequently broken in burglaries, headlights in hit-and-run cases, and bottles or other objects may break or leave fragments on personal belongings of suspects involved in various types of crimes. Glass is encountered as evidence in various forms such as vehicle windows, architectural windows, containers, headlamps and mirror glass. The examiners compare samples of glass found on suspects or found at the scene of a crime with the suspected source of known origin. The physical and optical properties of color, thickness, density and refractive index are measured. Glass examinations may reveal whether questioned or controlled sample belongs to same source or not. The type of glass can also be found out, whether tempered glass, container glass, etc. The direction of force used to break a window, whether from inside or outside. The order of shots fired into a window or windshield. Now, let us come to the conclusion. Glass is an amorphous, hard, brittle substance which is usually transparent but translucent and also opaque at times. It is formed by the fusion of one or more oxides like silica, boric oxide, phosphoric oxide and some metallic oxides, followed by rapid cooling of the fused material to prevent crystallization of the components involved. Its chemical composition and other properties holds importance in the field of forensic science. With all these information here, we come to the end of today's lecture. Do keep in mind what we discussed today. I will be back with one more lecture in this series. If you want to learn more and enhance your knowledge, you may log on to our website www.cec.edu. See you in the next lecture. Have a great day.
डन
डन व्हाट डन?
बैंक अकाउंट यार।
क्या बात है, बहुत पैसे वैसे आ रहे हैं।
पैसे नहीं, क्रेडिट।
कम ऑन डूड, पैसे ही क्रेडिट होते हैं ना।
नहीं यार, इसमें पैसे एबीसी।
अभी एबीसीडी क्या पढ़ने लगे? ग्रो अप मैन, वी आर इन कॉलेज।
यस गाइस, वी आर इन हायर एजुकेशन नाउ।
हायर एजुकेशन में तो एबीसी की नीड और भी ज्यादा है और इसमें हमारी कई सारी प्रॉब्लम्स का सोल्यूशन भी छिपा है।
मतलब
कैसे?
एबीसी मतलब एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट्स और इसमें जो अकाउंट हम बनाते हैं उसे कहते हैं एकेडमिक बैंक अकाउंट। और इस ऑनलाइन अकाउंट फैसिलिटी को स्टार्ट किया है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन, यूजीसी और एनएडी ने।
पर फायदा क्या?
फायदा ही फायदा गाइस। देखो, अगर तुम कोई कोर्स ऑनलाइन या किसी और यूनिवर्सिटी से करते हो और चाहते हो कि वहां अर्न करे हुए क्रेडिट्स तुम्हारे फाइनल रिजल्ट में शो हो जाए, यानी कि हमारे कॉलेज के फाइनल रिजल्ट में शो हो जाए, तो कैसा रहेगा?
वाओ,
कमाल का आइडिया यार।
लेकिन ये होगा कैसे?
देख, जब भी तू किसी कोर्स में एनरोल करता है तो अपना एबीसी नंबर मेंशन कर दे। उसके बाद वहां तू जो भी क्रेडिट या स्कोर अर्न करेगा वो ऑटोमेटिकली, डोंट वरी, एबीसी कैन हेल्प इन दैट टू।
कैसे? पर फिर मेरी डिग्री का क्या होगा?
मान ले तूने 2 साल पूरे कर लिए तो इक्विवेलेंट क्रेडिट के हिसाब से तुझे डिप्लोमा तो मिल ही जाएगा। उसके बाद 1 साल और तूने इसी कॉलेज से या किसी और कॉलेज से पूरा कर लिया तो तुझे डिग्री भी मिल जाएगी। और लेकिन ये तभी पॉसिबल है जब तेरा एबीसी में अकाउंट हो।
तो खुलवा दे यार हमारा भी अकाउंट।
डोंट आस्क मी, जस्ट गो टू एबीसी वेबसाइट www.abc.gov.in and open your account. Interface is very easy, so earn the credits from anywhere and enjoy the academic freedom.
We have already discussed injuries caused by rifled weapons, namely handguns, revolvers and pistols, and part 2. With this, part 3, all injuries by rifled weapons would be completed. The injuries caused by revolvers and pistols are by and large similar to injuries caused by shoulder arms or rifles, excepting that the velocity of projectile in case of rifle is very large compared to the velocity generated by handguns. Hence, the nature of injury is more devastating, more dangerous, or more serious in nature. These injuries are caused by weapons because it depends upon the nature of the target. The target is very important. For example, if the target is skull and the serrated wound, provided the angle of impact is inclined and not vertical or horizontal, it will give a outlook of a lacerated wound. The wounds may vary from one type to another. For example, there may be a number of exit wounds for one entry wound in certain circumstances as detailed below. Number 1, suppose the core of the bullet and the jacket get separated while they enter the body. Now these two will result in creating 2 exit wounds for one entry wound. There can be any number of wounds for one entry wound also. It depends upon whether the bullet has fractured any bone. If the fracturing has taken place and bone has become fractured into different parts, each one of them can work as a missile and create an exit wound. Thus, corresponding to one entry wound, there may be a number of exit wounds depending upon whether the core and the jacket have been separated or a large number of projectiles have been created out of splintering or fracturing of the bone. Similar case will happen when the number of entry wounds are larger than the number of exit wounds. The person is such that it has passed through the abdomen and then from the thigh and then from the lower portion of the leg. Although the bullet is one, it has created 6 wounds or 4 wounds depending on the position of the person. Sometimes it so happens that the bullet is not recovered at all and there is one entry wound. There is no exit wound. The entry wound is there, but the bullet is not found in the body. How can this happen? This happens when the bullet gets cuffed up from the mouth and does not create any exit wound. And we can use X-rays to locate the position of the bullet, but the bullet will not be found. The other point which I want to mention here is that the velocity of the bullet creates more serious wounds because of the fact that dangerous nature of wound is created by the mass of the velocity, which is a measure of kinetic energy of the projectile. Similar will be the case when the velocity increases or the mass increases, the kinetic energy increases, and that creates a devastating wound of any nature. Many times a question may arise whether the victim who has died of a suicide or it is a case of homicide. To decide this, it is very important that the shooter's hand are examined to find out of suicide, and it cannot be a case of homicide. But a case of homicide becomes important, especially when the injury is caused on the back side of the body, from where normally a suicide attempt is not made. Suicide attempt is made either on the temple or through the mouth or from the neck, but on the front side of the body and not from the back side.
After studying this module, you shall be able to know about the characteristics of rifle injuries, the explosive wounds and bone-shattering effects, peculiar effects of rifle bullets. Introduction to rifle injuries. The wounds inflicted on the body are similar to pistol wounds, and the most unexpected results are produced. The flame may extend up to 15 to 20 centimeter. Unburnt or semi-burnt powder grains and small metallic particles are not found beyond 75 centimeter. Smoke is absent beyond 30 centimeter from the muzzle. In contact wounds, the burning and tattooing is not much obtained. The blast effects are also much less, and the splitting of the cloths or tissues are the same as that with the revolvers. The entrance and exit wounds may be of the same size and shape if the bullet passes through the body without touching the bone. But even when no resistant structure, the entrant wound is usually smaller than the diameter of the bullet and looks like a wound made by forcing lead pencil into the skin. The edges are depressed, which may have micro tears of 1 to 2 mm in length, radiating from the surface and surrounded by a reddish zone which becomes brown on drying. Brushing of the deeper tissues around the track of bullet is seen. If the bullet strikes at an angle, the skin may split or be turned up. If it strikes a bone, extensive shattering and combination of bone takes place. In such cases, the wound of exit is usually a lacerated hole, varying from about 2.5 cm to the size of the palm of the hand. Frequently, several small holes will be found around the large exit caused by fragmentation is much more common in rifle injuries than those due to handguns. In wounds of the head within 300 meters, the brain is frequently piped and a great part of the cranium slashed into the fragments. A rifle bullet passing through the forearm as well as the abdomen creates more than one entrance wound and exit wounds. Explosive wounds and bone shattering. A bullet leaving the muzzle of service rifle rotates or spins round its long axis at the rate of about 2500 revolutions per second. And for the first 200 to 300 meters, the base of the projectile has also a circular motion round the axis of flight, gradually losing this motion and continuing to spin in the true axis. If a resistant body is struck within a range of 200 to 300 meters, the effect explosion. The tissue themselves exploding, not the bullet. This explains the shattering of bones such as pelvis, femur, skull, etc. It also explains the severe laceration seen even when a rifle bullet fired at short range passes through soft tissues only. At these ranges, the bullet commonly disintegrates and causes effect which gives the impression that more than one shot has been fired between 300 to 1000 meters. The spin of the bullet becomes regular and it passes easily through the tissues and cut a clean hole through the bones. Beyond this, it behaves like a low velocity bullet. Peculiar effects of bullets. Microsecond up to 50 meter for a pistol or 150 meters for a rifle, there may be a tail wobble or tail wag. This is partly responsible for the great tissue damage and the large atypical entrance wound at short range. As the bullet reaches the end of its flight, its gyroscopic effect gets diminished when it begins to wobble, followed by the tumbling of the bullet. It is to be noted that when the bullet yaws, tumbles or wobbles, its impact can be on sideways or also it can be backwards with an irregular lateral motion due to which an irregular wound is produced. A bullet traveling in an irregular fashion instead of traveling nose on is called a yawing bullet, and a bullet that rotates end on end during its motion is called a tumbling bullet, three-timed crater. Also, in cases where silencers are used in a firearm, the formation of tattooing seen on the skin can also get altered. Atypical tattooing and blackening patterns can be seen when flash hiders and muzzle brakes are used in a firearm, wherein the gases are allowed to pass in particular directions. Bullets fired through a shortened or sawn-off barrel may be deformed or when firearm defect is present. In case of revolvers, for example cylinder misalignment, it will cause deformity in missile, thereby resulting in breaking off the metallic fragments from the bullet occurring when the misalignment is great. This type of defect when present in lesser amount may also cause tumbling of bullet. Ricochet bullet. When a bullet that has been aimed at a particular object and before striking that particular object strikes some other intervening objects, ricochets, rebounds before finally hitting the particular aim is termed as a ricochet bullet. This particular case is very rare because most of the bullets on striking a hard surface will either fragment or penetrate it. The critical angle of impact for ricochet for hard surface varies from smaller than the impact angle. The path of a ricochet is completely unexpected. The bullet may ricochet is before or after striking the bullet and may produce a non-penetrating or a penetrating injury. In case of low velocity bullets and where the firearm quality is inferior, ricocheting of bullet may take place and before striking the skin surface, the bullet may get flattened and deformed. Based on the texture of the bullet, the degree of deformity also varies. Hence, due to the ricochet phenomena, the entrance wound created is usually irregular, oval, or cruciate shaped having irregular margins. Abrasion color is not present in cases where the bullet loses its gyratory motion, and tattooing, burning, and blackening are also not present. Sometimes a bullet may strike an object and tumble and hit the body side on, producing an elongated wound of entrance like a keyhole. The objects or particles that the bullet has hit or against which it has deflected, such as paints, fibers, etc., can also be found sticking to the bullet. The nose of the bullet may be found facing the entrance wound due to deflection in the body. Sometimes, after passing through the brain, there is not enough energy left in the bullet to penetrate the skull, just in case of billiard ball, thereby forming a second track. In case the bullet rebounds for a second time, a third wound track is formed. When the bullet gains entry into the skull through an acute angle right towards the inner table, it may also travel along the dura in the skull, thereby tearing up the leptomeninges and blood vessels and produces shallow wound track along the surface of the brain. The inner divergent course of the bullet may be combined with internal ricochet. Bullet striking surface. The bullet may strike the surface producing a contusion and fall to the ground. This type of injury is generally seen in case of soft, non-jacketed bullets that has been fired from the firearm which has its barrel of the gun. If a bullet strikes skin at so acute an angle that it does not perforate the skin, a grazing or slap wound is produced, and that is generally reddish-brown in color and can be elongated, triangular furrow, or elliptical or an abrasion. The underlying dermis may or may not be involved, but the adjacent intact skin may be echymosed. The bullet strikes the sternum at just the right angle and is deflected so that it continues around the rib cage between the bone and the skin. Also, the bullet may get lodged in between that of the skin and backbone, or also may cause a superficial injury by coming out from the back. Bullets that strikes in unusual location may, for example, ear, nostril, mouth, axilla, vagina, and rectum. Single entrance and multiple exits. Several exits are possible in cases the bullet gets fragmented inside the body and divides itself into several fragments with only one entrance hole. Also, in some instances, the bullet may hit the bone, resulting in its fragmentation, the bone, that will finally act as a secondary missile, thus creating multiple exits. Sometimes, the jacket of a bullet may separate from the inner part upon impact on bone. In such cases, the jacket and the core each produce separate tracks. In case of semi-jacketed bullets, usually the jacket will remain with separates from the bullet during its passage through the skull. The separated fragments of the bullet travels beneath the skin until it exits out at a distance of 3 to 5 cm, or remains lodged between the skull and may get exit in a different position. In such case, single bullets will produce two exit wounds. In bullet wounds of the head, many lead fragments may be found scattered throughout the brain and on the X-ray may closely resemble a shotgun injury. Bullets striking the skull but not entering it. Bullets may graze or rub the top and sides of the cranium without entering it. In such cases, entry and exit wounds are found on the scalp about 2 to 3 cm apart, while the region between the two wounds show an oval or elongated gutter-like depression, gutter wound, and thus produces a continuous track beneath the skin without penetrating the skull. The bullet will follow the skull's curvature, thereby continuing the track for a considerable distance. Multiple wounds of entrance and exit from a single shot. A bullet may pass through an arm and the chest so that the 4 wounds result. A bullet passing through the chest or abdomen and thigh and lower leg produces 6 wounds. This occurs when the person is running or sitting in an unusual position, when the body surface is irregular, such as breast or buttocks. Several re-entries and exits can take place. In such cases, examination of clothing and detection of nitrites and nitrates and microscopic examination of the sections of the wounds are useful. The features of re-entry wound resemble those of the wounds caused by. This occurs when the bullet entering the stomach may be vomited, or entering the windpipe may be coughed up, entering the mouth may be spit out, entering the gastrointestinal tract may be passed out in the feces. When it is so deviated or turned coming in contact with the bone that it passes out by the same wound as it entered. Unexplained bullet in the body. Occasionally, more bullets are found than there are entrance wounds. This occurs due to defect in the weapon or due to faulty ammunition or with loaded firearm unused for several years. When such a weapon is fired, the bullet may fail to come out from the muzzle. When it is fired again, the bullet may go off carrying the lodged bullet with it, and the bullet may enter the body through the same entrance wound. This is called a tandem bullet. The features caused by long-range fire. This is because the pushing force of the second bullet is directed backwards due to obstruction caused by first bullet impacted in the barrel. Souvenir bullets. If a bullet is present for a long time in the body, there will be no fresh bleeding in the surrounding area. A dense fibrous tissue capsule usually surrounds it. A small scar indicates the original entrance wound. Lead poisoning may occur due to absorption of lead from lead bullets remaining in a body. Synovial fluid is capable of dissolving the lead. Fatalities with blank cartridges. A blank cartridge is one containing primer, gunpowder and wads, but without a bullet or pellets. It contains ultra-wads or gunpowder may cause laceration and may produce death from shock by pressure on nerves or by damaging main vessels when blank cartridge is discharged close to the body. Firearm going off by itself. The firearm can go off by itself without anyone touching the trigger due to some defect in its mechanism. Country-made guns and old-worn guns may discharge on being pushed or thrown or by the butt being dropped against the background. Frangible bullets. They are designed to get fragmented upon impact, often to the point of disintegration. They are mostly made of lead or iron. Recovery and matching with a test bullet is difficult. If bone is penetrated, component parts tend to separate on impact. Such bullets are partially jacketed at the lead core. The components separate on striking the body and create their own tracks. Display of tandem cartridge. This is used in military rifles and contains two bullets which enter the target at different points, separated as much as by 30 cm. The base of the forward bullet is notched into which the second bullet fits closely. The base of the follow bullet is not quite at right angle to its long axis, due to which there is a difference in line of movement of both. Concealed wounds. If a body is covered with blood, the blood clots may obscure the injury. A wound in the mouth, nostril, ear, eye, or any other part of the body. In deciding the status of a particular case, all the available information should be obtained, including autopsy findings, the investigation of the scene of death, and the circumstances of the shooting. Each case will present its own problem. The position and direction of the wound. These are very important. For suicide, the sites of election are temporal region, about 60%, center of forehead, roof of mouth, midline behind the chin, left side or front of chest. A suicide using a revolver or pistol usually shoots himself in the right temporal region, the bullet passing almost horizontally or upwards and backwards through the head and making its exit in the left parietal region. The person holds the weapon with the butt projecting backwards and the thumb on the trigger, in which case the direction may be different. Sometimes the gun is put into the mouth, nose, and ear, or on the face or undersurface of the chin and fired upon into the brain. In some cases, the suicide interposes his hand between the pistol and his head, shooting himself through the palm of the hand. Suicidal wounds of the chest and abdomen are less common. On the chest, the gun is fired into the cardiac region in a backward direction with a slight deviation upwards or downwards, either to the right or left. On the abdomen, the gun is fired into the cardiac region in a backward direction with a slight deviation upwards or downwards, either to the right or left. On the abdomen, viscera. In rifle and shotgun, the butt of the firearm is usually supported by ground and the weapon is fired by hand into the head or chin, or the butt is supported against a wall and fired into the chest or abdomen. The person may attach some string or cord to the trigger and tie the loose end to his foot, lie down and discharge the weapon through the roof of his mouth. He may tie the cord to some firm structure and pull the barrel towards him, thus firing the weapon, or he may press the trigger with a stick or some similar object. The presence of blood splashes on the hand which held the gun, or the presence of impression of the trigger or the trigger guard on one or more fingers indicates suicide. In homicide, a great variety of wounds can occur depending upon the circumstances at different angles. If the victim runs, most of the entrance wound will be on the back. If the victim rushes at the assailant, the entrance wounds are on the front of the body. If the assailant is in a panic or under strong emotion, a number of shots may miss the target or graze the skin. Wounds about the sides and limbs are suggestive of murder. If accident is excluded, and wounds at the back of the head are strongly suggestive of murder. Premeditated, calculated homicide by shooting can occur in a variety of ways. In gang feuds, the victim may be surprised and shot by enemies at close range into the back of the head and neck, with the bullet tracks parallel or only slightly deviating. The nature of the entrance wound. This is very important as a contact wound is possible. Example, back of the chest or neck. Individuals committing suicide usually pull the cloths aside to expose the skin before shooting themselves. Bullets vertically entering fatal parts like heart or head indicate suicide. Several methods combine suicides or several attempts of committing suicide. Example, hanging and shooting indicate suicide. A close or distant shot is rarely suicidal. The number of wounds. Multiple wounds are usually homicidal, especially if they occur on the back or sides of the body or involve different regions of the body or are non-contact shots. Occasionally, multiple suicidal wounds are seen involving a single region like the temple, chest, or abdomen, or a combination of two different regions. When multiple suicidal wounds are fired serially, the injury passing through the brain causes immediate unconsciousness. But if bone is involved without injury to the brain or a large vessel, the person may retain consciousness and power of motion. A bullet passing through the chest or abdominal viscera in some cases do not incapacitate the victim and he may be able to shoot himself again. The position of the weapon. In suicide and accident, the weapon is usually found at the scene of the crime. The gun may bear the victim's fingerprints. The hand that fired the shot may show evidence of gun smoke, powder deposits, and traces of metals. With handguns, the effects of the components of a shot are commonly seen on the thumb, index finger, and the area between them. Blood splashes may soil the gun and the hand. If the hand pulling the trigger weapon is strongly grasped in the hand of the victim due to instantaneous trigger, it is a strong presumptive evidence of suicide. In some cases of homicide, the scene may be altered to simulate suicide in order to conceal the crime. The assailant, after producing a contact wound on the anterior surface of the body or an accessible part of head, may place the weapon in the hand of the deceased. In such cases, the thumb is usually found under and not tightly grasped. If the hand has been tampered with after shooting, example removing of empty cartridge and substituting of unexploded cartridge, causes confusion. The absence of weapon is not conclusive of murder, for it may be removed by a person passing the place or in some fatal cases. The entrance, a bullet leaving the muzzle of service rifle rotates or spins round its long axis at the rate of about 2500 revolutions per second, and for the first 200 to 300 meters, the base of the projectile has also a circular motion round the axis of flight, gradually losing this motion and continuing to spin in the true axis. The gyroscopic effect of the bullet diminishes as it reaches the end of its flight, until it begins to wobble and then to tumble. The bullet may strike the surface producing a contusion and fall to the ground. A blank cartridge is one containing primer, gunpowder, and wads, but without a bullet or pellets.
After studying this module, you shall be able to know the forensic anthropology in case of mass disasters. You will learn about various individualizing characteristics. You will be able to identify the victims of mass disaster. A mass disaster is usually recognized as any event in which there is a sudden occurrence of large number of deceased individuals. One usually think of plane and train crashes. However, more recently, the events of 9/11 have added terrorist attack to forensic anthropology for collecting the consciousness. Large number of dead may also occur in industrial accidents, forest and brush fires, and even alvenages can produce a large number of dead in a short period of time. One of the most challenging aspects of mass disaster scene processing is the coordination of resources in an efficient manner. The identification of human remains from mass fatalities is largely accomplished using dental remains. This task is made somewhat easier if there is some record of occupants of a building or even a crashed aircraft. The implication of having some form of manifest is that there is a list of potential candidates and hopefully associated mental or dental records. Logistically, the task is now to sort the remains and determine the identity. Fragmentary human remains undergo an inventory and the charring of human remains in these events tend to be uneven. In cases of aircraft crashes and fires, jet fuel will act as a very fast burning and extremely hot accelerant. Cremation of remains to the point of calcination may occur, but it is more likely that the body will burn differentiately. Of course, there are instances in which a body will be engulfed by a fire and subjected to explosive forces. However, the differential cremation of a body at a mass disaster scene is a real possibility. Aircraft crash victims are usually identified through the use of recovered dental structures. Example is given by Bursley. As noted, the challenge of any mass fatality incident in the docks made time consuming. The process of identifying remains is a challenging task due to the cremated state. Neometric features have been suggested by Staton and Biotti in 1999 to be the only means possible for the identification of cremation. Sex and age may be assigned to cremation should the morphological feature be present to do so. In addition to these clinical X-ray comparison, even associated personal effects can be of importance in the identification process. It is clear from the foregoing that the condition of remains in the mass disaster scenario is of paramount importance to the identification process. One must be open to the use of many analytical avenues in order to pursue a positive identification. It is when cremated will enhance the chances of arriving the identification. Now students, let us learn about search and recovery. There are many techniques depending on the type of incident like explosion, air crash, building collapse or mass graves. Forensic anthropologists are widely familiar with the various search procedures implemented in their routine work. This is of great value when choosing the search method for a specific incident. In surface recovery of remains, the teams can either use grid, circle, strip or zone methods or combination of these methods as given by Hunters in 1996, Tueller and Homester and Daly in 2008. The method selected will depend on the trend in locating human remains. Once the remains are located and properly documented, their prompt recovery and transportation to the mortuary are of paramount importance. Identification of the remains at the scene, although tempting to the novice, will inevitably lead to the confusion and should be avoided under any circumstances. The appropriate recovery and documentation technique are imperative in reassociation of body parts and personal belongings. In forensic investigation, the search are performed to locate clandestine burials, bodies deposited on the surface, body parts, skeletal elements or bones and associated evidences. At the same time, searches can also be utilized in clearing the areas so investigation can continue in additional suspected equipment that will be needed and specific search techniques that will be used. Now let us see the determination of number of individuals in case of mass disaster. Once the human remains are brought to designated work area, forensic anthropologists lead the process of identification and reassociation of fragmentary bodies. Determining the number of individuals present within the remains is the first step in mass disaster. The possibility of commingling should be considered whenever body parts are discovered over a wide area. Prior to the direct examination of body parts, imaging of body bags containing the remains either by conventional radiography or 3D computer tomography is recommended. Unique individualizing features and pathological finding in osseous remains. Separation of commingled remains into a discrete individual is accomplished through morphological examination. The individuals can be sorted according to their anthropological profile and the possibility of accurate articulation. Now, let us see the use of anthropological profile in mass disaster. The nature of mass disaster often rendered to the victims in fragmentary condition or badly decomposed due to protected recovery. The preparation of anthropological profile is a prerequisite to achieving a positive identification. Developing on anthropological profile entails estimation of age, sex, ancestry, race. Furthermore, unique characteristics such as congenital malformation or acquired physical defects which could have been known to the relatives or friends of a missing person are recorded for future comparison. Positive identification based on anthropological profile can be achieved only if specific individualizing feature like sign of previously documented medical intervention or unique anatomical characteristics are found. Nevertheless, exclusion of identity can be easily accomplished if the ante-mortem information is contradicted by profile of the remains. Many of the indicators of sex and race and are the age dependent. In mass disaster cases, when the task is at hand is to match unidentified remains against vast amount of data regarding the missing person, age is a crucial factor in the preliminary screening procedures. Indeed, separating the remains into distinct age groups can save valuable time during the comparison of ante-mortem and post-mortem records. This adwork can be accomplished by correlating dental development and epiphyseal closure with the biological age of individuals that have not reached maturity or by linking degenerative changes of various cyanotosis with age. While dental age estimation in children and sub-adults is highly accurate, it provides the limited indication of age in adults. Attrition, which have been suggested as an indicator of age, is highly influenced by diet, habits, health and hygiene. Thus, establishing the gender of the remains is critical step as it eliminates all members of opposite sex in the ante-mortem data bank, thus reducing the number of comparison to be performed. Furthermore, the ensuring estimation of biological age and stature depend on the correct determination of sex as the standard are gender specific. There is ongoing debate among physical anthropologists concerning the subdivision of humans into distinct racial groups. The basis for this controversy stems from the natural repugnance of enlightened scientists to the atrocities perpetrated throughout history in the name of racial cleansing. Nevertheless, physical difference among population are an important anthropology, especially in mass disasters when minimizing the amount of search is imperative. The division of human population into biological races, that is Mongoloid, Negroids, Casquoids, Australoids and Felinicians, tends to be arbitrary to some degree. Racial identification is often complex in addition to the very wide range of variation within each racial group and considerable overlap between the numbers of different races. Many individuals bears the genes of two or more racial groups. Furthermore, most official records concerning the estimation of stature is a routine practice in the creation of anthropological profile. The task might be accomplished by measuring the various complete or fragmented long bones and vertebral segments and then implementing regression formulae that are sex and population specific. The application of regression equations as with the regression formula requires experience in osteology. Understanding both normal skeletal anatomy as well as possible pathological or normal variation can greatly increase the accuracy of the diagnosis of traumatic lesions such as patent blunt injuries, gunshot wounds, sharp injuries, and the presence of healed and unhealed fractures, thus ruling out the natural toponymic phenomena. Now, let us learn about individualizing characteristics. Healed fractures, pathological and degenerative changes, as well as souvenirs in the skeleton are excellent markers for positive identification of human remains. Once the anthropological profile has limited the search of the mass casualties database to a few ante-mortem records, old surgical procedures as well as prosthetic devices are invaluable for personal identification. Often, at times, comparison of ante-mortem and post-mortem radiographs, albeit not indicating any pathological condition, can still prove worthwhile in the process of identification by comparing the tubercle bone pattern unique to each individual. Thus, in mass disaster, radiographic screening of all the victims is very important. Now, let us see the factors of individualization. Even after general group affinities and demorphographic characteristics have been determined, the forensic individual in the living, one may observe distinctive features such as fingerprints, scars, tattoos, an unusually large nose, protruding ears, a limb, lost limbs, missing or broken teeth, etc. In the skeleton, the individual anomalies can range from evidence of surgical intervention such as steel pin to repair a broken bone or a wire sutures in the sternum resulting from hurt surgery. The degree of healing can reveal if days, weeks or years have passed since the operation. The presence of dental work is very helpful. If a person was treated by a dentist, the comparison can be made with the dental records of missing person. It is also possible to match many bone cancers and advanced metastatic tumors, example osteosarcoma, multiple myeloma, from characteristic lesions as may infectious disease, example osteomyelitis, magnetis, tertiary syphilis, leprosy and tuberculosis. Disorders such as Paget's disease, rickets, achondroplasia, anemia and arthritis can cause mild to severe deformation. Trauma can also be identified: a broken nose that heals asymmetrical, a non-fatal bullet launched in the skull, calcareous formation of following a fracture. A relative might remember a certain injuries and a doctor or a hospital may have X-ray to compare with the remains. Bones can marked with recognizable use pattern that may indicate headness and occupational stresses. A right-handed professional pitcher or a tennis player would exhibit a greater degree of differential wear, along with the evidence of disproportionate muscle development on the side. Baseball pitching has also been associated with the presence of bony spicules on the ulnar notch. Distinctive formulation have been linked to the numerous occupational and activities for which they were named as milker's neck, cowboy thumb, seamstress finger, miner's knee, weaver's bottom, to a few names. Thus, in case of mass disaster, forensic anthropologists study these individual characteristics to determine whether the remains found are of human and non-human remains. Distinguishing between human and non-human bone is a task that should only be undertaken by a forensic anthropologist or individuals experienced in the osteology. There are several questions that the experienced forensic anthropologist should be able to answer in this field. This includes determining whether the suspected material is actually bone, and if it is bone, it is of human or non-human. For example, rocks will appear in shapes that can mimic human bones. One rule of thumb is that rocks are usually heavier than bone. The irregular bone that could be mistaken for rocks such as the patella, carpus, that is the wrist bone, or tarsus, ankle bones, tend to have a higher concentration of trabecular. Forensic anthropologists will have no problem in distinguishing between the non-osseous material from the bone. Now, let us see the identification of victims of mass disaster. First is facial imaging. If the search is narrowed to a few possible individuals, their photographs may be compared to the remains. This procedure is known as a skull to photo superimposition. If no known missing person fits the description, the only option is to attempt facial reconstruction, the difficult task of recreating appearance during life form, the features of skull. Though not an exact science, the resemblance is sometimes close enough to facilitate the identification. Establishing identity is not limited to skeletal remains, depicts the same individual. Photo-to-photo comparison entitles the comparison of photographic images taken at different times under different conditions. This relatively new type of analysis relies on both metric and morphological assessment and comparison of facial feature. Next we have is the dental implants as means of identification. As with the dental restoration, surgical procedures may also require the implantation of materials in the body that may be of assistance in the identification has been documented. Pacemakers have been commonly traced implants in the identification of remains. Although there are many forms of implants, one would have to consider the likelihood of survival of such implants in cremation context. Fixative devices like screws and surgical plates are ideal candidates for examination in cremains. However, even more complicated devices such as an osteostimular, an implanted device that is used to induce the regeneration of bone tissue by means of stimulating electrical current, have been of assistance in the identification of cremation. All material that are directly associated with human remains that can possibly be a component of an implanted device must be explained in the analysis of recovered materials. The challenge is to recognize these cremated components from amongst other fire-altered materials associated with or around the human cremated materials. Now, let us learn about ABO blood typing. Determining the ABO blood group from a sample of a fresh blood or from a dried stain is a common procedure. Along with other evidences, blood stain analysis may be used to place a person at a crime scene or possibly to completely exclude the person. To a large extent, DNA extraction technology has superseded the reliance on the ABO blood system for identification. Normally, this kind of testing is totally within the purview of crime scene laboratory. A variation of blood testing, however, is related on samples of hair, bone, fingernail with some sources. Dr. Shiojiyata used this technique on forensic cases and archaeological remains. His work demonstrated that even dry bone and small amount of hair can yield ABO identification. In middle of 1970, Robert Pickering and others tested the absorption illusion technique and applied it to the American remains from the Southeast Asia with some success. The results showed that even hair as short as 2 cm could be used successfully. Forensic toxicologists also can determine blood type from skeletal remains. Determining the blood type is useful as a means of eliminating a large number of persons. If the skeleton, then all people with type A, B or AB blood group are eliminated. However, blood typing or paleoserology sometimes yields a false positive or false negative result. So, it should not be relied on as sole indicator of the identification. For instances, certain plants can cause false positive results on remains that have been buried in the ground. Therefore, in addition to testing the human sample, it is necessary to also know about the plants in the immediate vicinity of the remains and possibly do the ABO test on the soil. Now, let us see about DNA. The ultimate individualizer is DNA, everyone's unique genetic code. In the absence of blood or soft tissue, there must be a record of the victim's DNA profile for comparison to make a positive identification. If there is no record, the DNA can be compared with that of the close relative, but this can only rule out possibility of kinship. Most recently, the use of DNA on a wide scale has been used to assist establishing the identification of highly fragmented remains. Example, McNinon and Mudroff in 2007. Dental analysis in combination with dental, anthropological and pathological analysis will continue to be used in mass disaster fatality incident. Now let us summarize what we have learned in this module. A mass disaster is usually recognized as any event in which there is a sudden occurrence of large number of deceased individuals. One of the most challenging aspects of mass disaster remains from mass fatalities is largely accomplished using the dental remains. It is clear from the foregoing that the condition of remains in mass disaster scenarios is of paramount importance to identification process. The anthropologist focuses on identifying anatomical structures, unique individualizing features and pathological finding in osseous remains. Developing an anthropological profile entails estimation of age, sex, ancestry, that is the race, stature of a particular individual, though the interpretation of skeletal shape and size of the remains. Distinguishing between human and non-human bone is a task that should only be undertaken by a forensic anthropologist or
It has already been firmly established that fingerprints are the most infallible means of identification. The whole science is based on the premise that no two persons and no two fingers of the same person have identical design on their fingertips. Therefore, it assists us in establishing the identity of the person who commits crime. At the scene of crime, broadly speaking, three types of fingerprints may be retrieved. The inked prints, which are completely visible, the plastic prints, which are partially visible, and the latent prints, which are hidden. Very often they are weak, they are fragmented, and that's why we term them chance prints, that by chance we have retrieved them. One or the other chemical method has to be used to detect these prints, to render them visibility. Multi-metal deposition is one such technique. It tags the amino acids, proteins, and the lipid content of the sweat residue in order to make the fingerprints visible. It is so named because there are two steps involved in it, and in both the steps, the metals are to be used. In the first step, gold particles are treated on the fingerprint residue. They get attached to the fingerprint residue by electrostatic attraction, and that charge is opposite to the charge of the zwitteroin which the amino acids have. And therefore, because of this electrostatic attraction, the small gold particles, they adhere to the sweat residue. However, the contrast is not sufficient. Therefore, a second treatment in the second step is given by silver particles. The silver particles adhere to the gold particles. Now, this is a three-layer phenomena. The amino acid and protein content of sweat constitutes the first layer. The gold particles constitute the second layer, and the silver particles, they constitute the third layer. That's why it is called multi-metal deposition. And as I have said, it's a two-step process. Many of the fingerprint detection methods are surface specific. That means you can use them for detection of latent fingerprints on crime scene evidence of a particular type. Multi-metal deposition is a broad spectrum technique. It gives us fingerprints on non-absorbent surfaces like metal and plastic, on absorbent surfaces like paper and wood, as well as on semi-absorbent surfaces or semi-porous surfaces as they are also called, like waxed paper and polythene. However, the technique is cumbersome. Moreover, the apparatus has to be absolutely clean. It is also a time-consuming technique. Therefore, in most of the caseworks, this has not been used. However, its academic interest is great because a large number of concepts of chemistry and forensic science are involved when multi-metal deposition technique is used for the detection of latent fingerprints on different crime scene evidence.
Dear students, after studying this module, you'll be able to know that multi-metal deposition method detects latent fingerprint on a wide range of crime scene evidence. The technique is based on successive deposition of gold and silver particles on the finger ridges. The operational procedure of multi-metal deposition technique is cumbersome and complicated, and it is modified version. The operational procedure is easier. You see, multi-metal deposition is a versatile technique of detecting latent fingerprints on porous items. For example, fabric tape, masking tape, cardboard, on semi-porous items, as on non-porous items, for example, metals and plastics. It is so named because it is a two-step process, the first involving deposition of gold and the second deposition of silver on the ridges, thereby visualizing the latent impressions. Although a technique with a very wide range of applications, multi-metal deposition is not very popular since the process of detecting fingerprints is quite cumbersome. In its modified version called multi-metal deposition 2, some of the demerits of the original methods are overcome, yet the results obtained are no better than those of other techniques. Now let us see the mechanism. It has been known since long that colloidal gold particles adhere to amino acids, proteins, and peptides. The multi-metal deposition technique of fingerprint development relies on the affinity of gold particles for these biomolecules, as the latter are present in fairly large concentration in sweat residue. This methodology, which is described in the next section, is a two-phase process. In the first phase, colloidal gold particles adhere to the amino acid, protein, and peptide content of the fingerprint deposition, while in the second phase, silver particles gets adsorbed on gold layer, improving the contrast. The driving force for the first phase is the electrostatic attraction between the gold solution and the biomolecules. The colloidal gold particles are produced by the reduction of hydrogen tetrachloroaurate commonly referred to as tetrachloroauric acid, bicitric acid, butyric acid, is one of the products. The structures of citric acid and 3-ketoglutaric acid are also shown in given figures respectively. The working solution of multi-metal deposition method also contains sodium citrate, the structure of which is depicted here. The citrate ions furnished by sodium citrate engulf the colloidal gold particles and impart a negative charge to these, as shown in this figure. Now, the amino acids or their fragments in proteins and peptides under neutral conditions exist as zwitterions. However, under acidic conditions, the amino acids acquire an overall positive charge as shown in the figure, including a positive charge on amino acids present in sweat residue. Thus, the colloidal gold particles bear a negative charge, and the amino acids bear a positive charge. The electrostatic attraction between the two chemical entities is responsible for the adherence of gold particles on amino acid, protein, and peptide content of the sweat residue. It is pertinent to state that citric acid performs two functions. Firstly, it reduces hydrogen tetrachloroaurate ion to colloidal gold, and secondly, brings the pH of the working solution in the desired range. The gold particles adsorbed on amino acid, protein, and peptide content of fingerprint residue do not impart a pronounced color to the ridges. Nevertheless, these provide a site for the nucleation of silver particles. The latter are a reversible reaction. There are chances that it may proceed from right to left. However, the citrate ion complex with iron ions and remove these from the equilibrium system, pushing the reaction to the right. The silver particles then settle on the colloidal gold, imparting a dark gray or black color. Ridges. A systematic diagram showing the adsorption of gold on ridges followed by adsorption of silver on gold is shown here in the figure. Now let us discuss the methodology. So let me tell you something about preparation of reagents first. The process of developing latent fingerprints by multi-metal deposition technique begins with the preparation of the following solution: 10 ml distilled water. Solution B has 1 gram sodium citrate in 100 ml distilled water. Solution C has 1 ml polyethylene glycol in 100 ml of distilled water. The solution D has 4.8 gram of citric acid in 50 ml of distilled water. Now, working solution 1 or the colloidal gold solution is prepared by placing 1 ml of solution A in about 950 ml of distilled water. Then mix thoroughly and heat to gentle boiling. To it, add 15 ml of solution B and continue to boil till the contents acquire a port wine color. Now turn off the heat source, and while the mixture is still hot, add 5 ml of a liquid detergent. Agitate to mix the contents thoroughly. Now cool and add 10 ml of solution C. Adjust the pH to 2.5 to 2.8 by adding 1 to 1.5 ml of solution D. Make up the volume to 1000 ml. Store the working solution 1 in an absolutely clean vial in the refrigerator. Next, the following solution is prepared. Solution E, which is 20 gram of silver nitrate in 100 ml distilled water. Solution F, which is 16 gram of ferric nitrate, 44 gram of ferrous ammonium sulfate, 11 gram of citric acid, and 0.2 ml liquid detergent in 1000 ml distilled water. Working solution 2 or the modified physical developer solution is prepared by adding 10 ml of solution E to 990 ml of solution F. Agitate to mix thoroughly. The shelf life of this solution is just 50. Process for development of fingerprint. Latent fingerprints are developed by the following procedure. Firstly, the item bearing latent prints is placed in a tray and covered with distilled water. The tray is rocked gently by using a shaker of the type shown in figure. Then the item is transferred to another tray to which working solution 1 is added. The tray is shaken for 30 to 45 minutes. If more than one item is placed in the tray, these are not allowed to overlap. The item is taken out of the working solution 1 and rinsed with several batches of distilled water. Faint fingerprints begin to appear. The item is then placed into another tray and working solution 2 is poured over it. The solution is agitated for 5 to 15 minutes. The item is then washed with water several times till the washings are no longer yellow and turbid. Then the developed fingerprints, which are dark gray or black, are photographed. The item is allowed to dry under natural conditions and therefore the prints are lifted with the aid of a fingerprint tape. Now let us discuss about modified multi-metal deposition technique. The modified multi-metal deposition technique, referred to as multi-metal deposition 2, is an endeavor to make the operational procedure of the original method easier. The gold solution produced by following the modified method is more homogeneous, with a particle size of 14 nanometer. The smaller particle gives superior development as compared to the 30 nanometer sized gold particulates in the original method. The novel method not only gives more detailed ridge characteristics but also visualizes pores and edges more clearly. Being 2.5 to 2.8. Deactivation of glassware. When fingerprints are to be developed by multi-metal deposition 2 technique, the glass apparatus has to be rendered scrupulously clean. The process of cleaning glassware, called siliconization, is carried out in the following steps. Firstly, the entire glassware is soaked overnight in 10% solution of 2-ethyl hexyl sulfate. Then the apparatus is then rinsed successively with hot and cold water. It is then dried in an oven at 100 degrees Celsius and allowed to cool at room temperature. Thereafter, the apparatus is soaked in a treatment solution of 5 seconds. The treatment solution is prepared by in 200 ml acetone. The structure of 3-amino-propyl triethoxysilane is depicted in the given figure. All items of glassware are rinsed twice in distilled water and finally dried in an oven at 42 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. Now, let us discuss preparation of reagents. The following solutions are prepared. Solution A: 1 gram hydrogen tetrachloroaurate in 10 ml distilled water. Solution B: 1 gram sodium citrate in 100 ml distilled water. Solution C: 0.1 gram tannic acid in 10 ml distilled water. Solution D: 1.05 gram citric acid in 50 ml distilled water. Now, working solution 1 or the colloidal gold solution is prepared as follows. Distilled water and the contents are heated to 60 degrees Celsius. In a separate vial, 20 ml of solution B and 0.1 ml of solution C are diluted to 75 ml with distilled water and the contents are heated to 60 degrees Celsius. The contents of the two vials are mixed while hot and the mixture is heated to boiling. It is then allowed to cool at room temperature, transferred to a polythene bottle and stored in a refrigerator. Immediately before use, the mixture is restored to room temperature and 0.5 ml of a commercial liquid detergent is added. The pH of the working solution 1 is adjusted in the 2.5 to 2.8 range by adding 1 to 2 ml of solution D. Now, working solution 2 or the buffer or hydroquinone solution is prepared by adding successively 50 gram citric acid, 47 gram sodium citrate and 1 gram hydroquinone to 200 ml distilled water and stirring till complete dissolution. The structure of hydroquinone is shown in the given figure. Then working solution 3 or the modified physical developer solution is prepared by dissolving 0.2 gram silver acetate in 100 ml distilled water. Silver acetate stains the background to a lesser extent as compared to silver nitrate solution, which is used in the original method. Working solution 2 is stored in a dark container. This solution is prepared immediately before processing of fingerprint development. Now let us discuss the process of development of fingerprints. Latent fingerprints are developed by following procedure. Number 1, if the item in question is non-porous in nature, it is given a quick wash with distilled water. The semi-porous and porous items are soaked for about 2 minutes in distilled water. Then the item is placed in working solution 1 for 20 minutes. It is gently agitated. Then the item is rinsed with distilled water. To it, 100 ml aliquot of working solution 2 is diluted 200 ml with distilled water, and the item bearing latent fingerprints is soaked in this solution for 2 to 5 minutes. Then the item is transferred to a tray containing a mixture of 100 ml working solution 3 and 100 ml working solution 2. It is soaked for about 20 minutes and gently agitated by mounting the tray on a shaker. Finally, the item is rinsed 2 to 3 times in fresh batches of distilled water. The developed fingerprints are photographed, allowed to dry, and finally lifted. Now, my dear students, let us summarize this chapter. So, in this chapter, we have learned that the multi-metal deposition method of fingerprint detection, as well as its modified version, involves successive adsorption of gold and silver particulates on the amino acid, protein, and peptide content of sweat residue, visualizing the ridges as dark gray or black impression. The technique is not surface specific, that is, it works on a host of non-porous, semi-porous, and porous surfaces. Despite its broad spectrum application, the method suffers from several demerits. We have also come to know that too many reagents are required for detection process and the steps involved are complicated. Then we have learned that the glassware ought to be meticulously clean. The process entails a high cost, and lastly we have learned that due to these limitations the process is of academic interest only.
Dear students, in the last module, we studied about some of the hallucinogens like cannabis, LSD and psilocybin. After studying this module, you will be able to know about the significance of naturally occurring drugs, brief outline of some important natural drugs, and the various sources of drugs occurring naturally. For thousands of years, natural products have played a very significant role in healthcare and prevention of diseases. The prehistoric civilizations of the Indians, Chinese and North Africans provide inscribed evidence for the use of natural sources for curing many diseases. The earliest recognized printed document is a 4,000-year-old Sumerian clay tablet that accounts therapies for several illnesses. Conventional natural product chemistry approaches facilitated a vast selection of bioactive secondary metabolites from terrestrial and marine sources to be discovered. Natural products have been the most effective source of potential drug leads. Natural products once assisted humanity as the source of all drugs and higher plants provided most of these therapeutic agents. However, it was from various medicinal plants. Friedrich Stirner isolated morphine from Papaver somniferum in 1806, and since then natural products have been widely selected for their medicinal purposes. Atropine obtained from Atropa belladonna, strychnine, a central nervous system stimulant, ziconodide identified from a cone snail, Conus magnus and Taxol are a few examples of active components taken out from natural sources. Drug detection from the usual sources mostly involves two methodologies. Principal one is chemically determined, which is discovery natural activities from disinfected complexes, and second is the biologically driven, in which bio the both. Natural product chemistry is one of the oldest branches of the chemical sciences. Its origin dating back to the first decades of the 19th century or even before. Natural products act as lead molecules for the synthesis of various potent drugs. Natural products entities depend not only on plants but also on other forms of life like algae, fungus, sponges, mollusks, etc. Microorganisms have been widely screened for antibiotics, like Fleming's discovery of the antibacterial activity of penicillin. Next is sources of natural drugs. First, animal sources. Epibetadine, obtained from the skin of an equine. Venomous and toxins from animals have played a substantial role in the production of medical drug synthesis. Venoms of snakes are recovered to produce several anti-cancer drugs. Next are plant sources. Plants have been well documented for their medicinal uses for thousands of years. They have evolved and adapted over millions of years to withstand bacteria, insects, fungi, and weather to produce unique, structurally diverse secondary metabolites. Their ethnopharmacological properties have been used as a major source of medicines for early drug discovery. The use of plants as medicines has a long history in the herbal remedies. Next is marine sources. Marine natural products with their distinctive structural features and prominent biological activities continue to produce lead structures in the exploration for new drugs from nature. Invertebrates such as sponges, tunicates, shellless mollusks, and others that are either sessile or slow-moving and mostly lack morphological defense structures have so far provided the leading number of marine-derived secondary constituents as well as some of the most interesting drugs. Spongerodine and spongothymidine were the first active compounds that were isolated from the Caribbean sponge Cryptotheca crypta in the 1950s. These compounds are nucleotides and display great potential as anti-cancer and antiviral agents. Their discovery directed to a wide-ranging research to recognize new drug resources from marine environment. Oceans cover approximately 70% of the surface of the earth, providing major biodiversity for the study of drug sources. Next are microbial sources. Penicillin was discovered in the year 1929, and till then microorganisms as a source of potential drug resources were not discovered. Since then, a large number of terrestrial and marine microorganisms have been screened for drug discovery. Microbes have a comprehensive diversity of possibly active constituents. In the same way, macro and microfungi have been part of human life for thousands of years. At present, with the advances in microbiology, their uses have stretched to enzymes, biological control, antibiotics, and other pharmacologically active products. Certainly one of the most prominent natural product discoveries derived from a fungus, which is a microorganism, is that of penicillin from the fungus Penicillium notatum, discovered by Alexander Fleming in 1929. Some notable naturally occurring drugs. Opium. Opium refers to the dried extract of the poppy plant, that is Papaver somniferum, which belongs to the family Papaveraceae. In Greek, opium is the name for juice. The opium poppy originates. In particular, many famous Greeks espoused opium's therapeutic properties to elevated mood and work as a general tonic. Opium, when fresh, is plastic and internally moist. Coarsely granular or smooth, it is reddish brown to dark brown, hard and brittle. Post ka doda contains 0.1 to 0.3% morphine. The morphine content of the opium varies from 9 to 14%, but when the morphine content is 10%, it is known as standard opium. The leaves are oblong, irregularly toothed, and slightly sinuate or lobed. Flowers are large and may be bluish white, purple or white in color. Each plant bears 5 to 8 capsules, which are incised in their unripe state to extract a milky fluid that on drying yields opium. Second is coca leaves. Cocaine, coke or snow is a natural alkaloid present in the leaves of coca plant, that is Erythroxylon coca, a shrub that grows well in South America, Mexico, Indonesia and West Indies. Cocaine is usually abused by either chewing coca leaves, smoking coca paste or snorting cocaine hydrochloride. It furthermore serves as a universal and effective household remedy for a wide range of medical complaints. Normally, coca plant has the excellent property to fight physical fatigue, and also it stimulates respiratory and cardiac functions in a suitable manner. For this reason, many Indians use it as an aid to physical work. Traditionally, coca also plays a crucial symbolic and religious role in Indian society. The unifying and calming effects of coca chewing on Indian culture compares markedly with the disrupting and intricate phenomena of cocaine use in Western societies. Coca leaves are also ordinarily applied to sores in the mouth because they are supposed to help curing of oral lesions. These leaves are also useful in relieving toothache and act as prophylactic, which keeps teeth white and decay resistant. As a fast-acting antidepressant, coca has certain mood-elevating properties, specifically when Cetra is the common name for any one of the 3 species grown medicinally in China and recognized in the Chinese Materia Medica, Ephedra sinica, Ephedra equisenitana and Ephedra intermedia. Ephedrine is small twiggy shrub and its branches have been employed in the practice of many traditional Chinese medicinal preparations to treat fevers, colds, wheezing and as a diaphoretic and diuretic. Plant species related to that of ephedrine have been used in Tibetan and Indian medications. Ephedra contains alkaloids including ephedrine, pseudoephedrine, norephedrine, methylephedrine and majority of the alkaloids. Ephedra causes dose-dependent increases in blood pressure and heart rate. Ephedrine, the predominant active compound, is a non-catecholic symptomimetic agent, though this species is also employed in therapies for intraoperative hypotension and bradycardia. Its unsubstantiated use raises certain concern. Next is psilocybin. The extraction of psilocybin is done from the mushroom Psilocybe mexicana or other mushroom species. The hallucinogenic substances psilocin and its phosphate ester psilocybin occur in a number of fungi, particularly those of the genus Psilocybe. These are small brown-grey mushrooms. Psilocybin are also known by certain names like psychedelic mushrooms, magic mushrooms, and shrooms because they are sold in the mushroom itself. Aspirin. It is the easily available salicylate analgesic. It is an alteration of the salicylic acid present in the willow bark. White willow bark have been used all over the world as an antipyretic and analgesic. Willow's lively chemical component, salicin, was recognized in 1829 by the French pharmacist Leroux. Salicylic acid was named in unadulterated state by an Italian chemist in and other plants. Salicin and salicylic acid were commonly used by 19th century European physicians to treat rheumatic fever and as an antipyretic, gout remedy, and analgesic, particularly for joint pains. Next is penicillin. One of the most commonly used antimicrobial agents is penicillin. Natural penicillin is made from penicillium, which is a mold that secretes materials that interfere with the synthesis of the cell walls of bacteria, causing lysis or devastation of the cell membrane and destroys the invading microorganism. Penicillin is an assembly of antibiotics and other antibiotics in the evolution of antibiotic-resistant bacterial strains. Another is their capacity to induce allergic reactions in some patients. Penicillin and its relatives are responsible for most of the recorded allergic reactions to drugs. Next is Atropa. The plant Atropa belladonna is a perennial herb belonging to the family Solanaceae. The intoxication is caused by the alkaloids atropine, scopolamine, and hyoscyamine, which are present in the berries, leaves, and roots. The anticholinergic effects produced by the Atropa belladonna alkaloids cause delirium, hallucination, tachycardia, mydriasis, dilate, and anhidrosis. Atropa belladonna was therapeutically used to treat Parkinson's diseases because of its naturally occurring alkaloids, atropine and scopolamine. Atropine is also effective in treating certain cardiovascular conditions like bradycardia, though low doses of atropine have shown to cause bradycardia. Next is strychnine. Strychnine is a white, odorless, bitter crystal-like ash which can be taken through mouth, breathed in, or put into a solution and taken intravenously. Strychnine is an elementary alkaloid acquired chiefly from the seeds of strychnus in the 16th century as a rodent toxin. Later, it was accepted as a circulatory and respiratory stimulating and was previously used as a common constituent of energizers, aphrodisiacs, and other medicinal preparations. At present, strychnine comprising medicines are not used nowadays, though strychnine is now also used in veterinary medicines in rodenticides and avicides. Plants became the basis of traditional medicine system throughout the world for thousands of years and continue to provide mankind with new remedies. Natural products once assisted humanity as the source of all drugs, and higher plants provided most of these therapeutic agents. However, it was not until the 19th century that scientists isolated active components from various medicinal plants. Certainly, one of the most prominent natural product discoveries derived from a fungus microorganism is that of penicillin from the fungus Penicillium notatum discovered by Alexander Fleming in 1929. Microorganisms as a source of potential drug resources were not explored until the discovery of penicillin in 1929. Since then, a large number of terrestrial and marine microorganisms have been screened for Rauwolfia serpentina, known as Sarpgandha, has been used for centuries in India for the treatment of insanity, fever and snake bites, and also it was utilized as antipsychotic and anti-hyperactive drug to control high blood pressure. Natural products entities depend not only on plants but also on the form of life like algae, fungus, sponges, mollusks, etc. Microorganisms have been extensively screened for antibiotics since Fleming's discovery of the antibacterial activity of Penicillium chrysogenum. Several marine-derived compounds have generated considerable interest scientifically and commercially and from public and health point of view.
Hello students, I am Dr. Nimi Singh. Today I bring you a learning module which is Firearm and its part 3, in which we will discuss about improvised firearms and principle of examples for improvised firearms. We will wind up this module with a case study. Let us start our module with a look at what we are going to learn today. The first thing is going to be the introduction of the topic, principle of examination, identification of bullet, and under that comparison microscope in identification, examination of bullets, comparison of question bullet and sample bullet, identification of wads, wad distribution, identification of pellets, pellet patterns, and in the end conclusion. The improvised firearms, which are also known as country-made firearms, homemade firearms, pipe guns, zip guns, etc. Now, these firearms are made by the ordinary blacksmiths having no particular specifications. Neither any standard raw material is used. Now, these weapons have very short span of life and most of them are extremely dangerous. Now, the word improvised indicates the nature of firearms. It is more appropriate to refer to this class of firearms as improvised firearms rather than dubbing them as country-made firearm, etc. However, the name country-made and improvised are being used in this country very frequently. Now, both the names are being used in this discussion without any distinction. The country-made firearms are actually improvised by the culprits from readily available materials, either personally or with the help of a local blind. That there is considerable demand for these weapons in Uttar Pradesh, Bihar and in some other border states, and the demand is increasing day by day. They are often manufactured to fire the ammunition which the culprit gets easily, either from the illegal market or from his friends. The simplest improvised firearm which has been used in a criminal case was an iron tube in which 0.22 cartridge could be fixed. The firing was done simply by hammering the head of the cartridge. The advent of the country-made firearms is the result of the stringent controls on the manufacture and sale of ammunition, and also of the licensing policy of police for the firearm by the policy after the verification of his antecedents. Likewise, the ammunition can be purchased only by a firearm license holder, the quantity of which is limited by an insertion in the firearm license itself. The culprits who need firearms and ammunition tap the clandestine markets, or they go in for the improvisations. The trade in improvised firearm in India has also been promoted by the fact that the cost of the firearm, especially of handguns, is very high. The normal criminal cannot obviously afford it. Hence, the trade goes on flourishing. The country-made firearms, as already seen, are the non-standard firearms. They are not tested or proved for their fireworthiness. The weapons, therefore, are usually imperfect contrivances which are highly dangerous even to those who use them. Besides, they are also not amenable to the standard techniques used for evaluating the forensic ballistic problems generated by them. The evaluation of the evidentiary clues in the improvised firearm follows the usual pattern for correspondence clues in the standard firearm and ammunitions. The parts of a firearm which come in contact with a cartridge or bullet are firing pin, the breech face, the extractor, the ejector, the chamber and the barrel. They are made of steel by cutting, hammering, filing, re-aiming and polishing. The tools used in their manufacture are applied at random. The cutting surface of the tools used continue to change because of wear and tear they suffer due to their action on steel. The finished surface of the relevant portions of all firearms is therefore never alike, even when the two surfaces are made with the same set of tools one after the other. Consequently, all firearms possess an individuality of their own. This has been established by actual experiments carried out in the initial stages of the development of this science. A long barrel was bored and grooved with the same set of tools. It was then cut into 6 pieces. 6 firearms were correctly identified in respect of the individual barrels of the 6 firearms. The peculiarities of the surface of a firearm are enhanced with the use of the firearm because of wear and tear and accidental damage. When a cartridge is fired, the irregularities of the surface imprint their pattern on the case or the bullet because of close contact under pressure. These patterns are also called thumbprint of the firearm and permit their individualization. The cartridge cases and bullets are usually made up of comparatively softer metal than the material used in the manufacture. Thousands of shots and the fired ammunition can be identified easily even when the firearm is recovered after a long interval. If the firearm is ill kept, misused or intentionally tampered with, then the surface may change. The extent of variations will depend on the changes so made. The fired ammunition may or may not then be identifiable. Each case has to be decided by actual experiments. For example, in a murder case, the firearm was buried underground for many months. It was possible to identify the fired bullet only after it had been carefully cleaned, and in spite of the fact that the firearm had rusted time. Due to extended use over a long periods, the barrel of the firearm gets washed and its bore becomes larger. A bullet fired through such a firearm does not house properly in the barrel, and hence it is not imprinted with identification marks, that is the thumbprint of the firearm. Generally, this does not happen during the interval between the occurrence of the crime and recovery of the firearm. Some criminals use previously fired bullets in cartridges of higher caliber. For example, 0.325 bullet is placed in a 12-bore cartridge and fired. Now, this misleads the investigating officer. He searches for a rifled firearm rather than a shotgun. It further complicates the investigation. Its bullet does not fit in the barrel and often does not take identifiable marks. If some marks are however discovered on the bullet, they are compared with the fired test bullet of the same caliber as the firearm. In some cases, it gives indeed a useful match. Sometimes a loose bullet is marked imperfectly and the test bullet of the right caliber does not give correct match. Now, in such cases, a lead bullet or a slug, which is specially prepared of slightly larger diameter than the bore, is pushed through the barrel. It takes up most of the marks from the barrel and provides useful test material. Now, bullets fired through rifled firearms, they receive both the class as well as accidental characteristics of the barrel from which they are fired. The bullet will show not only the primary markings left by the lands and grooves of the gun barrel, but will also reveal fine striations in all the marks. These are the imprint of the small irregularities in the barrel and are never duplicated by different weapons. To determine now whether or not a particular firearm has fired the question bullet, a detailed comparison is made of markings on the question bullet with the corresponding markings on the test bullet fired from the suspected firearm. A bullet comparison microscope is then used for such a determination. The suspect bullet and the test fired bullet are illuminated obliquely in order to create shadows that reveal the ridges and furrows engraved by the firearm. Now, comparison microscope in identification and its use. Now, comparison microscope is probably the most important and the most widely used scientific instrument in a modern crime laboratory. The first comparison microscope to be used in the field of criminology was a very crude instrument compared to highly developed instruments now available. It was designed by Albert S. Osborne for application in the field of document examination. A comparison microscope consists of two compound microscopes having identical containing combination of prisms such that by viewing two separate objects, one under each microscope, through a single eyepiece, the two objects may be compared by bringing the images of parts of each into juxtaposition. The optical field seen through the single eyepiece is a circular area divided into two parts by a thin dark line. The object under the left-hand microscope, say the evidence bullet, is seen in the left half of this optical field, and the object under the right-hand microscope, say a test bullet, is seen only in the right half of the field. Now let us come to the examination of bullets. A bullet is a projectile fired from a rifle weapon and is a part of rifle cartridge. The bullet, while passing through the barrel, gets the following characteristic of the barrel. First is the class characteristic mark of the barrel, and second, accidental characteristic marks or individual characteristic marks. Now let us come to the class characteristics. Now the number, the width, the depth, the direction, angle and pitch of lands and grooves on a fired bullet indicate the class characteristics of a firearm and would be common on bullets fired from firearms of the same make and model, but would be different in respect of different makes and models. Class characteristics are useful to the extent of quick eliminations only. Now let us come to individual characteristics. Now finer details in the lands and grooves are the individual characteristics of the firearm. Individual features are helpful as they are always different, and no two firearms have the same characteristics. These characteristics are useful in comparison of bullets. Individual characteristics are the imprint of the small irregularities in the barrel and are never duplicated by different weapons. Comparison of the questioned bullet and the sample bullet now. While questioned bullet may be found at the scene of crime or removed by doctor from the dead body of the victim, the sample bullet or the standard bullet need to be obtained from the recovered weapon. There are various methods for recovery of fire from the tank. In India, most of the forensic organizations use bullet recovery box for recovering the fired bullet, which is a standard bullet. In shotgun ammunition, there are a number of wads and comprises of overpowder wad, air cushion wad, undershot wad and overshot wad. They keep the powder charge in the cartridge in their proper place. In addition, the cushion wads, they seal the barrel on the firing and thus prevent escape of gases and consequent loss of velocity. They also clean and lubricate the barrels. Overpowder, undershot and overshot. They are waterproof. They are slightly larger than the bore of the firearm for which they are intended. Wad diameters of various shotgun ammunition. Let us first come to the bore 10. Now bore diameter is 0.775 in inches and in millimeters it is 19.7, while wad diameter for the same is 0.784 inches and 19.9 millimeter respectively. For 12, bore diameter in inches is 0.729 and in millimeters is 18.5 millimeter, and wad diameter for the same is 0.738 in inches and 18.7 millimeter respectively. For 16, bore 16, the bore diameter is 0.662 in inches and 16.8 in millimeters, while wad diameter for the same is 0.67 inches and 17 millimeter in diameter respectively. For 20, the bore diameter is 0.615 inches and 15.6 millimeter, while wad diameter is 0.623 inches and 15.8 8 millimeter respectively. For 24, it is 0.550 in inches and 14 millimeter in diameter, while VAT diameter is 0.557 inches and 14.1 millimeter respectively. Cushion vats are made from felt, cork, feltine, that is shredded paper, cardboard and plastics with air holes. They seal the barrel 12.5 millimeter thick and are often greased. The grease lubricates the barrels. The modern shotgun vatting has undergone several changes in the last few decades. The following changes have been made. The base vat is plastic mold and fixed in the base of the brass head under pressure. The over powder vat has changed to an inverted cup vat open side towards and over the powder, so that when the gases are formed, the lip, the open round edge of the cup is pressed with pressure against the barrel and thus it seals the bore. It prevents the escape of gases from the sides. The cushion vat's function is carried out by the cup cleaning and protecting the projectiles from coming in contact with the barrel and consequent damage. The sleeve has cuts along the edges in its frontal part. The four sides of the sleeve open up and fan out along the cuts when the sleeve comes out of the muzzle. The sleeve gets separated from the projectile charge. The sleeve being lighter falls down. It does not interfere with the shots in their flights. The buckshot in a cartridge has spaces which are filled with granular plastic material to cushion them. The plastic granular material prevents damage and provides uniform push to the projectiles. They ensure proper push to the projectile. The above innovations have improved the aim, range and ballistics of the shotgun cartridge considerably well. Now, VAT distribution. VATs are found in shotgun ammunitions. They are projected along with powder charge. They enter the target of up to a range of about 3 meters. If they are not obstructed, they scatter from 5 meters to about 10 meters or more. If the distance between the victim and the VATs is known, then the range of firearm can be easily determined. A more accurate estimation of range can be made by test firing with the suspected firearm and similar ammunition. The weather conditions indeed have an important effect upon the scattering of VATs. They may be not blown far away or retained near, depending upon the direction and velocity of the wind at or immediately after the time of firing. The weather should therefore be taken into account for the determination of the range of fire from VAT distribution. The cushion VAT, being heavier, goes to a much longer range. Formerly, the identification of buckshot and pellets fired through a smooth bore firearm was considered impossible. It appeared that buckshots packed between the VATs in a cartridge are pushed through the barrel without any appreciable sideway or turning motion. The buckshot and pellets on the periphery scratch against a segment of the inner surface of the barrel. They take up the marks from these segments corresponding to a land in the rifle barrel like bullet. The marks have been found consistent to a given segment of a barrel. Test marks are obtained on a specially prepared slug which fits in tightly in the barrel. When it is pushed through the barrel without turning motion or fired, it takes up marks from the whole internal surface of the barrel. The comparison of the marks on buckshot or pellets with the marks on the slug is then carried out with a comparison microscope like a bullet. Buckshots and pellets are sometimes housed in a sleeve placed in a cartridge. The sleeve actually protects the pellets or buckshots against scrapping in the barrel. Such buckshots or pellets will not take up the barrel marks. Coming to the pellet patterns. The area covered by pellets fired from a shotgun is proportional to the distance between the muzzle of the firearm and the target. Greater the range, greater is the area covered. The spread is affected by the length of the barrel of the firearm, the muzzle of the firearm, whether choked or not, and the condition of the ammunition. If test experiments are performed with the suspected firearm, and if the ammunition of the same make and batch is used, the pellet patterns provide a very fair estimate of the range. Generally, in a standard shotgun, the whole charge enters the body and mass up to a range of about 2 meters, forming a rat hole varying in diameter from about 2 centimeters to about 6 centimeters, depending mainly upon the distance between the muzzle and the target, the construction, that is a choke of the muzzle, and the size of the pellet charge. There is a rat hole surrounded by individual holes from about 2 meters to 7 meters. In buckshot charge, the individual shot may form its separate hole from a range of 3 to 4 meters. The separation of the holes is usually complete from about 10 meters onwards, especially in a buckshot charge. The spread of pellets at various ranges with different degrees of chokes is shown on your screen for a rough estimation. Let us come to the range in meters and the spread circle diameter in centimeters. Now, if the range is 10, then true cylinder, the circle diameter for true cylinder will be 54 centimeters, improved cylinder will be 38 centimeters, half choke 31 centimeters and full choke 23 centimeters. For a range of 15 meters, if the spread circle diameter is 71 centimeters, then it is for the true cylinder. For an improved cylinder, 55 centimeter. For half choke, 44 centimeters, and for full choke, 66 centimeters. For 20 meters of range, 88 centimeter circle diameter will be for a true cylinder. For an improved cylinder, 89 centimeters. For half choke, 58 centimeters. For full choke, 45 centimeters. For 25 meters of range, for true cylinder, the circle diameter will be 105 centimeters for 9 centimeters. For a 30 meters range, the circle diameter will be 122 centimeters for a true cylinder, 106 centimeters for improved cylinder, 90 centimeters for half choke and 75 centimeter for a full choke. Lastly, for a range of 35 meters, the spread circle diameter for a true cylinder will be 140 centimeters, for an improved cylinder will be 124 centimeters, for half choke 108 centimeters and for full choke 94 centimeters. Now, this table is not applicable to improvised pistols and guns made illegally by the local blacksmiths which do not conform to specifications. The barrels are either too loose or too tight. The length of barrel is often short. The inner surface is rough. Consequently, the spread of pellet is not only different from standard firearm, but it varies in the same firearm from one shot to another. And these firearms do not lend themselves to reliable range determinations. For standard firearm with half choke, a rough idea of the range is obtained from the fact that every meter of distance is equal to 3 centimeters of dispersion. Mathematically, D is equal to 3R, where R is the range in meters and D is the diameter of dispersion in centimeters. Improvised firearms are manufactured. Non-standardization creates a problem when comparison of the firearm has to be carried out. In addition to it, comparison of bullet and cartridge cases is carried out with the help of a comparison microscope. In case of shotguns, pellets are identified with the help of scratch markings if at all any is present. Hello students, I am Dr. Nimi Singh. Today I bring you the next learning episode on a very important unit of the paper Criminalistics, that is Forensic Significance of Soil. Dear students, in today's lecture you will be told about the soil and how is it important as an evidence. In addition to it, you will also be studying about the composition of the soil. In this lecture, you will also get to know about the collection, preservation and handling of soil and how their examination is carried out. We will then wind up today's lecture with a conclusion. So, let us have a look at the modules which we are going to learn today. So, the first one is going to be a brief introduction to the soil, then how soil can be used as an evidence and handling of soil, examination of soil, and then in the end we are going to conclude with a summary. It's nothing but a complex and changing mixture of decaying organic matter, living organisms and minerals, weathering rocks and decomposing plants. It is a natural body divided into horizons of loose, that is unconsolidated minerals and organic matter of variable depth on the earth's crust, which is capable of supporting plant growth. Soil can in general be considered as the natural accumulation of the humus, sand and gravel. The formation of soil is geological parent material, biological activity, relief and time. Soil may develop after being deposited by water, wind, human activity or animals or in situ. Soils are usually formed by the decomposition and disintegration of rocks and of the vegetation and animal fossils embedded in them. Rocks, they contain innumerable minerals which on weathering give soil particles in which various organic minerals from animal and plant resources or plant sources get mixed together and form soil which is usable for different purposes. A soil is a 3D transferable natural material which is found on the earth are due to the persistent action of climate and the constituent living organisms. Soil is actually formed from rocks in two stages. Firstly, decomposition of parent material by weathering of rocks, and secondly, the development of soil profile. Mud and loads of dust are sometimes found on vehicles or suspects' shoes. Although soil is quite different from other types of trace evidence, it is still going to serve the same purpose. So here the basic question would be whether the soil came from the crime scene or not. Although collecting soil sample from the shoes is easy, but the choice of control sample is rather difficult over very small distances. Soil sometimes varies within inches across the landscape and within inches down into the ground. Primary known samples are chosen from the spot where the questioned sample originated, such as location of shoes, tire prints, etc. A thorough analysis is then required to determine whether the two soil samples have the same origin or not. So, for this, methods like density gradient and observation of physical characteristics is used. Coming to what is a soil horizon? A soil horizon is a parallel layer to the soil surface whose physical characteristics differ from its adjacent layers. Each may be defined on the basis of obvious physical features, chiefly the texture and color. These may be described by one of the two approaches, that is in absolute terms, for example, particle size and distribution of texture, and in terms relative to the surrounding material, that is a sandier or a coarser than the adjacent horizons. Now coming to the layers of soil. Soil is generally made up of texturally and visually distinct layers, but from forensic point of view, generally only top two layers are important. So we are going to discuss here only the two top layers. In the figure, the soil horizons are shown. Now you have organic matter. It is a superficial organic deposit with litter layer of plant residues in non-relatively decomposed form. So then you have is a surface soil. Now mineral matter mixed with organic components. It is the layer of mineral soil with soil life and the accumulation of most of the organic matter. This layer is depleted of aluminium, clay, iron, other soluble constituents and organic compounds. Although there are vast variety of soils in the state, each type may exist for a few yards or a few feet with a large amount of variation even in a single soil sample. Hence, to exactly pinpoint the origin of a particular soil sample is often not possible, but it is rather easy to relate it to the areas as a function of depth. Nature of soil also varies vertically. Soil changes are also very sensitive towards human activity and nature. Debris originated from industrial operations and human habitation form an integral part of soil. The latter type of debris, for example bricks, fragments, cinder, chemicals, paint, droplets, roof, shingle stones, paint chips, glass, fibers or other items, if sufficiently unique and varied, can be most valuable factors in determining the individuality of a specimen. Soil samples with such unusual features can actually prove to be excellent physical evidence and may strengthen, and character of soil not only varies with depth but also laterally. In most of the cases, generally the superficial layers of the soil are examined unless there is a crime like digging of a grave. However, the changes of texture and colors of soil are not that much morphologically visible along the ground, but its chemical composition can show a variety of changes even in a very short distance range, and it actually helps in accurately determining the source of the soil sample. Therefore, in order to determine the normal distribution of soil of a particular crime scene, sufficient soil samples should be submitted. Tire marks or any other patterns are photographed by keeping a scale nearby to take the dimensions of that print, and a cast of plaster of Paris is made before in any manner disturbing the footprint. Photographs should be taken with a camera keeping it perpendicular to the impression. This will actually prevent the photograph from angle distortion. If the soil is firmly affixed to any object, it should not be removed. Such objects must be air dried then and properly packed in a paper bag or an appropriate container along with proper sealing and labeling. Clean paper envelope should be used to pack loose sand or soil sample, which can later be sealed in a suitable container and labeled as to source. Coming to the composition of soil. Soil is a part contains minerals, decaying organisms, water and air, all in varying amounts. Soil texture, it actually describes the size of the mineral particles that make up soil. There are three main soil grain sizes: sand, silt and clay. Sand describes the largest grain size and clay the smallest grain size. There are also three subcategories of soil: loam, peat and chalk. Loam is a type of soil which is made up of sand, silt and clay. Along with mineral particles, soil can also contain organic materials such as decaying plants and animals. Soil with more than 20% of the decaying organic sized pieces of solid but soft rock called chalk. Coming to the collection, preservation and handling of soil. To the nature of soil, it is mandatory that the exact location of the collected sample should be properly documented, be best illustrated by hand-drawn sketches or detailed commercial maps. Questioned samples, which are generally taken from ground-like samples taken from the gait pattern of a shoe, should be compared to the control samples collected from similar places, that which is according to the law is also very important. To ensure that examiners have adequate information of the variety or the variability of soil, sufficient number of control samples should be collected from the crime scenes along with the surrounding areas. Establishing the resemblance of a particular sample to a specific location greatly strengthens the association between them, excluding the possibility of others. Of course, the available amount of suitable soil can also limit the level of significance of comparison. In any case, the amount of questioned sample available for analysis cannot be controlled, but the investigators can substantially control the number as well as the amount of known specimens collected. All samples should be dried before packaging, sealing and labeling. Moist samples should be air dried first at room temperature for overnight before packaging. Along with this, the collection of control soil samples should not be overlooked. Control samples should be collected from the area that could be claimed as a probable source of questioned soil. A suspect may, for example, claim that the soil collected from shovel that was used to dig the victim's grave actually came from a garden. On forensic analysis and comparison of both the samples, the dissimilarities of both these samples can actually eliminate the yard or garden as a possible source. Now, questioned or suspect samples. A tablespoon of soil may be in a larger quantity than the control sample should also be collected in equal quantity. The larger the quantity of soil sample, the more specific will be the comparison results. Control or comparison samples. Now, obtain the samples consisting of at least 3 tablespoons of soil from each area which are suspected to be associated with the scene of crime. Control samples must be representative. If, for example, a pair of suspect shoes are recovered bearing a soil sample, the area of the footprint will correspond to the soil location on the shoes. While forensic soil examinations can yield important information concerning crimes and can establish the absence or presence, whatever it may be, investigators definitely affects the successful results. By understanding the vulnerability of earthen materials to contamination and by adopting the suitable collecting and packaging procedures, the potential forensic value of soil as an evidence can actually be maintained by the investigator. Its composing particles, which vary greatly in the sizes. So, the soil particles have been divided into various groups which are termed as separators. Following are some important physiochemical properties of the soil. Coming to the soil role in determining most of the physical characteristics of soil. The relative percentage of different soil separates sand, silt, clay is called soil texture. Soil structure is described by the shape, size and grades of soil particles. Now, the density of soil represents the weight of the soil per unit volume as grams per cubic centimeter. The degree of compaction and soil makeup greatly influence the density of the soil. Now, coming to the soil pH, that is the nature of the soil, whether it is alkaline or acidic, is determined with the pH of the soil, which is given in the table. Now, the first is going to be the denomination, that is whether it is alkaline or acidic, and then the pH range. If it is ultra acidic, then the pH is less than 3.5, extreme acid between 3.5 and 4.4, very strong acid between 4.5 and 5.0, strong acid 5.1 to 5.5, moderate acid 5.6 to 6.0, slight acid 6.1 to 6.5, neutral it is going to be between 6.6 7.3. Now comes the alkaline nature with pH as following: slightly alkaline will have pH 7.4 to 7.8, moderately alkaline 7.9 to 8.4, strongly alkaline 8.5 to 9 and very strong alkaline greater than 9. Coming to the soil color now. Soil color is inherited from its parent materials. Often, soil forming process also influences the color of the now. Coming to the methods for soil analysis and comparison of soil samples. Soil is a complex mixture of both inorganic as well as organic materials. During a soil analysis, the class characteristics of several soil samples from a known source are compared with those of a question sample. Just as with all items of evidence that simply contain class characteristics, exclusion is actually possible when the class characteristics of the known samples do not match with the question sample. If the crime scene location is not known, a questioned soil sample may hold information which is associated with its location. A trained forensic chemist familiar with the local geology may offer assistance in identifying regions containing
Hello viewers, I am Dr. Inderpreet Sandhu, Faculty, Department of Psychology, Punjabi University, Patiala. In our last lecture, we discussed about the definition of crime, criminal behavior and nature of criminal behavior. We learned that criminal psychology involves the use of psychology as a science to advance our understanding of the causes of crime, and the role of a psychologist in criminal investigations can take a variety of forms. Today, we will discuss about the class also according to the Indian Penal Code. We will also discuss about the classification of crime and what are the methods used to study criminal behavior in psychology. So, let's begin with the classification of crime. First, classification of crime according to Indian Penal Code. Criminal offences or crime can be seen and classified from a multitude of angles. Their impact on victims, the way they had been perpetrated, the offender's motive, and the seriousness of the offence, to name a few. The classification of crime can also depend upon the nature of crime. In some cases, there can be an criminal, can be a male, a female, or a delinquent. Considering the seriousness of crime, the crimes can be classified as ordinary crimes or serious crimes. I will now briefly touch upon the types of offences covered by Criminal Procedure Code mentioned in Indian Penal Code. Depending on the nature and gravity of the offences, the Indian Civil Procedure Code divides all crimes into two categories. First, cognizable offences, and second, non-cognizable offences or crimes. Let's take the first one, cognizable without a warrant. In such crimes, the police have a direct responsibility to take immediate action on receipt of a complaint or of credible information, visit the crime scene, investigate the facts, apprehend the offender, and arraign him before a court of law having jurisdiction over the matter. For example, an offence rioting with deadly weapon, a rape, a murder, etc. Second, non-cognizable crimes. These crimes are generally left to be pursued by the affected parties themselves in courts, and the court's order need to be obtained for undertaking an investigation. In such crimes, a police officer can arrest only with a warrant. For example, a public servant unlawfully engaging in trade, fraudulent use of false instrument in weighing by someone, or cheating, etc. Now that you have basic understanding of offences, let's see in detail how the crimes are classified under the Indian Penal Code. The first one, crimes against body. Such crimes comprise of murder and its attempt, culpable homicide not amounting to murder, kidnapping and abduction, hurt and causing death by negligence. Let me explain what culpable means. It means blameworthy, and culpable homicide means killing of a human being by another human being in a blameworthy or criminal manner. Let's take an example. Let's say person A is diagnosed with terminal illness and needs to have certain drugs to live from day to day. But person B confines person A in a room and denies him his medication, as a result of which person A dies. Now, person B is guilty of culpable homicide. Second, crimes against code contains offences against properties as well. In these kinds of crimes, the intention is to take movable property with the dishonest intentions from the possession of another without their consent. Such offences include crimes like dacoity, its preparation and assembly, extortion, robbery, and other aggravated forms of these crimes. The theft against the legal ownership of the property, like forgery, fraud, and looting, is also considered under this category. Next, crimes against public order. Such a crime is against public peace and order and involves any threat towards the safety of the communities and society. For example, any kind of riots, religious or communal, come under the purview of crime against public peace and order. It is also called as political crime, and it is the responsibility of government to look after the safety of the citizens against any anti-communistic behavior done by individual or group of individuals. Next in the category are economic crimes. The intention behind committing an economic offence is to have some kind of material advantage or to avoid or reduce some kind of material loss. The motive can also be of causing some kind of material loss to the third party with complete knowledge of such loss. Such crimes are committed to get money, for example, through breach of trust, fraud, forgery, counterfeiting of currency, money laundering, etc. With the increase in emergence of technology and computer usage, it is not a surprise that technology is also used for the commission of economic offences such as credit card frauds, cyber crimes, etc. These crimes evoke serious concern and impact nations' security and governance. Next in the category are crimes against women. Crimes against women are defined as any act of gender-based violence that results in or is likely to result in physical, sexual, or psychological harm or suffering of women. It is direct or indirect physical or mental cruelty to women. When violence is committed at home, it becomes domestic violence, and it may involve different means such as hitting, restraining, throwing objects, or it may include threats, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, controlling or domineering, intimidation, stalking, passive or covert kidnapping, murder. These cases can be included in criminal violence or dowry death, wife battering, maltreatment of a widow or of an elderly woman. All of them will be covered under domestic violence, and even eve teasing, forcing wife or daughter-in-law to go for feticide, forcing a young widow to commit sati, etc. All of these will be considered under social violence. Next category, crimes against children. Such crimes include physical and emotional abuse, neglect and exploitation, such as through child pornography or sex trafficking given in the concerned acts. But age of child has been defined to be below 18 years as per the Juvenile Justice Act 2000 amended. Therefore, an offence committed on a victim under the age of 18 years is considered as crime against children. These crimes can include rape, kidnapping and abduction of children, procuration of minors, selling or buying of children for prostitution, infanticide, etc. There are some other IPC crimes as well, and crimes under special and local laws as well, like Gambling Act, protection of civil rights, and many more. This is how crime is classified in India. Now let's see and discuss how crime is classified under international law. Internationally, crime is classified according to the severity of the punishment. I will discuss a few acts that are discussed under the international laws. First, acts leading to death or intending to cause death. Second, acts leading to harm or intending to cause harm to the person. Third, injurious acts of sexual nature. Fourth, acts against property involving violence or threat against a person. Fifth, acts against property only. Sixth, acts involving controlled psychoactive substances or other drugs. Seventh, acts involving fraud, deception or corruption. Eighth, acts against public order, authority and provision of the state. Ninth, acts against public safety and state security. 10th, acts against the natural environment. 11th, other criminal acts not elsewhere classified in particular. Till now, we discussed how crime is classified in India and internationally. Let's now discuss how the crime is measured, used for data collection to record criminal behavior. When a crime takes place, the investigative agencies are left with a number of questions to deal with to solve the case. These questions assist them in a wide range to work on crime analysis, a field of work which draws upon criminal psychological methods. Some of the questions are: was the crime planned meticulously or was it impulsive? Does the offender live locally to the crime scene? What age range is the offender likely to fall into? What is the gender of the police in investigations and in targeting resources? Let's take an example based on these questions. Simran is a criminal psychologist employed by a national police agency in India. She received information from a local police force on a serious, undetected stranger rape. What will Simran do? She will read through the statements and reports relating to the case and pick out information relating to the behavior of the perpetrator. This will then be compared to the behavioral indicators recorded from similar crimes to look for any indications that the same person committed crime. Using her findings as to whether the behavioral evidence indicates that the undetected crime was likely to have been committed by the same individual as any of the crimes held on the national database. This information can be used by the police force to focus on their investigation, or if the crime on the database is to be solved, the police can use Simran's report to aid them when building case to arrest this individual for the undetected rape. The assessment of the nature and extent of crime often suffers from shortcomings because of the limitation of the kind of data arrest records. Researcher B may rely on conviction rates to describe crime, while researcher C may use the number of convicts serving prison sentences. So none of the researchers may be in a position to assess fully the nature and extent of crime. Questions about how researchers measure crime and what those measurements reveal about the nature and extent of crime are among the most significant issues to be dealt with in criminal psychology. So, let's first explore the objectives and methods of collecting information, so let's discuss the objectives of measurement. There are three major reasons for measuring characteristics of crimes, criminals and victims. First of all, researchers need to collect and analyze information in order to test theories about why people commit crime. A theory is a systematic set of principles that explain how two or more phenomena are related. One criminologist might record the kinds of offences committed by offenders of different ages. Another might count the number of crimes committed at different times of the year. But without ordering these observations, limited in their ability to predict the future. The second objective of measurement is to enhance our knowledge of the characteristics of various types of crimes or offences. Why are some offences more likely to be committed than others? What are the situational factors, such as time of day or type of place, that influence their commission? Experts have argued that this is the kind of information that is needed if we are to prevent crime and develop strategies to control it. The third objective of the measurement is that criminal justice agencies depend on, like how many people flow through country jails, or how many will receive prison sentences. There are many other questions that affect legislative and policy decisions. For example, if a law changes in a given area, what effect does the change have on the amount of crime committed? Let's ask whether homicides decreases when laws establishing death penalty are enacted, or does smuggling move to another entry point if old access routes are cut off? So the collection of data during the process of crime investigation, perfect data collection techniques to understand crime and criminal behavior patterns. Now let's move to the next section, which is methods of collecting data. Depending on what questions the criminal psychologists are working on, they collect data in a variety of ways, which can be survey methods, experimental research methods, participant and non-participant observation, case study method, to name a few. Let's discuss these methods in detail now. The first one, survey method. One of the most widely used methods is, of course, survey research. A survey of respondents in questionnaires or interviews. Generally, surveys are used to gather information about the attitudes, characteristics or behavior of a large group of persons. Such groups are called population of the survey. Typical surveys conducted by criminologists measure the amount of crime, attitude towards police or towards the sentencing of dangerous offenders, assessment of drug abuse and fear of crime, and so on and so forth. If you recall the Nirbhaya case in the first lecture, there were many surveys conducted on the population by different agencies, whether the entire population of a country or a place. So the researchers will select a representative subset of a population known as sample. So if a sample is carefully drawn, researchers are able to generalize their results from this sample that they took to the larger population. The next research method, experimental research method. What is an experiment? In an experiment, an investigator introduces a change into a process and makes measurements or observations in order to evaluate the effects of the change. Through experimentation, scientists test their hypotheses about how two or more variables are related to each other. And most experiments are done in laboratories, but it is also possible to conduct them in the real world, which we called field settings. Let's discuss one interesting field experiment that was done at New Jersey's Rahway State Prison to test the hypothesis that if youngsters were shown the horrors of prison, would they still commit crimes or not? The objective was to scare young people out of crime. Hence, the project became known as Scared Straight Project. Let's see how this experiment was carried out. First, several agencies were asked to propose male juveniles for the experiment. All the juveniles proposed for the pool were given a series of tests to determine their attitudes towards crime, punishment, prison, the police, and so forth. Afterwards, some of the juveniles were randomly assigned to the experimental group, which would actually go to the prison, and the rest of the people in the control group will not. After the experimental group had participated in this program, both the groups, experimental and control, were again given the same attitude tests to find out if the prison experience had changed the attitude of the experimental group. Then 6 months later, the juvenile records of the two groups were checked to find out how many of the youth in both the experimental and the control group had committed crime during the last 6 months. So this was to test the hypothesis that did fewer of the youngsters who had supposedly been scared straight been arrested than those who had not made the visit. So such method provides detailed descriptions of life as it actually is lived in prisons, gangs, and other settings. The next method, participant and non-participant observation. Observation is the most direct meaning social situations. When the investigators engage in non-participant observation, they do not join in the activities of the groups they are studying. They simply observe the activities in everyday settings and record what they see. Can you think of an example? Let's say a researcher may sit in a police station recording what happens as suspects are brought in. So investigators who engage in participant observation, however, gather information through involvement in the social life of the group they are studying. They take part in many of the group's activities in order to gain acceptance, but they generally make clear the purpose of their participation. Let me give you an example. Anne Campbell, a criminologist, spent 2 years as a participant observer to understand the lifestyles of girl gang members. She reported that at first the female gang members were guarded in their disclosures. They asked a lot of questions about Anne's life, her background, and her reasons for wanting to hang out with them, etc. But gradually, over the period of 6 months, the gang members opened up a good deal and shared a lot of details about their lives and their work, which was very helpful for understanding gang-related behavior. That is used to examine in detail the experiences of offenders, called case study method. A case study is an analysis of all pertinent aspects of one unit of study, such as an individual, an institution, a group, or a community. The sources of information are such as documents from life histories, biographies, diaries, journals, letters, and other records. A classic demonstration of criminologists use the case study method is found in Edwin Sutherland's The Professional Thief, based on interviews of professional thieves, how thieves communicated, how they determined whether to trust each other or not, and their process of networking. From discussions with the thief and an analysis of his writings on topics selected by the researcher, Sutherland was able to draw several conclusions that other techniques of gathering data would not have yielded. For instance, a person is not a professional thief unless he is recognized as such by other professional thieves. This was one of the recordings. So, though each source is useful in data collection for the eventual understandings, besides collecting their own data by surveys, by experiments, observations, and case study methods, researchers often also depend on secondary data collected by private and public organizations for their purposes. The police, the courts, and correction officials, for example, need to know the number of personnel passing through the criminal justice system at various points in order to carry out day-to-day administrative tasks and to plan for the future. In this context, we should also discuss about interviewing, detecting deception, and eyewitness research. One of the most important tasks during an investigation is collecting reliable evidence in order to put together a case of what happened during the event in question. One of the main sources of this evidence is the people who were eyewitnesses to the event. In order to gain this information, an interview needs to be conducted by the investigating police officers or agencies with the aim of gaining as much accurate information from the witnesses as possible. In addition, once a suspect has been identified, he or she too is interviewed in order to gain his or her view of events and to possibly extract confession or a suspect, and the manner in which it is conducted can be crucial to the case. It is not surprising, therefore, when one thinks of the processes, those relating to memory and the retrieval of memory, that criminal psychologists use interview, detecting deception, and eyewitness research in understanding crime and criminal behavior. Given research findings such as those that state the recall of events by witnesses can be manipulated by the interviewer either intentionally or unintentionally, for example, by the type of questions asked, etc., it is clear in how to conduct the interviews properly. Psychologists have been instrumental in developing guidance and advice on how best to interview witnesses and suspects, and have also provided training to various police forces on these techniques. The police can use the services of the psychologists in order to gain advice on how to interview particular type of witness or suspects. For example, psychologists have conducted research into interviews with vulnerable witnesses such as young, the elderly, the learning disabled, etc. This research can be used to inform us without causing them too much stress, while at the same time ensuring that the information received is as accurate as possible. Research performed by criminal psychologists investigating the detection of deception also has useful applications for police when interviewing witnesses and in particular suspects. How do people behave when they are lying? And what cues can police officers look out for that might indicate that the suspects are lying about their whereabouts during the crime? Is it possible to tell with a level of accuracy when someone is lying? And are polygraphs reliable in detecting deception? These questions help formulate hypotheses. So, I hope today's lecture was helpful in gaining insights about the classification of crime and the methods used in the measurement of crime. Thank you very much.
Hello students, I am Dr. Nimi Singh. Today I bring you a learning module which is Firearm Evidence and Part 4, in which we will discuss about country-made firearms, its importance in forensic science, its class process. We will also discuss about identification of bullets, wads and pellets for country-made firearms. Let us start our episode with a look at what we are going to learn today. Let us start with the introduction of the topic, then we'll study importance, classification, characteristics, firing process, coming to the identification of bullet, then comparison microscope in identification, examination of bullets, comparison of question bullet and sample bullet, and identification of VADs is going to be the third topic, in which we are going to study the VAD distribution, then identification of pellets, in which we are going to study the pellet patterns, and then in the last the conclusion of what we have studied. The country-made firearms are improvised by the culprits from readily available materials, either personally or with the help of a local blacksmith. The demand for the improvised firearms has increased so much in recent times that there is considerable demand for these weapons in Uttar Pradesh, Bihar and in some other border states, and the demand is continuously increasing. The advent of the country-made firearms is a result of the stringent controls on the manufacture and sale of ammunition and also of the licensing policy for the firearms. No person in India can get a firearm after the verification of his antecedents. Likewise, the ammunition can be purchased only by a firearm license holder, the quantity of which is again limited by an insertion in the firearm license itself. The culprits who need arms and ammunition, they tap the clandestine markets or they go in for the improvisations. The country-made firearms, as already seen, are the non-standard firearms. They are not tested or proved for their fireworthiness. The weapons, therefore, are usually imperfect contrivances which are highly dangerous even to those who use them. Besides, they are also not amenable to the standard techniques used for evaluating the forensic ballistic problems generated by them. Let us come to the importance now. The firearm equalizes the weak and the strong. They spell death to those against whom they are used. The possession of the weapon thus confers superiority to its possessor over those who do not possess them. They are therefore frequently used in the commission of crime, in settling scores with the opponents, or cowing down those who do not possess firearms, or to frighten the victims in crime situations. As the legal possession and legal trade is country-made firearm in a big way. So much so that in India, a fairly large percentage of firearms used in crimes is of the improvised variety. The percentage varies from state to state from about 25% to over 50%. Therefore, these country-made firearms are of great importance in criminal investigation work. The country-made firearm involved in heinous crimes provide confirming linking evidence. The evidence has, however, to be evaluated properly. Formerly, only limited evaluations of the evidence were possible. Fortunately, over the past, practically the same evidentiary value as is possible from the standard firearms. Now coming to the classification. The classification of country-made firearms cannot follow the classification practice of the standard factory-made firearms. They are classified with reference to the ammunition used in them. Thus, we have 12 bore firearm and 0.303 firearms. The former fires 12 bore cartridge and the latter the 0.303 cartridge. As the ammunition of the other types of firearm is not easily available and is very costly. Times revolvers of the 0.32 and 0.38 calibers are also seen. The country-made firearms are also classified according to the manner in which they are fired. Thus, we have the shoulder firearm or the handguns. The country-made handguns are more popular as they can be conveniently concealed and carried. The country-made firearms, by and larger, have smooth bore barrels, though some handguns do carry rifling, often in a crude form to satisfy the purchaser than to improve the ballistics of the arm or ammunition. Coming to the characteristics, country-made firearms have the usual parts: the barrel, the action, the lock from pieces of iron or steel pipes used in the sanitary or electrical work. They are seldom manufactured by boring of the steel rods. The length of the barrel varies from about 10 centimeters to 25 centimeters in case of handguns and is about 60 centimeters in the shoulder firearms. The barrels of the discarded muzzle loading guns are also cut and used for the country-made 12-bore firearms. The following points are noteworthy about the barrels in such firearms. The diameter of the bore caliber seldom corresponds to that of a firearm. It varies another in the same barrel. The bore surface is seldom smooth. It may have been ridges and valleys and protrusions, pits, etc. The thickness of the barrel wall differs from one firearm to another. The barrels often have a welded seam to form a pipe made from a sheet, which is the weakest structural feature of the barrel. The barrels of the country-made firearms, which are intended to fire 0.303 cartridges, have the noteworthy characteristics. The first, that is, there is no rifling in the barrel. Secondly, the diameter of the barrel varies from 7 to 13 millimeter, which is not uniform. The barrel is usually thick but varies from firearm to firearm. The bore surface is rough. It carries pits and protrusions, ridges and valleys. The barrels of the other bores or caliber country-made firearms have barrels characteristics which are similar to those mentioned above. The loose, rough and the non-uniform barrels are responsible for the varying ballistics performance of the ammunition from one shot to another. Now, improper materials, the presence of joints, protrusions, pits, etc. in the barrels make these weapons highly dangerous for the user. Interestingly, the weapon becomes less dangerous to the victims as the ammunition does not acquire the intended velocity. They still remain highly dangerous at close ranges at which they are normally used. Chamber. The country-made firearms usually do not have specially made chambers. In most of them, the barrel end serves as a chamber and there is no special provision, lead or separation of the chamber from the barrel bore. Now, if the bore diameter is more than the diameter of the base of the cartridge, a special arrangement, which is some sort of adapter attached to the chamber end, is made to prevent the slippage of the cartridge into the barrel. In extremely crude weapons, the slippage is prevented. The chambers of the country-made firearms, if they exist, do not have the proper dimensions, nor do they have any arrangement for sealing the cartridge correctly. Consequently, the cartridge often rests in the chamber, which is an important factor for varying ballistics given by the same firearm from one shot to another. The loose chambers also cause cartridge bursts. A tight chamber imprints the chamber irregularities on the cartridge tube, which facilitates their identification, especially in those cases where the percussion cap has been pierced or blown off. Action. The hammer trigger. Often the hammer is cocked manually. It is held in the cocked position through a spring mechanism. When the trigger is pressed, it releases the hammer and the spring makes the hammer to strike the firing pin with a considerable force. The firing pin in turn is pushed forward and strikes the percussion cap, thus exploding the cartridge. The main distinguishing characteristics of the action are: the firing pin is more or less headless nail. In some cases the head of the nail was also observed. It is propelled forward by the striker. It is slightly longer than needed and pierces the percussion cap. Thus gases leak backward. This reduces the forward propulsive forces and hence the velocity and the kinetic energy of the projectiles. The piercing of the cap complicates the identification of the firing pin mark on the cartridge case in respect of the firearm containing the firing pin. However, backward leakage of gases through the pierced hole permits better impact of the base of the cartridge with the breech face and hence better transfer of breech face marks on the base of the cartridge. Numerous irregularities which leave their marks on the cartridge case and are then exploited for the identification of the fired cartridge. But in some cases, the firing pin continues to be pressed against the cartridge as there is no spring action to take it back. In such cases, when the cartridge is being taken out, the protruding firing pin scraps the percussion cap and base of the cartridge. It creates the scrap marks which provide ample evidence to link the fired cartridge with the weapon from which the cartridge has it. In respect of the used country-made firearm is often easier rather than difficult. The firing pin in country-made firearms can be easily replaced. The clever criminals have at times replaced the firing pin or mutilated its original surface characteristics also. The fraud, however, does not help much. The breech face marks provide the necessary identification data. The locking systems of the country-made firearms are notoriously unreliable. There is no proper barrel stock coupling system. The locking device is often a nail and a hole arrangement. In some cases, the overlapping of parts make them very unsafe. Cartridge burst. Coming to the firing process. The poor construction of the firearm, however, affects the firing process in the following ways. A longer and a non-retractable firing pin pierces the percussion cap of the cartridge. It adversely affects the initiation of the powder charge, modifying the intended use of the ammunition. Secondly, the gap between the breech face and base of the cartridge allows the backward movement of the cartridge. Sometimes the cartridge bursts and seriously affects the adequate burst and the development of adequate pressure, which in turn affects both the aim and range. The extent of the effect varies from firearm to firearm and even from one shot to another shot. Metallic pieces may fly when a cartridge bursts, injuring the shooter or bystanders. Thirdly, the oversized chambers promote lateral expansion, which affects the development of forward pressure. In some cases, the cartridge bursts, which seriously affects the ballistics of the ammunition. An oversized barrel bore allows the escape of the gases from the sides. It affects the ballistics of the process in the following ways. The gases escaping from the sides do not contribute towards the velocity of the projectiles. The kinetic energy of the projectiles is thus reduced. The escaping gases do not build up the pressure. It gives incomplete combustion. It reduces the velocity of the projectiles. The projectiles, due to the above reasons, have lower wounding powder. The oversized bore prevents a continuous bullet-bore contact. The random contact may or may not imprint adequate contact marks on the bullets for the bullet-barrel linkage. In an undersized barrel, the bore of the weapon may burst, but it seldom happens. It is probably due to the incomplete combustion, backward movement of the cartridge, punctured cap, bursting of the cartridge itself, etc., which helps to prevent the firearm burst. The combustion of the powder charge of the ammunition meant for long barreled firearm is not complete in the short barreled country-made firearms. Consequently, the semi-burnt or unburnt powder particles in considerable amounts are also ejected along with the projectiles and other ejecta. The incomplete combustion, it inhibits a complete and proper development of pressure. The projectiles therefore do not acquire standard velocities or striking energies. The wounding powder of the projectile fired from a country-made firearm is considerably reduced. The country-made firearms do not have rifling. The projectiles fired from them therefore do not acquire a spin. It's fired are of standard rifle ammunition. As the semi-burnt or unburnt powder particles are also hurled along with the other ejecta, the powder range may thus increase. The data of a standard firearm do not hold good for the country-made firearms. The rough bore surface may scrap the metal particles from the projectiles. They travel to a greater distance than those in standard firearm and may give false estimates of the ranges if the data of the standard firearm is used for range determination. In an excessively large bore, the bullets may get dent due to striking against the barrel walls at an angle. The dents due to ricochet. In both the oversized and undersized bore barrels, the wads may get damaged or marked in a particular fashion. The change in characteristics may help in the wad firearm linkage.
students. I'm Deepika Bhandhan of the content writers Dr. G.S. Sodhi and myself on an important unit of paper Crime and Society titled Victimology. In this episode, we will learn about the concept of victimology, its history and its different branches. Further, we will also discuss about the different types of victims, the relationship between victims and offenders, and the interaction between victims and the criminal justice system. The various modules under this lecture are Introduction, History of Victimology, Branches of Victimology, Relation between Victimology and Science, Role of Victim in Crime, Types of Victims, Compensation. What is meant by the term victimology? First, the introduction. The word victimology is an amalgamation of a Latin word victima, which means victim, and a Greek word logos, which means a system of knowledge and a discipline. The science of victimology deals with the study of the relationship between the victim and the perpetrator. To understand this concept, first we must understand what is meant by the terms victim and perpetrator. A victim is the person who has been harmed by a perpetrator, whereas a perpetrator, also known as the offender, is an individual who has the study of victimology and the different theories of victimology to determine why the victim was targeted by the offender. Brent E. Turvey, a famous criminologist, has defined victimology as a thorough study and analysis of victim characteristics. In other words, victimology is a scientific field that studies the statistical data which defines the procedures and causal associations related to victimization. Further, victimization is defined as the process of becoming a victim. This field comprises the actions and events that lead to victimization, such as the victim's experience, its aftermath and responsibilities, happenings, influences and replies by the people, administrations and the beliefs related to victims. Likewise, we can say that victimology is the study of victims and their psychological effects. Apart from the study of victimization, victimology also includes the relationship between victims and offenders, the interaction between victims and the criminal justice system, and the police and courts, and the association between victims and other social groups and organizations, such as the media, businesses and social movements. Further, it is not constrained to the study of victims of crime only. History of victimology. Though the literature about victim dates back to the writings by Beccaria 1764, Lombroso 1876, Ferry 1892, Garofalo 1885, Sutherland 1924, Hentig 1948, Nagel 1949, Ellenberger 1955, Wolfgang 1958 and Schaffer 1968. The perception of a discipline to study victims and the word victimology has its own basis with the initial fictions of Benjamin Mendelssohn. Benjamin Mendelssohn is known as the father of victimology. Victimology is important in the general investigative procedure since it not only tells us about who the victims are, their fitness and individual history, social behaviors and personality, but also provides links as to why they are selected as victims by the perpetrator. let us have a look at the important chronological details regarding the history of victimology. Firstly, in 1924, Edwin Sutherland included a chapter on victims in his book on criminology. Next, in 1937, Benjamin Mendelssohn published data about rapists and victims. 1941, further in 1947, Benjamin Mendelssohn coined the term victimology. In 1957, Marguerite Fry proposed a compensation to victims in London Times. In 1958, Marvin Wolfgang used the term victim precipitation after studying homicide victims. In 1965, victim compensation was first started in California and becomes the first state in USA to start it. Japan enacted criminal indemnity law in 1966. Next, in 1967, the Criminal Compensation Injuries Act was created by Canada, Switzerland and Cuba. In 1960, and his criminal. Further, in 1979, the World Society of Victimology was founded in Germany. In addition, in 1985, the United Nations adopted the basic principles of justice for victims of crime and abuse of power. We will now discuss about the different branches of victimology in detail. Branches of victimology. As mentioned earlier, the science victimology includes the study of victimization along with analyzing the relationships between victims and offenders, the interaction between victims and the criminal justice social groups and organizations such as the media, businesses and social movements. Victimology can therefore be divided into different branches as per their applicability. Module 3, Branches of Victimology. As mentioned earlier, the science victimology includes the study of victimization along with analyzing the relationships between victims and offenders, the interaction between victims and the criminal justice system, that is, the police and courts, and the association between victims and other social groups and organizations such as the media, businesses and social movements. Victimology can therefore be divided into different branches as per their applicability. The different branches of victimology are general victimology. General victimology pertains to a broader emphasis on the study of all the types of victims and not just the victims of crime. Some scholars also refer to general victimology as victimity. This branch of victimology includes the study and comprehension of 5 specific types of victimization. These are criminal victimization, self-victimization, social environmental victimization, technological victimization and natural disaster victimization. The next important branch of victimology is theoretical victimology. Theoretical victimology is majorly concerned with the causative or causal explanations of victimization. It therefore focuses on the collection of data and its analysis and formulating theories based on the results obtained from the data collected. Various theoretical models have been put forth to explain the disparities in victimization risk, correlation of victimization and repeated victimization. These models focus largely on victim demographics as well as on victim-offender interactions and relationships. Penal victimology focuses mainly on the role of the victim in relation to the social forces that result and follow from criminal acts which are defined by the court of law. The initial victimologists such as Hans von Henting and went from this paradigm focused on the victim's role in both crime causation and criminal proceedings. Lastly, let us discuss about critical victimology. The latest branch of victimology to have emerged is the critical victimology. Critical victimology is concerned with the social environment in which the crime occurs. It caters to the effect of social structure on criminal victimization. Accordingly, critical victimologists are concerned as to how crimes are defined as well as in why some victims are overlooked or ignored by both the criminal justice system and society as a whole. Let us now proceed towards the relation between. As discussed earlier, victimology is a scientific field that studies the statistical data, which defines the procedures and causal associations related to victimization. By reviewing victims' facts, experts increase evidences against the criminals, which supports in outlining or identification of the criminal. The applicability of scientific methods serves in analyzing and interpreting the data obtained from different sources. This is statistical investigation is done under the given steps. Collection. Collection of data constitutes the first step in a statistical investigation. Maximum care must be applied in analyses made can never be replicable. Organization. Data collected from published sources are generally in organized form. However, a large mass of figures collected from a survey frequently needs organization. The first step in organizing a group of data is editing. The collected data must be edited very carefully so that the errors, variations, irrelevant answers and wrong computations in the returns from a survey may be corrected or adjusted. After editing of data, next step is classification of data. The reason for classification is to arrange the data according to some common features per tabulation. The reason for tabulation is to arrange the data in columns and rows so that there is absolute transparency in the data presented. Presentation. After the data has been collected, data presentation in an orderly manner facilitates statistical analysis. There are two different modes in which the collected data may be presented. Diagrams and graphs. The next step, the analysis of this data. Analysis. After collection, organization and presentation, the next step is that of analysis. The purpose of analyzing data is to dig out information useful for decision making. Methods used in analyzing the presented data are numerous, ranging from simple observation of the data to complicated, sophisticated and highly mathematical techniques. Interpretation. The last stage of statistical analysis is interpretation, that is, drawing conclusions from the data collected and analyzed. The interpretation of data is a difficult task and necessitates a high degree of skill and experience. If the data that has been analyzed are not properly interpreted, the whole object of the investigation may be defeated and fallacious conclusion can be drawn. Correct interpretation will lead to a valid conclusion of the study and thus can aid one in taking suitable decisions. Further, the different trends in statistics lives in work and working conditions, which often play a significant role in why a person has become a victim. This information also helps in our understanding of victims and the criminal. Local authorities also rely on the statistics to work towards implementing the course of action that will prevent or reduce different types of crime. Profilers are certain that it is significant to collect details or history about the victim. The victim's source, physical look, traits and features have complemented the data, which can be estimated at and after departure from a crime scene. In the occurrence that a number of victims have been established above a sequence of months or years, facts such as this may explain why the victims had become targets. Victims will likely have been chosen because of their surroundings, their physical appearance and capabilities and their social standing, such as homeless adults and offspring, prostitutes, refugee workers, homosexuals or unmarried females. They will every so often be incapable to protect themselves and incapable of calling for help because of their surrounding or their sensibility. We will now learn about the role of victim in crime. Role of victim in crime. The victim gives important information about the crime, which helps the investigating agencies in solving the crime as well as helps the court in conviction of the accused. Further, cooperation between the victim and the investigating agencies is a must for gaining valuable information about the crime. Therefore, participation of victim is very essential for effective law enforcement processes. Victims have therefore become an integral part in giving direction to the criminal justice system. The next section in this episode deals with types of victims. Types of because of his or her individual, specialized or social life. Having a close information about the victim's existence and habits provides the reason that why the specific person was selected at a set time and place for the commission of crime. This information divides victims into the following three categories. These are low risk, medium risk and high risk victims. Low risk victims. These type of victims tend to remain close to work and home. They do not go to common places they do not know properly. They lock their entrances at night. They grip stable works and have numerous friends. Medium risk victims are indiscriminate and at times they go out at night by themselves. The last category of victims is high risk victims. High risk victims. These types of victims are those who live in high risk conditions. For example, prostitutes, people who particularly walk on the lanes at very odd timing, noticeably fall into this group. They typically work during night hours, interact with strangers regularly, willingly climb into cars with strangers and therefore are easy targets. Other high-risk activities include use of drugs, sexually energetic lifestyles, night shift jobs and connection with other people who possess criminal tendencies. Their victims' susceptibility. Criminals choose their victims based on their individual fantasies and their victims' susceptibility. Some victims are just grabbed as victims of opportunity. Low-risk victims are less prone in comparison to high-risk victims. However, anyone can be present at the wrong location at the wrong time. Other victims are swift as they are suitable for the role in the criminal's imagination. Criminals may devote a little time, possibly days or weeks, planning for the perfect victim. That is, the individual who most possibly matches his fantasy. Psychological autopsy is an important form of victim profiling. A psychological autopsy is done when the intentional, suicidal or homicidal. To resolve this, the forensic psychiatrist digs into the victim's school, work, medical and family histories. The forensic psychiatrist interviews family, friends and associates, evaluates autopsy, police and witness reports. The objective is to regulate whether the victim was the type of person who was living in a high stress situation to take his or her own life or living a lifestyle that made him or her easy prey for a killer. Further, different criminologists have given various forms of victims on the basis of according to the degree of their contribution in crime. These are: first, entirely blameless sufferers. Example, small babies or offspring who are raped or killed or abducted devoid of their knowledge. Second, victims with negligible guilt, like pregnant woman who goes to quacks for abortion. Third, victims more guilty than the offenders, such as those who provoke others to commit crime. Fourth, the most embarrassed kind of victims are the ones who commit crimes contrary to others and get injured or destroy themselves. Example, a rapist who gets murdered by his victim who responds in self-protection. Last, give evidence in the courts in order to obtain sentence against an accused person. Further, Walter Reckless in 1961 has talked of two types of victims. These are reporting and non-reporting victims. The former is one who does not bother for the consequences of recording his discrimination but is relatively interested in receiving the offender punished or receiving some relief for his suffering, whereas the later is one who is unwilling to report because he or she fears reprisals or social consequences of doing so. Fatah in 1967 has identified victims as Wolfgang. 1967 has mentioned 5 types of victimization. These are: primary victimization including personalized or single victims. Secondary victimization, in this the victim is an impersonal target of the offender. Example, a robber in a department store, a person roaming without a ticket on a roadways bus, etc. Tertiary victimization, which affects the public or the administration of society. Fourth, mutual victimization, which concerns those victims who themselves are offenders in a given mutually consensual act, example adultery. And fifth is no victimization, which is an action of von Hentig in his book titled The Criminal and His Victim in 1948 has given 4 types of victims. These include: first, victims whose wounds might be the price of a greater gain, example in abortion. Second, victims who bear the unfavorable result of the prohibited activities partly by their own concurrent effort, example prostitutes. Third, victims who provoke or initiate the offense, example by challenging the opponent to kill him if he can, and in an emotional state of mind, the opponent accepts the challenge and attacks. And lastly, fourth, victims who desire the injury. Hentig has further classified the attitudes of victims as lethargic attitude, submissive or convening attitude, cooperative or contributive attitude, and fourth, provocative or investigative attitude. Lastly, the US Department of Justice workplace for sufferers of crime has also identified the following types of victims or victimization. First, adult molested as child, adult of group age of 18 or older, that is sexually abused as a child. Second, adult sexual assault. Sexual offense comprises rape, incest, fondling, exhibitionism or pornography of an adult age 18 or older. Third, aggravated assault, deliberately causing chronic wound by a deadly weapon, unlawful intended struggling, frightening to cause chronic injury with a dangerous weapon. Fourth, arson, any deliberate or intentional burning or effort to burn with or without intending to deceive a dwelling, house, public building, motor vehicle or aircraft or personal property of another. Fifth, assault, illegal outbreak by one individual on another with or without a weapon that imposes or efforts or threatens to wreak physical injury. Sixth, child physical abuse, due to severe beatings, burns, strangulation or human bites, non-accidental injury, child sexual abuse. These are sexual offences by parents against a child or other adults. Eighth, domestic violence, violent acts involving a current or former spouse or domestic partner. Ninth, DUI or DWI crash, accident involving one or more motor vehicles in which at least one driver was under the influence of alcohol or drugs or was legally intoxicated at the time of the crash. 10th, elder abuse, abuse perpetrated, done. 11th, fraud, deliberate deception perpetrated for unlawful or unfair gain. 12th, gang violence, criminal acts committed by a group of 3 or more individuals who regularly engage in criminal activity and identify themselves with a common name or sign. 13th, human sex trafficking. Human sex trafficking is defined as the commercial act induced by fraud, force or coercion, or where the person is made to perform such acts who has not attained the age of 18 years, or the hiring, transportation, harboring or obtaining an individual for service, bondage or slavery. 14th, identity theft, a crime in which an impostor gets the information about the personal information like social security or driver's license numbers in order to impersonate. 15th, robbery. It is defined as the act of taking or making an attempt to take anything of value from the custody, care and control of the individual by threatening him or by force or violence. 16. Sexual offense, forcible rape, attempted rape, statutory rape, sexual harassment, prostitution or any other unlawful sexual contact, profit from sexual activity. 17th, stalking. Stalking is any unsolicited contact among two individuals that directly or indirectly communicates threat or places the victim in fear. And lastly, 18th is white collar crime. It can be defined as a non-violent type of crime committed for financial gain by deceiving individuals with special technical and professional knowledge of business or government. In the last section of this episode, we will discuss about the compensation to the victims. Compensation to victims. In India, Section 357 of Criminal Procedure Code or CRPC defines the order to pay compensation to victims. This section is divided into 3 parts as stated. First, when the punishment is given to the accused and the fine is the part of it. In this, the court may order the whole of part of the fine given to prosecution for covering the expenses, to the victim for any injury or loss produced during the offence, to the victim's family when the victim died, and in case of loss of property during crime like theft or robbery. Second, when the punishment is given to the accused but fine is not the part of it, any injury or loss. And lastly, when the compensation is awarded but it is subjected to appeal, then payment will be stopped until the appeal is presented in the court. Let us now conclude this episode by revising what we have learned so far. Conclusion. Victimology is the study of victimization, including the relationships between victims and offenders. It consists of study of the precursors, vulnerabilities, happenings, influences, retrievals and replies by people, administrations and their selves in vulnerable positions than high-risk victims. The police can defend your individuality throughout the investigation and the initial days of a trial. In certain cases, they can even protect your identity during the trial itself. The victim's source, physical look, traits and features have appreciated data which can be estimated at and after departure of a crime scene. The victim's source, physical look, traits and features has appreciated data which can be estimated at and after departure of a crime scene. With all these information, here we come to the end of today's lecture. Do keep in mind what we have discussed today. This is time for your self-study. www.cec.nic.in for MCQs, quiz and LORs. Till then, keep studying, stay connected and goodbye.
Hello students, I am Tulika Banerjee. Today I bring you the next learning episode on behalf of the content writers Dr. G.S. Sodhi and Deepika Bhandari on an important unit of paper, Crime and Society, which is Social Change in Crime, in which we will discuss about crime and various prominent theories related to crime and criminals. We will also discuss about the crime on role of social change in committing crime. Let's start our module with a look at what we are going to learn today. First is introduction, then prominent theories including differential association theory, labeling theory, self-concept and containment theory, crime trend in India, control of crime, role of social change in committing crime, and lastly with the conclusion. The legal definition of crime is that it is a behavior or an activity in violation of the legal code. Paul Tappen has defined crime as an intentional act or omission in violation of criminal law committed without defense or justification and sanctioned by the state for punishment as a felony or a misdemeanor. Crime has also been defined in social or non-legal terms. The social definition of crime is that it is behavior or an activity that offends the social code of a particular community. Morer has defined it as an anti-social act. Caldwell has explained it as an act or a failure to act that is considered to be so detrimental to the well-being of a society as judged by its prevailing standards that action against it cannot be entrusted to private initiative or to haphazard methods, but must be taken by an organized society in accordance with the tested procedures. Differential association theory. Sutherland proposed differential association theory in the year 1939 and elaborated it in the year 1947. Initially, he applied it to all criminal behavior. Sutherland forwarded mainly two explanations for criminal behavior, that is, situational and genetic or historical. The former explains crime on the basis of situation that exists at the time of crime, and the latter explains crime on the basis of a criminal's life experiences. For example, if a hungry boy comes across a restaurant and finds the owner absent, he steals a roti. In this case, the boy steals not because the restaurant owner was absent and he himself was hungry, but because he had learnt earlier that one could satisfy one's hunger by stealing things. Thus, it is not the situation which motivates a person to commit a crime or commit a theft, it is his learnt attitudes and beliefs. This theory is learnt in interaction with other persons in a process of communication. The principal part of the learning process occurs within intimate, small personal groups. The learning includes techniques of committing crime and a specific direction of motives, drives, rationalizations and attitudes. The specific direction is learned from definitions of legal codes as favorable or unfavorable. A person becomes a criminal or a delinquent because of an excess of definitions favorable to violation of law over definitions unfavorable to violation of law. Differential associations may vary in frequency, duration, priority and intensity. The processes of learning criminal behavior by association with criminal and non-criminal patterns are fundamentally the same in form as the process which result in lawful behavior by these general needs and values, since non-criminal behavior is an expression of the same needs and values. The next theory is the labeling theory. Stigmatizing people causes crime. Howard Baker propounded his labeling theory in 1963. Becker's theory does not deal with the question why a person becomes a criminal, but tells why society labels some people as criminals or deviants. According to this theory, what is important is the study of deviance in the social audience, not the individual person. What is important in crime is not the act of the individual, but the reaction of the society in terms of rules and sanctions. According to labeling theory, once a person begins to be stigmatized with a particular label, such as will bring negative self-concept and also increases chance of that individual to prove the label in future. The third theory is the self-concept and the containment theory. Walter Reckless, the propounder of this theory, has said that the important question that must be in explaining criminal behavior is why, given the alternatives of law-abiding and law-violating behavior, do some people turn to one of the other behavior. He suggests that self-concept is the key factor in explaining the choice among alternative of behavior. A favorable self-concept directs him towards law-abiding behavior, and an unfavorable self-concept directs him towards delinquent behavior. Reckless has further said, depending upon the balance of these control systems, the individual can take either a deviant or a conformist route. His assumption is that the strong inner and reinforcing outer containment constitutes isolation against normative deviancy, that violation of the socio-legal conduct norms. A good self-concept is evidence of favorable socialization and the development of a strong inner self, self-control, well-developed superego, high frustration, tolerance to diversion, ability to find substitute satisfaction, tension reducing, rationalization, etc., which directs a person towards middle class values. Poor self-concept is indicative of unfavorable socialization, companies and street corner society, does not enable him to embrace middle class values and gives him an awareness of being cut off from upward movement in the legitimate opportunity system. In India, crime exists in various forms. The trend in crime can be seen on your screen. These statistics show the crime rate till 2015. It can be seen that the crime against women has increased from 2012 to 2015. Due to digitization, in modern days, crime related to digital media, that is cybercrime, has been increasing at an alarming rate. The rate of violent crimes has comparatively decreased as compared to cybercrime. From frauds to terrorism, everything is related to cybercrime these days, which can be clearly depicted as shown on your screen. The identification and evaluation of crime risk and introduction of an action to prevent or lessen its effect is known as crime prevention. It includes efforts for creating public awareness and various measures to prevent crime. It is the concept of self-defense in which police and public come together to prevent commission of a crime. Various crime prevention programs have been initiated to reduce crime and to create public awareness against any crime and its prevention. It is always much better to prevent crime rather than dealing with victims and committers of a crime. Prevention of crime is not an individual's business, but it is a combined effort of complete society. In India, Crime Prevention Council formed in the year 1938. The main purpose of this council is to identify crimes and create an atmosphere to bring change in criminal tendency of individual to an extent that they start hating crime. Various seminars and meetings are conducted to create awareness and to make society free from crimes. There are various factors which lead to commission of crime, such as the person or group must have the motivation to commit any act against law. At least few offenders should have the potential and skills required to commit a crime. The offenders must get an opportunity to commit crime. There are basically 4 types of prevention. First is primary prevention. It deals with individual and family level factors which lead to criminal tendencies. Attachment with school and involving in children pro-social activities decrease the chances of criminal tendency. If we discuss about family level factors, then it will include effective parenting skills while directly leading to reduction in criminal behavior. Second is the secondary prevention. In this, main focus is on youth who drops out of a school and get involved in criminal activities. Various social programs and law enforcement plans are made and executed in areas where crime rate is high. Proper counseling programs from youth have helped in reduction of crime rate. The third type of prevention is the tertiary prevention. This type of prevention is used after occurrence of a crime and focuses on prevention of further incidents of crime. And the fourth one is situation crime prevention. This type of prevention focuses on the of crime, the risk factors and reward after crime commission. There are several causes for crimes in this society. Out of them, social causes occupy the primary position. It is true that the criminal is not born but is made up by the social and environmental factors. There are several factors causing criminal behavior and enhancing the crime rates year by year. Some of the important social causes of crime have been explained over here in this lecture. First, if we are talking about family and crime, it is well said that the family is the first greatest training school in either behavior or misbehavior. The family is into delinquents and housewives into prostitutes and other criminals. Next is about the child abuse. It is observed that due to dispute in the family, children become juvenile delinquents. In 1962, American criminologists researched on child abuse. On analyzing 71 hospitals in that year, they found 400 children abuse cases. Out of them, 44 children, that is around 11%, died and 112 of them, that is 28%, were affected with brain damage. This shows the alarming position of the parents' ill behavior on their children in America. The same situation is being continued in entire world without any exception. The parents quarrel with each other and show their anger on children. Disputes convert child into delinquents and cause truancy. Some of poor parents send their children to work in homes of rich people. Sometimes such rich people harass the poor children on smallest causes. They pay very meager salary to them. They do not provide proper food, clothes and shelter. Some of the industrialists employ children in their industries and factories at lowest rates of wages. These children are barely exploited physically and economically. Next is spouse abuse. The women are praised only in words, but they are ill-treated from the ancient period up to this modern age throughout the world. The criminologists found that husbands assault their wives very cruelly. Men often use their fists on their wives. In America, husbands use revolvers and knives. Majority of the husbands in the world use violence against their wives. Assaulting, namely kicking, punching, stabbing, burning, choking, etc. on wives is common throughout the globe. In majority occasions, wives do not report to police. Only in extraordinary circumstances, they speak out and report to police. In India, reporting to police against husband leads into divorce or separation. Some of the husbands drink very heavily and incur their salary completely and go to their homes with empty pockets. The wives work as tailoring, maids, etc. and thus earn little amount to feed their children. The drunkard husbands torture their wives to squeeze their meager amount or income too. Some of the husbands do not provide any food, clothes, etc. Some of the husbands do not trust their wives and they are always suspicious on their chastity. Even though they do debauchery, they want their wives in chastity. It is a crime according to the penal laws where a husband forcibly does sex with his wife without her consent. However, generally no wife dares to complain against her husband on the sadistic and sexual perversion. But in America, wives immediately report to the police. In India, the greedy husbands squeeze and tease their wives demanding to bring dowry, additional dowry from their parents' houses. If the wives do not consent or fail in bringing money from their parents' houses, the husbands become more atrocious and seriously attack their wives and sometimes brutally kill them. The disputes between the wife and husband greatly affect their children. Children are psychologically depressed. They start delinquency, truancy, cigarette smoking, small thefts, telling lies, going to pictures in the school times, etc. Gradually they become juvenile delinquents. In the rare circumstances, husbands too suffer in the hands of their wives. but their number is very less. Generally, wives' atrocities on husbands remain unreported due to the fear of humiliation in the society. However, this also greatly influences the brain of their children. The third factor over here is the incest. It means sexual intercourse within the prohibited degrees of relationship. There are incidents covered in newspapers that a sexual sister and made her pregnant, etc. This type of sexual relations between the prohibited degrees is called as incestuous relations. The women are physically and financially weak, and thus they are unable to resist the sexual torture against them. The fourth factor is the financial control. Majority of the families in the world are male dominated. Financial control lies in the hands of male only. Females are dependent on males, that is, first on their father, later on their husband, and lastly on their son. This weakens the position of women, and thus they become the targets of harassment and torture done to them physically and psychologically. The fifth factor is homicide in family. In an aggressive moment, husband kills his wife. Police arrests him. No relative looks after their children. Their children come to the streets. First they start begging, later they start small criminal acts. Gradually they become gang leaders. The next factor here are about the large families. Some of the parents do not adopt family planning operation. They continue to procreate child after child. The number of children goes to 10 or 1 dozen. The father becomes weak to earn money sufficient to feed his family. The grown-up children seek the ways of earning money. They gradually incline towards delinquency. Negligence of parents. In some of the families, both the parents happen to be employees. They cannot concentrate on their children. In the absence of their watching, their children are attracted to bad friends and are habituated to vices such as truancy, that is absconding from school, cigarette smoking, debauching, gambling, etc. Next is about delinquency and truancy. Truancy means absconding from school. The children learn things which are good or bad from their family. When the parents start quarreling, the child loses his concentration on education, mental peace, etc. He becomes mentally disturbed. The abuser's ill behavior of his father or mother are reviewed every time in his mind. To escape from such mental conditions, he starts truancy, that is, absconding from school. Automatically, truancy leads into bad friend alliance. With their company, the child learns bad habits such as cigarette smoking, narcotic drugs, cinema viewing, debauching, lies, breaking of promises, starting theft first in his own house, later in other houses, etc. Next, we will be talking about dowry deaths. Hello students, I am Tolika Banerjee. Today I bring you the next learning episode on an important unit of the paper titled Fingerprints, that is, light sources used in fingerprint detection. In this lecture, you will be introduced to light sources used in fingerprint detection. In addition to it, you will also be studying about fingerprint enhancement by optical techniques and specialized light sources. You will also be acquainted with application of lasers to fingerprint detection. At last, you will get to know about the post-treatment of developed fingerprints with luminescent materials and post-treatment of developed fingerprints with reagents that form luminescent reaction products. We will wind up this lecture with a conclusion. So dear students, let's start our today's lecture with a brief look at what we will be learning today. In spite of the scientific developments done in the field of DNA profiling, fingerprints remains the best and a crucial form of evidence needed for personal identification in the arena of crime scene investigations. Fingerprint detection has improved significantly over the last 20 years due to concerted efforts by a number of research groups around the world. A wide range of optical, physical and chemical techniques are available obtained if a logical sequence of techniques is applied. Also, in case of fingerprints, the application of various techniques or chemical reagents may increase the number of latent prints detected, thereby improving their quality and finally enhancing them. However, it is imperative that each process is applied in a systematic, predetermined order, as the incorrect choice or the application of one method can preclude the later use of another technique or lessen its effectiveness. During the procedure of the latent prints detection, the employing of optical techniques and procedures should be heavily emphasized, as these are non-destructive in nature and considerably improves the results obtained by it, and thus depends on a variety of factors. For example, the type of surface on which the latent print is present, that is, whether it is porous, non-porous, smooth or rough surface, occurrence of any specific contaminant, for example blood, the probable age of the fingerprints, and lastly the environmental factors, example weather, or not the surface is or has been wet. Also, laser detection of latent fingerprints is an extremely sensitive technique with a wide range of applicability. The methodology is based on the principle that a luminescent fingerprint impinged on a non-luminescent surface produces laser excited even on difficult and unusual surfaces. The method also ensures detection of weak as well as old latent fingerprints. Laser technique is often used as a supplement to conventional procedures of fingerprint detection. The simple observation of an object under white light may disclose a visible finger mark that can be recorded without any further treatment. On the other hand, more complex optical detection methods may reveal otherwise invisible prints that may not be developed by other techniques. A fingerprint detection sequence should always start with optical technique. In addition, prints developed using a physical or chemical process can generally be further enhanced using an appropriate optical method depending on the characteristics of the treated marks, example, color or luminescence. The value of fingerprint luminescence has become well understood since it was first studied in the late 1970s. Although the property of luminescence is not seen in cases of latent fingerprints, a variety of procedures and techniques applied in the correct sequence will result in the generation of luminescent prints. The heavy emphasis on luminescence is due to the much higher sensitivity that can be achieved when compared to conventional processes that result in a colored print. The application of luminescence techniques requires the use of high intensity light sources. While large and there are now a number of versatile, cost-effective alternatives such as filtered arc lamps. Today, For the purpose of fingerprint detection and enhancement, polylight is being used. This light source is portable and provides a range of high-intensity light bands from the ultraviolet through to the near infrared. In addition, each band can be fine-tuned through the tilting of high-quality interference filters built into the system. This function has now been duplicated in other light sources on the market. Alternatives to the polylight include the specs, the quasar, the dactylite and portable lasers such as the scene sweeper. Lasers are restrictive in that they only operate at a limited number of wavelengths. Finger mark, which is a three-dimensional fingertip impression in a malleable substance such as putty or candle wax. Such impressions can generally be enhanced using oblique light. The second type is the visible finger mark, which may be positive or negative depending on whether the fingers were contaminated with a colored material such as blood, or whether the colored material such as dust or soot has been removed from the surface by the fingerprint ridges. Enhancement of such marks can often be achieved optically depending on the properties of the contaminant in question. Blood is a special case where specific optical and chemical enhancement procedures exit out. Latent fingerprints. Latent fingerprints are not visible by the naked eye and hence usually requires some type of physical or chemical treatments and enhancements so that they can be easily detected and visualized. These latent prints are formed from the complex mixtures of natural secretions secreted by the sebaceous glands and also from the contaminants from the environment. Knowledge of the major constituents of this deposit is essential for effective fingerprint detection. Consideration of how these constituents are affected by different environmental conditions is also important. The detection of latent finger marks is actually quite a challenging analytical problem. What is required is the detection of very small quantities of specific chemical compounds. In general terms, the fingerprint powders are the least sensitive of the available techniques, with 500 to 1000 nanograms of material required in the latent mark for successful detection. By employing the usage of chemicals, for example, ninhydrin and such that the color can be imparted to the latent prints, generally 100 to 200 nanograms of the material is required. On the other hand, luminescence detection using a chemical reagent such as DFO is sensitive down to the 1 to 10 nanograms range also. The latent fingerprints deposited on the various surfaces behave differently on different types of substrate. Also, in addition to this, the various techniques employed for detection purposes are effective only on some surfaces but not on others. As a result, the surface type is a major consideration when selecting a sequence of fingerprints. The most common device used for the detection of latent fingerprints on difficult surfaces is the argon laser. The surface impinged with a finger mark is illuminated with a blue-green beam from the argon laser. Before it strikes the surface, the beam is made to pass through a lens. This serves two purposes. Firstly, it enlarges the area of coverage of the beam so that the whole fingerprint impression becomes exposed to the laser light. And secondly, the expanded beam protects the surface from burning. The imprint is observed through a safety filter. Such filters absorb the short wavelength components and transmit the longer ones, thus protecting the observer's eyes. After the fingerprint is identified, it is photographed through the same filter. The identification of the fingerprint as well as its photography is carried out in a dark room. In order that light from the fingerprint ridges alone reaches the eye, the surface containing the impression should be non-fluorescent in nature. If the surface itself is luminescent, then the ridge pattern is post-treated with a chemical reagent so as to generate the ridge fluorescence, which is either stronger than the background or of a different color. Alternatively, the surface fluorescence may be blocked by using an appropriate filter. The use of lasers for fingerprint detection dates back to 1977, when it was reported that inherent luminescence of sweat deposit may be illuminated by an argon laser. No fingerprint treatment reagent was used in this investigation. The fact that fingerprint residue contains luminescers such as riboflavin and pyridoxine was considered as a possible route to fingerprint detection. However, the luminescent components in the sweat deposit are present in trace amounts, and therefore the method had limited utility. It thus became evident that laser technique can be used for resolution of rich pattern only after the latent imprint is given a post-treatment. Two broad post-treatment procedures may be used. The latent fingerprint may be treated with the luminescent material. The latent fingerprint may be treated with the chemical reagent which reacts with the sweat component to form a luminous reaction product. In this procedure, students, the finger impression is treated with a laser active substance which becomes physically adsorbed on the sweat residue. When illuminated with laser light, the ridge pattern produces a contrast vis-a-vis the background. In first is the powder method. The application of finely divided material and the subsequent removal of the excess powder by brushing, blowing or tapping has been the universal method of intensifying fingerprints on non-absorbent surfaces since the early days of fingerprint technology. The technique relies on the mechanical adherence of fingerprint powder to the moisture component of the skin-rich deposit. Conventional fingerprint powders consist of a resinous polymer for adhesion and a colorant for contrast. The adhesive gets adsorbed on the moisture component of the sweat residue, while the colorant gets adsorbed on the adhesive. In this manner, the rich pattern is visualized. The commonly used adhesives are starch organic derivative like eosin blue. A good number of powder formulations contain organic derivatives that fluoresce or phosphoresce upon exposure to laser light. Such compositions are useful for visualization of latent prints deposited on multicolored surfaces that would present a contrast problem if developed with conventional powders. Moreover, they can be used for developing weak prints also. Some common organic compounds which have been used for preparing luminescent powders are acridin orange, the structures of which has been shown on your screen. Then we have acridin yellow, crystal violet, fluorescence and the rhodamine B. Luminescent powders contain lanthanide complexes offer several advantages, including benefits from large Stokes shift, long luminescence lifetimes, narrow emissions, ability of sequential assembly of complexes and chemical variability of ligands. Moreover, such powders are suitable for detection of latent fingerprints on difficult surfaces such as wood, masking tape and polythene. The second technique is that of cyanoacrylate method. The principle underlying the cyanoacrylate method, also called as super glue fuming or super glue technique, depends on the fact that when alkyl 2-cyanoacrylate reagent is allowed to vaporize, it undergoes polymerization. The polymerized ester has a tendency to get adsorbed on the sweat residue, imparting a white color to the in this figure on your screen. A china dish containing a few drops of cyanoacrylate and sodium hydroxide solution is placed in a fuming cupboard or in a fuming chamber. The object bearing the latent prints is suspended from the roof of the cabinet. The item is exposed to cyanoacrylate vapors for about 2 hours until whitish colored fingerprint pattern develops. Even though cyanoacrylate fuming is a convenient and reliable method for detecting fingerprints, the developed imprints are white in color and therefore lack contrast. The contrast may be enhanced by post-treating the cyanoacrylate developed fingerprints with a solution of a luminescent dye. Such as stains fluoresce upon exposure to laser light, revealing sharp fingerprints. When dye solutions alone are used for this sweat residue, however, when stains are used in conjunction with cyanoacrylate fuming, this problem is avoided. The cyanoacrylate polymer stabilizes the latent prints so that solution dye staining does not wash it away. Crystal violet, the structure of which has been shown on your screen, improves the contrast of weak prints developed on polythene by cyanoacrylate method. The stain gets selectively absorbed on the polymerized cyanoacrylate. Likewise, the rhodamine 6G, whose structure has been shown here, treated prints also get preferentially adhered to the polycyanoacrylate deposition and hence are suitable for laser examination. The amino acids present in sweat deposition may be transformed into luminescent derivatives by treatment with a chemical reagent. The luminescent compounds, when examined under laser, reveal the rich pattern of the fingerprints. So here first we have the ninhydrin method. The ninhydrin technique has traditionally been the most popular one for processing latent fingerprints on porous, absorbent surfaces like paper, cardboard and wood. The method relies on the reaction of ninhydrin, which has been shown on your screen, with amino acids of fingerprint residue. The reaction produces a purple colored compound called Rehmann's purple, whose structure has been depicted on your screen and which becomes deposited along the ridge, making the prints visible. A 0.2 to 1.5% solution of ninhydrin in Freon 113 is sprayed on the exhibit from a distance of about 6 inches. After the solvent evaporates, the solution is re-sprayed. The surface is then heated to about 80 degrees centigrade without allowing it to come in contact with the heat source. Better results are obtained by steaming the article. For optimum development of fingerprints occurs at a relative humidity of 65 to 80%. The amino acids in the sweat residue neither interact with cellulose content of paper or wood, nor do they migrate within the capillaries of the substrate. Therefore, the ninhydrin method makes it possible to develop fingerprints that are many years old. However, since the concentration of amino acids in a sharp contrast. In order to improve the working performance of ninhydrin reagent, the developed prints are post-treated with group 12 metal salts. This interaction converts the non-fluorescent Rehmann's purple into a photoluminescent complex and which has been shown on your screen. The fingerprints developed by ninhydrin zinc chloride method becomes highly fluorescent under argon laser light. The 480 nanometers line of argon laser is appropriate for excitation of the orange zinc Rehmann's purple complex that absorbs at 485 nanometers and emits at 560 nanometers as shown in the figure. As a result, a pronounced improvement in their detectability is observed. Moreover, with zinc chloride, post-treatment and argon of latent fingerprints on non-porous surfaces like glass and stainless steel. The complexes formed by the combination of Rehmann's purple with europium and terbium salts too have been found suitable for fingerprint development, particularly on fluorescent surface. These complexes show enhancement of lanthanide luminescence via intramolecular energy transfer. Moreover, the lifetime of the luminescence is much longer than that of the usual background fluorescence. The lanthanide complexes are therefore suitable for time-resolved luminescence imaging. The second one is the fluoroscimine method. Like ninhydrin, the fluoroscimine reagent, whose structure has been depicted here, too reacts with the amino acid content of sweat residue, producing luminescent reaction products which render visibility to finger marks. A solution of 20 milligrams of fluoroscimine and 0.4 ml triethylamine in 100 ml acetone is sprayed on the surface containing the finger mark. The surface is dried and observed under the argon laser. Experience has shown that fluoroscimine not only possesses a greater sensitivity than anhydrine, but also works well for the detection of latent fingerprints on multicolored surfaces. Fingerprint detection has improved significantly over the last 20 years due to concerted efforts by a number of research groups around the world. A wide range of optical, physical and chemical techniques are available for the detection and enhancement of latent finger marks. The best results are generally obtained if a logical sequence of techniques is applied. Today, for the purpose of fingerprint detection of high intensity light bands from the ultraviolet to the near infrared region, lasers are also being used for the detection of latent finger marks. Dear students, our today's topic, that is light sources used in fingerprint detection, has come to an end. I hope you all have understood the underlying concepts of this chapter. Do keep in mind what we have discussed today. I'll be back with one more lecture in this series. If you want to learn more and enhance your knowledge, you may log on to our website www.cec.nic.in for MCQs, quizzes, LORs, etc. Make sure you revise the modules frequently so that you master the topic well and take up the exercises. Thank you for your time today. Do review the complete chapter.
Dear friends, in continuity of the lectures on cybercrime of your BA Criminology, I am Dr. Patosh Bansal, Professor from Devela University, Indore, with you to give you all a detailed lecture on criminology. Let's start our discussion while taking a look at what we are going to learn today. In today's lecture, we are going to learn about following modules as flash on a screen: seizure of suspected computer, preparation record. With the advancement of technology, the world is becoming a smaller place to live and work. Computer systems, the cyberspace, electronic gadgets and information technology have moved into the mainstream of man's daily life. There is a massive technological revolution in communications and information exchange within business organizations, industries and even in our homes. Countries are supporting financially in information processing and management activities rather than in production of goods, and all this is creating a huge impact on the professional and personal lives of people. People spend several hours of their day on computers and mobile devices for several purposes like sending and receiving emails, surfing the internet, maintaining databases, and participating in numerous different activities related with this technology. We are banking and transferring money electronically, and we are more likely to receive an email than a letter, moving towards new trends. So let us start with the module 1, that is seizure of suspected computer. The retrieval, capture and inquiry of data and records found in digital devices, often with respect to a computer crime, is defined as digital forensics, which is a branch of forensic science. On the basis of technical viewpoint, a forensic investigation can be categorized into various types relating to the type of active digital devices used. These types are computer forensics, network forensics, forensic data analysis, and mobile device forensics. The standard forensic process includes the seizure, forensic imaging, that is acquisition, and investigation of the concerned digital media, followed by the generation of a report into an assembled proof. Computer forensics, which is alternatively called as a digital or cyber forensic, is a new and special branch of information technology which was established as a scientific research area only in 2001. It refers to the evidence found in suspected computer systems and other digital storage devices. The aim of a computer forensics is to analyze digital media in a systematic way with the intention of identifying, conserving, recovering, examining, and demonstrating facts and views regarding the digital information in connection with the concerned cybercrime. The definition of digital forensic science, in fact, was formalized as the use of scientifically derived and proven methods towards the identification, preservation, collection, examination, validation, analysis, interpretation, purpose of seizure, or facilitating the reconstruction of events found to be criminal or helping to anticipate unauthorized actions shown to be disruptive to planned operations. This definition highlights the main areas of the digital forensics research. The main need behind developing computer forensic science was to meet the special and articulated requirements of law enforcement to make the most of this new form of obtaining electronic proof. The science of acquiring, conserving, and to exhibit data that have been processed electronically and present in suspected computer system is called computer forensic science. In the context of criminalizing a number of the known criminals like terrorists, sexual predators, and might use the networking sites for following the probable victims. Similarly, the terrorists might use the internet technology to recruit the members to perform the criminal activities. However, it is not feasible for all criminals to perform their criminal activities as the investigation processes have been improved as well. Many cyber criminals fail to realize that the data and files are present after deletion and the investigators can recover those again. Definitely, those who commit the crime or get involved in the criminal activities are aware about the evolution of information technology. The cyber criminals use the latest digital devices and the technologies like mobiles, laptops, computers, and internet network servers in committing their crimes. In most cases, the computer system is used with the purpose of the killing or unknowingly. Hence, logically, each and every crime can be done through computer system or its elite digital media. The integration of computer science and laws against the investigation of crime is known as computer forensics. For the proof of the digital evidence in the court, the investigators follow the legal procedures during the recovery and analysis of data from the computer systems. The laws written before the era of the computer forensics have become mostly outdated and not adequate to stop the crimes done through the computer systems. Hence, unavailability of proper and sufficient investigation laws as per the ongoing technological developments might reduce the probability of gathering evidences under the lens of computer forensics in the court. Electronic records that includes computer network logs, chatting logs, email, word processing files, and image files, which may provide the concerned government with crucial proof in criminal cases. In the past few years, the procedures and standards for computer forensics investigations have become more advanced. This happened in the following three areas. First, the seizure and analysis mechanism of the electronic or digital evidence. Second, with reference to the national boundaries, the understanding of classification of the computer crime. And third, legal jurisdiction on national and international. We will discuss about the standard mechanisms involved in detail in the next section of the chapter. Generally, in most of the situations, the searching of the files in the hard drive of the given computer is very simple. That is, we can find the words that were present in the email or messages which were used for stalking, phishing, etc. It is also easy to search the names of the people who have been victims of these criminal activities as well as the cyber criminals involved. There might be possibility of denial by the owner or the user of the computer that the email, message or he/she wrote were involved in the criminal activities. In such a situation, the middle level approach of the investigation will be helpful, which deals with the investigation of the cybercrime and the real world crime both. Analysis of the suspected computer is based upon the following sequence of steps. Please pay attention on the graph as shown on your screen. Step 1. Preparation. In this phase, the court's order is taken under consideration and a list is prepared based on the scope for the materials that are to be seized. Here, the bifurcation is also carried out for the materials likely to be present and that are to be seized for our investigation. Step 2. At the venue of investigation, the photographs must be taken for the location of the computer system, which should also include the screenshots taken when the computer was in the running state. Each and everything must be noted down for maintaining the minutious details concerned. Or it is on a network. If the computer is switched off, then we leave it as it is. Only its hard disk must be seized for further investigation. But if the computer is on, then there is nothing to do here, as we have already followed the procedure for collection of the photographs. We will have to execute certain commands to check whether the processes that are running in the system are being affected by some malicious code to damage the system. If the system is to be shut down, we should first disconnect the power card from the back of the computer. If it is permissible by the code, we should also take other accessories and peripherals into account and seize them. That is fax machines, floppies, pen drives, etc. Moreover, the documentation of all events is also essential. Step 4 is a seizure. We should systematically pack and label all the seized items and also document everything in parallel as we do so. It must be ensured that during the entire process of investigation, no damage to the seized media will take place. Step 5. Imaging. With the help of appropriate hardware or software, the seized disk must be mounted on a trusted operating system, and it must be ensured and taken care of that no writing or modification takes place on the seized disk. For further investigation, the authentic copies of the data on the disk must be made. The documentation of all these activities is essential. Step 6 is a physical analysis. In the laboratory, each and every sector, track and cylinder must be checked properly and special attention must be given to the suspicious places. The documentation of all these activities is essential. In the last phase, last step is the logical analysis. First, we boot the system with the support of the operating system, which will be helpful in reading machine on which the attacked information has been recorded. The documentation of all these activities is essential. In relation with the search warrant, it is essential that the material was seized do play an important role. Most of the times, and also in the last few years, it has been found and observed that the owner of the suspected computer reports the material seized was the personal or intellectual property belonging to him or her. Hence, there was nothing to do for the investigation of this crime for which the seizure had been carried out. The seizure became meaningless in this case. In computer forensics, for the purpose of procedural and judicial consistency, we need the standard procedures on national and international levels. Across the jurisdictions which might be involved, the protocols and standards need to be sanctioned as well as mandated. There is an essential requirement of the worldwide agreement for the cyber forensics and laws so that there will be a uniform way to tackle with criminal activities. One of the most important happenings in the recent time regarding the future of computer crime, cybercrime legislation around the world and applications for the investigations and prosecution of transnational computer crime has been the development and then acceptance on November 23, 2001 of the Council of Europe Convention on Crime. The convention or treaty was on that date signed by 26 members states of the Council and by 4 non-member states. Countries that ratify the convention will be obliged to adopt laws that are consistent with in dealing with the areas with which the convention is concerned. As a result, legislative action arising out of the convention will focus on the related fraud, child pornography and violations of network security, development of procedures for dealing with computer crime in general and the collection of electronic evidence, achievement of interworking and cooperation between the agencies which are separated by national boundaries and which work within separate jurisdictions and operational environments. In 1996, the Computer Crime Group was established by the Association of Chief Police Officers of UK that has published a good practice guide to collect the computer evidence, which provides the 4 important principles to the seizure of the computer system and handling of computer evidences. Those principles are as follows. Principle 1. If there is a situation like neither the action have been taken by the police not their agent, on that case the data held on the computer must transfer into another media so the original data available on the target computer. In that case, the person must have sufficient knowledge of accessing the data, explanation power of the relevance and implications. Principle 3. There is a mandatory need of creating, recording and preserving the processes which have been applied to computer based evidence. A third party which is not relevant to this may audit the same and repeat those processes for achieving similar results. And the principle 4. It is the responsibility of the officer in charge of the case for ensuring any law pertaining to the possession and or access of the information available onto the computer. She must be satisfied and in view that the use of any copying device or actions of any person having access to the computer complies with these laws. Now we will talk about the one forensic investigation methodology, that is OSCAR, a network forensic investigation methodology. For reproducing the accurate results, the computer or digital forensics, the recovering and analyzing process of digital evidence for the network resources must be appropriately like general forensics. Hence, for getting the accuracy, the investigators must perform all activities under the umbrella of a proper methodological framework. For dealing with the forensic investigations for the digital evidence over the networks, generally the OSCAR methodology is appropriate. The overall steps for the OSCAR methodology are as follows. First, O stands for obtain information, S for strategize, C for collect evidence, A for analyze. We need to obtain 2 types of information, that is about the incident and second is about the environment. Information about the incident. So, while obtaining the information, we want to know the following things about the incident. First, details of what happened. Second, incident date, time and method of discovery. Third, who were involved. Fourth, involvement of the system information. Then, since discovery, what actions have been taken. Internal discussions and conclusions. Manager of incident and process. What were the legal issues. Investigation, recovery, resolution, time framing, objectives. You may need to customize this list for each incident. Second, information about the environment. So, while obtaining the information, we want to know the following things about the environment. Modeling of business, important legal issues, type of and management process for incident, systems used during the communications, availability of resources like staff, equipment, funding, time, etc. Second is the strategize. An investigative strategy can be accepted with the help of following tips. The knowledge of the objectives and duration of the investigation, integration and listing out of all the resources, try to identify the likely resources for the evidence, estimation of the value and cost of every source for obtaining it, set the evidence acquisition priorities, the initial analysis and acquisition planning. For regular communication and updates, decisions should be made upon method and duration. Keeping record of initial, intermediate forensics is an iterative process. Step 3 is a collective evidence. Collect evidence. During the collection of the evidence, the 3 essential components to be taken care of, that includes: first, document the systematic log for the system accessed and action taken during the evidence collection is an essential step. Hence, there must be proper record of the date, time, source, method of acquisition, name of the investigators, and chain of custody, etc. Second is the capture. The evidence must be captured by itself. This includes the packet capturing and writing them to a hard drive, copying logs to hard drives or CDR, or imaging hard drives of web proxies or log. Evidence are stored securely and custody chain must be maintained properly. We need to keep an accurate, signed, verifiable log of the people who have accessed or possessed the evidence. The evidence collection best practices include: as soon as possible acquire them lawfully, prepare verifiable copies cryptographically, maintain the safety of the originals under restricted custody and access, only the copies should be analyzed, reputable and reliable tools must be used, everything must be documented. Step 4 is the analyze. Although it is said that analysis process is non-linear, certain important elements should be considered, like correlation. There might be is a time-based activity, hence the first consideration must be on what to be compiled, where it can be gotten, and how the correlation will perform. The correlation can be done either manually or by following the automation process. Then the timeline. So after the aggregation and correlation of the multiple data and resources, we start building the time-based activities. We start to obtain the answers for what, who, when, where, why, and how for any case. Events of interest. After the time-based activities, there might be the possibility of generation of important events relevant to each other. Hence, the separation of the events of greatest interest is essential. It is also called event construction. Collaboration. Unfortunately, possibility of false positives. This problem may come frequently. To handle these situations in the best way, the verification of the events is done by corroborating the questions from multiple sources. Next is recovery of additional evidence. Definitely, the above analysis and acquisition will provide variety of evidences. Hence, by repeating and preparing the events of interest that are well understood will be the appropriate approach. Then interpretation. In the above process, we thoroughly try to develop the working description for the case at hand. Here, the important thing is that the interpretation must be separated out from the factual information, because it might be possible that our interpretation would be right or wrong, just like a hypothesis. Porting. This aspect can be handled by most commercial forensic tools for the analyst. The produced report must be able to be understood by the non-technical people such as judges, juries, legal teams, managers, human resources person in detail for defensive purpose, containing the factual information. Some important issues related to the seizure are as follows. First, decide whether the item we are going to seize might hold the evidence or not. Like a single computer or group of computers may be incompetent. Please make sure the location of the item found for the evidence, and also set the priority of the items for the investigation in the later stages. Check and note the time the offense may have been done. Also check the details of the CCTV camera and available details in it. Please try to minimize the unimportant details so that the important evidences will be available for the further investigation. Try to look into different scenarios, like whether the digital evidence was found on a suspect or found in any other place. It may be possible that evidences of the suspect can be found through the service providers, or it can be stored on the server online. In that case, need to collect and preserve all details of the suspect for its current stage. Investigator might have sufficient resources during the investigation, then need to put all details of the suspect for utilization in future. It is also possible that the anti-forensics mechanisms might be more active than the forensic activities. Insufficient or inadequate availability of the legal procedures might limit the essential analysis of the forensics. Proper standardization for cyber forensics is still lacking, and this is yet another issue our experts have to grapple with. The standardization of the computer forensics is still insufficient, and this leads the investigator to improper handling of the analysis of the suspect computers. By dealing with the digital evidences, the following kinds of generic and procedure principles of computer and or digital forensics may be applied. First, the integrity of the digital evidences must not change during the actions to secure and collect them. Second, the investigator must have a proper training to perform the investigation of the digital evidence. Third, the documentation, preservation and availability for reviews are essential for all kinds of activities like seizure, examination, storage or transfer of digital evidence. The following protocols might be suitable for computer forensics investigations. Crime scene, field response and evidence preservation protocol. So whenever reaching at the scene site, it must be ensured that the suspect is properly removed from the system and nobody can access it later. Even if we were searching a computer on the internet or network, then it must be ensured that until or unless the crime search scene might be completed, nobody should be allowed to access the internet. Everything must be documented for the disassembling of the computer system or any other digital media. This will be useful during the investigation when the investigator will come on the scene. Target drive preparation protocol. Choose an appropriate hard drive which can be used as a forensic copy of a scene. Here, new hard drive can be used. The capacities of the hard drive must be good enough to store all files related to the scene. The hard drive which will become the target drive must have the same procedure of storing the image as these will be accessed during the investigation. By this, the imaging process of the computer will speed up. Hard drive removal protocol. Mostly, the hard drive from any laptop may be removed by following almost the same procedure as done in the case of architecture. In this scenario, the cable acquisition protocol can be used to access and copy the images without removing the hard drives from the laptops. Hard drive imaging protocol. Preparation of an image of a suspected hard drive is different from just making the copy. This is because whenever the hard drive is copied, the logical files are written on the hard drive. In contrast to this, whenever an image is created for a hard drive, all information from the suspect drive is written into the target drive, including unallocated and slack spaces and removed files. Cable acquisition protocol. The suspect computer must have a network interface card and appropriate driver to use the network crossover cable. Otherwise, the parallel cable must be there. Removable media imaging protocol. During the work with the suspect CR and CDR drives, the preference must be given to CDR drives. This stops the changes that can be made to evidence on the drives. Hence, the computer forensics organizations have validated the CDR DVDR from the Sony Corporation to ensuring that there will be no changes must be the permissible on the suspected media. Evidence search protocol. As we all know that the size of the modern hard drives is increasing on day-to-day basis, hence it is not feasible to read all recovered data for any case. In this scenario, the search must be made for relevant keywords, dates and files to collect information for a handling of a particular case. Golden rules. In the scene of any crime in which the computer or its elite digital technologies may be involved, a number of general principles might be used for the investigation. Following are the can be ensured by the officer in charge by making it forensically safe. Second, if you feel and believe that the computer is involved in the crime, definitely you are going to investigate it and you should take the appropriate steps for preserving the evidence. Third, do you have knowledge of seizing the computer systems legally? Fourth, please do not access any files in the computer. Leave it as it is, whatever the condition, that is on, off. If it is on, don't try to search into the computer. Fifth, if computer is running in running state, then properly apply the procedure to shut it down so that it can be used properly in investigation and the transportation of the evidences can be done easily. If circumstances are such that the computer is itself damaging the evidences, then immediately shut it down by removing the power cord. If computer is in running state and the camera is also in the running state, then take the shots immediately. If computer is in off state, then take the picture of the computer with the help of any other camera for identifying its location and computer itself and media attached with it. Also consider the legal persons like doctor, attorney, clergy, psychiatrist, newspapers, publishers, etc. for consultation. Nowadays, human life is very fast as the technologies are growing day to day. Almost each and everyone is interested in using a computer and the internet, whether the purpose may either be personal or professional. The same is happening at intra-government and inter-government levels of the countries across the world. Although the use of the digital media or computer systems is making the human life easy, on the other side, the unauthorized use and improper use of these digital devices by the criminals would be dangerous to the humankind. Hence, in use of the digital media or computer systems, the security of every person is very important issue, and definitely it could be dangerous for the lives of people in the world either directly or indirectly. Hence, the seizure and forensic investigation procedures have been discussed in detail for the suspected computer systems. One important methodology called OSCAR has been discussed in detail. A number of protocols have been explained in detail for the computer forensic investigations. With all this information here, we come to the end of today's lecture on this important unit of BA Criminology. Do keep in mind what we discussed today. I will be back with one more lecture in this series .in for MCQ, quizzes, LORs, etc. Thank you very much for your time. I will see you in the next lecture. Have a great day. Thank you again.
Hello viewers, today we will discuss the topic cyber offences. The advancement of technology has made man dependent on internet for all his needs. Internet has given man easy access to everything while sitting at one place. Social networking, online shopping, storing data, gaming, online studying, online jobs, every possible thing that man can think of can be done through the medium of internet. Internet is used in almost every sphere. With the development of the internet and its related benefits, also developed the concept of cyber crimes. Cyber crimes are committed in the matter of cyber crimes. India is also not far behind the other countries, where the rate of incidence of cyber crime is also increasing day by day. The introduction of internet has brought the tremendous changes in our lives. People of all the fields are increasingly using the computers to create, transmit and store information in the electronic form. Instead of traditional papers, documents, information stored in electronic form has many advantages. It is cheaper, easier to store, easier to retrieve, and for speedier to connection. Though it has many advantages, it has been misused by many people in order to gain themselves for the sake or otherwise to harm others. The crimes and these increased offences led to the need of law for protection. Some countries have rather been vigilant and formed some laws governing the net. In order to keep in pace with the changing generation, the Indian Parliament passed the Law Information Technology Act 2000. The IT Act 2000 has been conceptualized on the United Nations Commissions on International Trade Law, model law you can say. The increased rate of technology in computer has led to enactment of Information Technology Act 2000. The converting of the paperwork into the electronic records, the storage of electronic data has led tremendous change in the scenario of the country. The Act further Act 1891 and the Reserve Bank of India Act 1934. Now we will discuss what are the offences. Cyber offences are the unlawful acts which are carried in a very sophisticated manner in which either the computer is the tool or target or both. Cybercrime usually includes unauthorized access of the computers, data digging, virus worms, theft of computer system, hacking, denial of attacks, logic bombs, Trojan attacks, internet time theft, web jacking, email bombing, salami attacks, or physical damaging computer system. The offences included in the IT Act 2000 are as follows. The one category is tampering with the computer source document, another one is electronic form or power of the controller to give direction, then directions of the controller to the subscriber to extend facility to decrypt information, protected system, penalty for misrepresentation, penalty for breach of confidentiality and privacy, penalty for publishing digital signature certificate false in certain particulars, publication for fraudulent purposes, act to apply for the offence or contravention committed outside the India, confiscation, penalties or confiscation not to interfere with other punishment, power to investigate offences. All these are offences which is defined under IT Act 2000. Now we will discuss section 65. Destroy or alter or intentionally cause and other to conceal, destroy or alter any computer source code used for a computer, computer program, computer system or computer network when the computer source code is required to be kept or maintained by the law for the time being in force shall be punishable with imprisonment up to 3 years or with fine which may extend up to 2 lakh rupees or with both. For the purpose of the explanation, computer source code means listing of the programs, computer commands, designs and layout and program analysis of computer resource in any form. The main object of this section is to protect intellectual property invested in the computer. It is an attempt to protect the computer source document, there's codes beyond what is available under the copyright law. Essential ingredient of this section is, the very first one is knowingly or intentionally concealing, then knowingly or intentionally destroying, then knowingly or intentionally altering, then knowingly or intentionally causing others to conceal, then knowingly or intentionally causing another to destroy, then knowingly or intentionally causing another to alter. This section extends towards the Copyright Act and helps the company to protect their source code of their programs. Penalties is defined under section 65 is tried by any magistrate. This is cognizable and non-bailable offence. Penalty is up to 3 years imprisonment or fine of 2 lakh rupees. Then we will discuss the provision of section 66, which defines hacking with the computer system. The very first ingredient is whoever with intent to cause or knowing that he is likely to cause wrongful loss or damage to the public or any person destroy, deletes or alter any information residing in a computer resource or diminishes its value or utility or affect it injuriously by any means commits hacking. Whoever commits hacking shall be punished with imprisonment up to 3 years or with fine which may extend up to 2 lakh rupees or with both. This section tells about hacking activity. Essential ingredient of this section is whoever with intention or knowledge causing wrongful loss or damage to the public or any person, destroying or altering it injuriously by any means. Penalties are imprisonment up to 3 years and fine which may extend to 2 lakh rupees or with both. Then we will discuss the provision 60, section 66A, which defines punishment for sending offensive messages through communication services, etc. Any person who sends by means of a computer resource or communication device any information that is grossly offensive or has menacing character or any information which he knows to be false but for the purpose of causing annoyance, inconvenience, danger, obstruction, insult, injury, criminal intimidation, enmity, hatred or ill will persistently by making use of electronic mail messages for the purpose of causing annoyance or inconvenience or to deceive or to mislead the addressee or recipient about the origin of such messages shall be punishable with an imprisonment for a term which may extend to 3 years and with fine. For the purpose of this section, the term electronic mail message means a message or information created or transmitted or received on a computer system, computer resource or communication device including attachment in text, images, audio, video and any other electronic record which may be transmitted with the message. Then we will discuss section 67, which defines causes to be published in the electronic form. Any material which is lascivious or appears to be prurient interest or if its effect is such as to tend to deprave and corrupt persons who are likely having regard to all relevant circumstances to read, see or hear the matter contained or embodied in it shall be punished on first conviction with imprisonment of either description for a term which may extend to 5 years and with fine which may extend to 1 lakh rupees, and in the event of second subsequent conviction with imprisonment of either description for a term which may extend to 10 years and also be with fine which may extend to 2 lakhs, or causing to be published pornographic material in electronic form. Penalties are in the first conviction imprisonment which may extend to 5 years and fine up to the first conviction which may extend to 1 lakh rupees. On the second conviction imprisonment of which may extend to 10 years or fine may extend to 2 lakh rupees. In this regard, we will discuss one case law on the name of state of Tamil Nadu versus Suhas Katti. This case is about posting obscene, defamatory and annoying message about a divorcee woman in the Yahoo message group. Emails were forwarded to the victim for the information by the accused through a false email account opened by him in the name of the victim. These postings resulted in annoying phone calls to the lady. Based on the complaint, police nabbed the accused. He was known family friend of the victim and was interested in marrying her. She married to another person, but that marriage ended in divorce and the accused started contacting her once again, and her reluctance to marry him, he started harassing her through the internet. The court held that the accused is found guilty of offences under section 469 and 509 of IPC and section 67 of IT Act 2000, and accused is convicted and is sentenced for the offence of rigorous imprisonment for 2 years under section 469 of IPC and to pay fine of rupees 500, and for the offence under section 509 IPC sentenced to undergo 1 year simple imprisonment and to pay fine of rupees 500, and the offences under section 67 of IT Act 2000 that concurrently. The accused paid fine amount and he was lodged at the Central Prison, Chennai. This is considered the first case convicted under section 67 of Information Technology 2000 in India. Then any person who fails to comply with any order under subsection 1 shall be guilty of an offence and shall be liable on a conviction to an imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 years or a fine not exceeding 2 lakh rupees or both. Any person who fails to comply with an order under subsection 1 of the above section shall be guilty of an offence and shall be convicted for a term not less than 3 years or with fine which can exceed 2 lakh rupees. Then we will discuss section 69, direction of the controller to a subscriber to extend facilities to decrypt information. If the controller is satisfied that it is necessary or expedient so to do in the interest of the sovereignty or integrity of India, the security of the state, friendly relations with the foreign states, or public order, or for preventing incitement to the commission of any cognizable offence for reasons to be recorded in writing, by order, direct any agency of the government to intercept any information transmitted through any computer resource. The subscriber or any person in charge of the computer resource shall, when called upon by any agency which has been directed under subsection 1, extend all facilities and technical assistance to decrypt the information. The subscriber or any person who fails to assist the agencies referred to in subsection shall be punished with an imprisonment for a term which may extend to 7 years. Penalty is punishment, imprisonment for a term which may extend to 7 years. The offence is cognizable and non-bailable. Section 70 of the IT Act defines protected system. The appropriate government may, by notification in the official gazette, declare that any computer system or computer network to be protected system. The appropriate government may, by order in writing, authorize the person who are authorized to assess protected system notified under subsection 1, any person who secures, assesses or attempts to secure access to a protected system in contravention of the provision of this section shall be punished with imprisonment of either description for a term which may extend to 10 years and shall also be liable to fine. The explanation of this section grants the power to appropriate government to declare any computer system, computer network to be protected system. Only the authorized person has right to access to protected system, and again penalty is 10-year imprisonment or fine. Then we will discuss section 71, which will define penalty for misrepresentation. Whoever makes any misrepresentation to suppress any material fact from the controller or certifying authority for obtaining any license or digital signature certificate, as the case may be, shall be punished with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 2-year imprisonment and 1 lakh rupees fine, or with both. Then we will discuss section 72, which defines penalty for breach of confidentiality and privacy. Save as otherwise provide in this act or any other law for the time being in force. Any person who, in pursuance of any of the powers conferred under this act, rules, regulations made thereunder has secured access to any electronic record, book, register, correspondence, information, document or other material without the consent of the person concerned, discloses such material to any other person shall be punished with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 2 years, or with fine which may extend to 1 lakh rupees, or with both. The explanation of this section defines any person who in pursuance of any of the powers conferred by the Act or its allied rules and regulation has secured access to any electronic record, books, register, correspondence, information, document or other material. If such person discloses such information, he will be punished with punishment. It would not apply to the disclosure of personal information of a person by website by his email service provider. Penalties are: punishment term may extend to 2 years and fine can extend up to 1 lakh rupees. Then section 73, penalty for publishing digital signature certificate falls in certain particulars. No person shall publish a digital signature certificate or otherwise make it available to any other person with knowledge that the certifying authority listed in publication is for the purpose of verifying a digital signature created prior to such suspension or revocation. Any person who contravenes the provision of subsection 1 shall be punished with an imprisonment for a term which may extend to 2 years, or with fine which may extend to 1 lakh rupees, or with both. The certifying authority listed in the certificate has not issued it, or the subscriber listed in the certificate has not accepted it, or the certificate has been revoked or suspended. The certifying authority may also suspend the digital signature certificate if it is of the opinion that the digital signature certificate should be suspended in public interest. Digital signature may not be revoked unless the subscriber has been given an opportunity of being heard in the matter. On revocation, the certifying authority need to communicate the same with the subscriber. Such publication is not an offence. It is the purpose of verifying a digital signature creating prior to such suspension or revocation. Penalties are: punishment for a term which may extend to 2 years and fine which may extend to 1 lakh rupees, or both. Then we will discuss section 74, publication for fraudulent purpose. Whoever knowingly creates, publish or otherwise make available a digital signature certificate for any fraudulent or unlawful purpose shall be punished with imprisonment for a term which may extend to punishment for following act. The one is knowingly creating a digital signature certificate for any fraudulent purpose, unlawful purpose, knowingly publishing a digital signature certificate for any fraudulent or unlawful purpose, knowingly making available a digital signature certificate for any fraudulent purpose or unlawful purpose, and again punishment is imprisonment up to the term of 2 years and fine up to 1 lakh rupees, or both. Section 75 defines act to apply for the offence or contravention committed outside India. Subclause 1, subject to the provision of subsection 2, the provision of this act shall apply also to any offence or contravention committed outside India by any person, prior to an offence or contravention committed outside India by any person if the act or conduct constituting the offence or contravention involves a computer system or computer network located in India. This section has broader perspective including cybercrime committed by cyber criminals of any nationality, any territoriality. Then we will discuss one case law regarding this, that is R versus Governor of Brixton Prison, another. In this case, the Citibank faced the wrath of the hacker on its cash management system, resulting in illegal transfer of funds from customers' account into the account of the hacker. later identified as Vladimir Levin and his accomplices. After Levin was arrested, he was extradited to the United States. One of the most important issue was jurisdictional issue, the place of the origin of cybercrime. The court held that real-time nature of the communication link between Levin and Citibank computer meant that Levin's keystrokes were actually occurring on Citibank computer. Section 76 defines confiscation. Any computer, computer system, floppies, compact discs, tap drives or any other accessories related thereto in respect of which any provisions of this act, rules, orders or regulations made thereunder has been or is being contravened shall be liable to confiscation, provided that where it is established to the satisfaction of the court adjudicating the confiscation that the system, floppies, compact discs, tap drives or any other accessories relating thereto is bound not responsible for the contravention of the provision of this act, rules, orders or regulations made thereunder. The court may, instead of making an order for confiscation of such computer, computer system, floppies, compact discs, tap drives or any other accessories related thereto, make such other order authorized by this act against the person contravening of the provision of this act, rules, order, regulation made thereunder as it may think fit. The explanation of said section says, highlights that all the devices, whether computer device which helped in the contravention of any provision of this act, rules, orders, regulation made under liable to be confiscated. Section 77 defines penalty or confiscation and interference with other punishments. No penalty imposed or confiscation made under this act shall prevent the imposition of any other punishment to which the person affected thereby is liable under any other law for the time being in force. The aforesaid section lays down a mandatory condition which state that penalties or confiscation not to interfere with other punishments to which the person affected thereby is liable under 8 offences. Notwithstanding anything contained in the Code of Criminal Procedure 1973, a police officer not below the rank of Deputy Superintendent of Police shall investigate any offence under this Act. The police officer not below the rank of Deputy Superintendent of Police shall investigate the offence. In concluding remarks, we must say due to the increase in the digital technology, various offences has also increased. Since new technology come every day, the offences has also increased. Therefore, for the IT Act 2000 need to be amended in order to include those offences which are now not included in the Act. In India, cybercrime is of not a high rate, therefore, we in the IT Act 2000. Thank you viewers for watching this program. Hello viewers, today we will discuss the topic e-consumers. A moot question here is whether a cyber consumer in law is different from ordinary consumer or whether he is covered under the Consumer Protection Act 1986. A cyber consumer purchases goods or the hires services using the internet, whereas the ordinary computer uses traditional methods of going to the market physically, etc. Both are the consumers under the Consumer Protection Act 1986, provided they fall within the ambit of the definition of consumer, which is defined under section 2 subsection 1d of the Consumer Protection Act 1986. Consumer means any person who buys any goods for a consideration which has been paid or promised or partly paid and partly promised or under any system of deferred payment, and includes any user of such goods other than the person who buys such goods for the consideration paid or promised or partly paid or partly promised or under any system of deferred payment when such use is made with the approval of such person, but does not include a person who obtains such goods for the resale or services for a consideration which has been paid or promised or partly paid or partly promised or under any system of deferred payments, and includes any beneficiary of such services other than the person who hires or avail of the services for the consideration paid or promised or partly paid or partly promised under any system of deferred payment when such services are availed of with the approval of the first mentioned person. Further explanation provides that for the purpose of commercial purpose does not include use by a consumer of goods bought and used by him exclusively for the purpose of earning his livelihood and by means of self-employment. Here consideration means something having monetary value in transaction of sales and purchase of goods. It means a person who obtains goods or avails services without consideration is not a consumer. Basically, consumer means anyone who purchases goods for private use or consumption at the end of the chain of production or hire services for a consideration. The definition involves the pre-existing of a completed transaction contract of a sale and purchase of goods or hiring of services. As mode of acquiring goods and availing services is not important for a person to be availing services through internet or physically going to the market, he is a consumer and a Consumer Protection Act 1986 would be applicable to such consumer. However, where he is purchasing goods or availing services either in the physical market or cyber market, he will not be covered within the ambit or purview of this act. In the case of Mira Industries versus Modern Construction, it was held that person availing services for commercial purpose is excluded from the definition of consumer. After amendment to section 2 subclause 1d, goods if purchased for commercial purposes and services attached to the good due to the amendment to section 2 subclause 1 subclause d. Therefore, order holding complainant consumer was set aside. In the case of Bihar School Examination Board versus Suresh Prasad, according to the definition of consumer in section 2d of the Act, a person who hires or avails of any services for consideration is a consumer. The following category of service availers will not be consumers. The one is the persons who avail any service for any commercial purpose. The person who avail any service, persons who avail any service under any contract of service a consumer is entitled or rendered by the service provided. Then we will discuss goods for the commercial use. According to the explanation, commercial purpose does not include use by a consumer of goods bought and used by him exclusively for the purpose of earning his livelihood by means of self-employment. Therefore, where a person purchases goods with a view of using such goods for carrying on any activities on a large scale for the purpose earning profits, he will definitely will not be consumer. But where goods are purchased by a person exclusively for the purpose of earning his livelihood by means of self-employment, he would be a consumer. For example, where a person be a consumer, but a person who buys a computer or a car for consideration to be used by his employees or for using the car as a taxi, then it means the same is used for the commercial purpose. However, the commercial use is by the purchaser himself for the purpose of earning his livelihood by means of self-employment, and then such purchaser of goods would remain a consumer. Therefore, if the purchaser himself works on the computer or drive the car as a taxi himself, he would be a consumer. Then we will discuss services for commercial use. It is important to note that when goods are purchased for resale, applicable to the services. Therefore, when a person who hires services for consideration shall be consumer, whether or not under the same or hired for any commercial purposes. In the cases of services, Consumer Protection Act does not provide for any exclusion as in the case of goods. Therefore, where a company engages the service of an architect to design its factory building, the said company shall be a consumer irrespective of the fact that the services are hired for a commercial purpose. Hence, in so far as services are concerned, all persons who hire services for a consideration are consumer, irrespective of whether they are manufacturers and traders requiring the services for a commercial purpose. Then we will discuss goods. Goods is defined in section 2 subsection 1. It means movable property of every kind other than actionable claim and money, and it includes stocks and share, growing crops, grass and things attached to or forming part of the land which are agreed to be served before sale or under the contract of sale. Then we will discuss service. Service is defined in section 2 subsection 1 clause O. It means service of any description which is made available to the potential user and includes the provision of facilitates in connection with supply of electrical or other energy, board or lodging or both, housing construction, entertainment, amusement, or the purveying of the news or other information, but does not include the rendering of any service free of charge or under a contract of personal service. A moot question is whether a service provided by a certifying authority under the Information Technology Act 2000 is covered under section 2 subsection 1 of this act. To answer this, we have to give wider interpretation to the definition of service given under section 2 subclause 1 of the CPA Act 1986. Consumer given under section 2 subclause 1 subclause D of the Consumer Protection Act of Personal Services not included. It is significant to mention here that any service provided free of charge or under a contract of personal service is not covered within the purview of this Act. Hence, countless free services which are provided through internet are not covered under this Act. A contract of personal service is also excluded from the purview of the services. The Apex Court has stated the difference between the contract of service and contract for the services. A contract for the services implies a contract whereby one party undertakes to render services. For example, professional direction and control, but he exercises professional or technical skills and used his own knowledge and discretion. All service providers engaged on a professional basis and not as employees are under a contract for services. On the other hand, a contract for services implies relationship of master and servant and involves an obligation to obey orders in the work to be performed as to its mode and manner of performance. A contract of service is excluded from the definition of service. Therefore, if an employee does not perform his duties properly, he cannot be forced to serve his employer under the Consumer Protection Act because his due consumer law. Then we will discuss the term defect, which is defined in section 2 subclause 1 subclause F. It means a fault, imperfection or shortcoming in the quality, quantity, potency, purity or standard which is required to be maintained by or under any law for the time being in force or under any contract, express or employed as is claimed by the trader in any manner whatsoever in relation to any goods. Then we will discuss deficiency in services. Section 2 subclause 1 subclause G defines. It means any default, imperfection, shortcoming or inadequacy in the quality, nature and manner of in force has been undertaken to be performed by a person in pursuance of a contract or otherwise in relation to any service. In the case of Balkishan versus Om Prakash, the total lease was paid by the petitioner in advance, but the electricity dues were not deposited by the petitioner. Connection was disconnected. Respondent could not draw water due to non-supply of electricity. Crops were badly damaged. Land was taken on the lease only because of the electric tubewell installed on it. Petitioner was liable to get tubewell in the working order to ensure that water is made available for the irrigation purposes, with the not shift burden of payment of electricity on the respondent. Then we will discuss the Consumer Protection Council. Significantly, to protect and promote the interest of the consumers, the Act provides the following three councils. The one is the Central Consumer Protection Council, another one is the State Consumer Protection Council, and the third one is the District Consumer Protection Council. First, we will discuss the provision of the Central Consumer Protection Council. What is the composition of the Central Consumer Protection Council is defined in section 4 of this particular Act. The central government is empowered to establish by notification a council to be known as the Central Consumer Protection, which consists of the following members. The one is the ministers in charge of the consumer affairs in the central government, who shall be its chairman. Another one is such number of other officials or non-official members representing such interests as may be prescribed. Then we will discuss procedures for the meeting of the Central Council, which is defined in section 5 of the CPA Act. The Central Council meets as and when necessary, but at least one meeting of the Council is to be held in every year. Further, it meets such time and place as the chairman may think fit and observes such procedure as is prescribed. Then we will discuss the objects of the Central Council, which is defined in section 6. The object of the Central Councils are to be promote and protect the rights of the consumer, such as the one is the right to be protected against the marketing of goods and services which are hazardous to the life and property. Then the right to be informed about quality, quantity, potency, purity, standard, price of goods or services as the case may be, so as to protect the consumer against unfair trade practices. The right to be assured wherever possible access to a variety of goods and services at competitive prices. The right to be heard and to be assured that consumers' interest will receive due consideration at appropriate fora. Then the right to seek redressal against unfair trade, the right to consumer education. Then we will discuss the State Consumer Protection Council. First we will discuss its composition, which is defined in section 7. The state government is empowered to establish a council known as the State Consumer Protection Council. This council consists of the following members. The one is again the minister in charge of the consumer affair in the state government, who shall be its chairman. Again, such number of other officials or non-official members representing such interest as may be prescribed by the state government. Then such number of other officials or non-official members not exceeding 10 as may be nominated by the central as and when necessary, but not less than 2 meetings shall be held every year. However, it meets at such time and place as the chairman thinks fit and shall observe such procedure as prescribed by the state government. Then object of the state council. The very object of every state councils are to promote and protect within the states the right of the consumer, such as the right to be protected against the marketing of goods and services which are hazardous to the life and property, and right to be informed about quality, quantity, potency, purity, standard and price of good or services as the case may be. Right to be assured wherever possible access to the variety of goods and services at the competitive prices. The right to be heard and to be assured that consumers' interest will receive due consideration at appropriate fora. Then the right to seek redressal against unfair trade practices or restrictive trade practices or exploitation of the consumer. Then the right to consumer education. The last we will discuss the District Consumer Protection Council, which is defined in the section 8. The state government is also empowered to establish for every district by notification a council to be known as a District Consumer Protection Council of the district by whatever name called, who shall be its chairman. Then such number of other officials and non-official members representing such interest as may be prescribed by the state government. Meeting of the District Council. The District Council meets as and when necessary, but not less than 2 meetings shall be held every year, at such time and place within the district as the chairman may think fit, and observe such procedure as prescribed by the state governments. Then we will discuss the object of the District Council, which is defined in section 8b. The object of every district councils are to promote and protect within the district following rights of the consumer, which are hazards to the life and property. The right to be informed about the quality, quantity, potency, purity, standard and price of goods or services as the case may be, so as to protect the consumer against unfair trade practices. Then the right to be assured wherever possible access to a variety of goods and services at competitive price. Then the right to be heard and be assured that consumers' interest will receive due consideration at appropriate fora. The right to seek redressal against unfair trade practices or restrictive trade practices or exploitation of consumer. Then right to consumer at 9 of the CPA Act. The Act also provides for the establishment of the following consumer redressable agency. The very first is a consumer disputes redressable form to be known as the district form, to be established by the state government in each district of the state by notification. However, the state government, if it deems fit, establish more than one district form in a district. A consumer dispute redressal commission to be known as the state commission to be established by the state government in the state by notification. Then a national consumer dispute redressal commission to be established by the central government by notification. The district form consists of the following member: a person who is or has been or is qualified to be a district judge, who shall be its president. Then two other members, one of whom shall be woman, who must be qualified to act as a member of district forum. Then qualifications of the member of district forum. The members of the district forum must have the following qualification. The very first is he must not be less than 35 years of age. He must possess a bachelor degree from recognized university. He must be a person of ability, integrity and standing and have adequate knowledge in dealing with the problems relating to the economics, law, commerce, accountancy, industry, which is defined in section 11. The district form has following two types of original jurisdiction. The one is pecuniary jurisdiction, another one is territorial jurisdiction. District form has pecuniary jurisdiction to entertain complaints where the value of the goods of services and compensation, if any claim, does not exceed rupees 20 lakh rupees. Then the territorial jurisdiction, and complaint is to be initiated in a district form within the local limit of whose jurisdiction the opposite party or each of the opposite parties, where there are more than one at the time of institution of the complaint, actually and voluntarily resides for gain, or any of the opposite parties where there are more than one at the time of institution of the complaint, actually and voluntarily resides or carries on business or has a branch of office or personally works for a gain, provided that in such case either the permission of the district form is given or the opposite parties who do not reside or carry on any business or have a branch office or personally work for the gain, as the case may be, acquaintance in such institution, or the cause of action wholly or in part arises. Then we will discuss appeal, which is defined in section 15. Any person aggrieved by any order made by the district form may file an appeal against such order to the state commission within the period of 30 days from the date of the order. Then we will discuss the state commission, which is defined in section 16. Composition of the state commission. Each state commission consists of a person who is or has been a judge of a high court appointed by the state government, who shall be its president. However, no appointment under this clause shall be made except after consultation with the Chief Justice of the High Court. Not less than 2 and not more than such number of members as may be prescribed, and one of whom shall be women. Then we will discuss qualifications of the member of State Commission. The member of State Commission must have the following qualification. The very first is again, he must not be less than 35 of ability, integrity and standing, and have adequate knowledge in the dealing with the problems relating to economics, law, commerce, accountancy, industry, public affairs or the administration. Then we will discuss jurisdiction of State Commission. Section 17 define again pecuniary and territorial jurisdiction. State Commission has to entertain complaints where the value of the goods or services and the compensation, if any, claims exceed rupees 20 lakh but does not exceed rupees 1 crore. The territorial jurisdiction, a complaints to be instituted in a State Commission within the local limit of whose jurisdiction the opposite party or each of the opposite parties where there are more than one at the time of institution of the complaint actually and voluntarily resides or carry the business or has a branch office or personally works for a gain, or any of the opposite party where there are more than one at the time of the institution of the complaint actually and voluntarily resides or carry on business or has a branch office or personally works for a gain, provided that in such case either the permission of the district form is given or the opposite parties who do not reside or carry on business or have a branch office or personally work for the gain, as the case may be, in acquiescence of such institution. The cause of action wholly or in part arises. The National Commission is defined in section 20. The composition and qualification of National Commission. The National Commission consists of judge of the Supreme Court to be appointed by the central government, who shall be its president. Similar kind of qualifications are there for the National Commission which are for the State Commission. Pecuniary jurisdiction can be exceed 1 crore in case of pecuniary jurisdiction of the National Commission. In end, we can say cyber consumer in law is different from ordinary consumer. District form, State Commission and National Commission play a different role for resolving disputes relating to e-consumers. Thank you viewers for watching this program.
Hello, I am Sheila Rai. I am Associate Professor in National Law University, Odisha. I would be discussing critical legal studies movement. We would discuss the theoretical issues of this raised theoretical issues raised by this movement along with certain Indian perspectives into it. Basically, the theoretical issues would be discussing with the help of some Indian cases that would help the students in a series of conferences organized by Mark Tushnet and Duncan Kennedy. These conferences were supposed to be a platform where certain writers who were writing with a critical perspective to liberal legal regime, they were brought together to discuss basically and critique each other for the writings on which basically looked at the liberal legal regime from a critical perspective. Now, critical legal studies movement, basically it can be said to be an offshoot of realist school. Realist school, as you know, was basically a revolt against formalism and objectivism of liberal legal regime. Now, the formalism and formalism and objectivism of liberal legal regime basically was a positivist concept that there are certain rules laid down in statute books, and if you apply these rules to the facts of the case, then automatically you reach a decision like a mathematical calculation, and judges in courtroom give decision by observing this pattern. Realist school made us believe that there are different perspectives of a judge. The same fact and the same rules are interpreted by different judges in different manner. So there is no one way or objective way in which one rule or the given fact can be interpreted. When the judges are no doubt influenced by their personal, social and religious backgrounds. But the realist school basically was not, it was a revolt against liberal legalism, but it was not outside it. It basically just wanted to add another perspective to liberal legal school, that is that courtroom decisions are not a slot machine process, but in the process of interpretation by the judges, different perspective of the different judges influence the decisions. So to get the proper predictability of a decision, just reading the statute book won't be enough. We need to also analyze the pattern of decisions of different judges. So decisions rather than just relying on the statute books. Now, critical legal studies movement basically goes further than the realist movement, and it brings into account, as we will discuss later, political, social and other factors which influence not only the pattern of decision of the judges but whole legal system as such. Critical legal studies movement is leftist in approach, but it is not exactly an offshoot of the Marxist school. Marxist school basically believed that the economic conditions are the substructure and law, religion, everything else are parasitic on the economic conditions, and the basic critical legal studies movement, the writers of the critical legal studies movement, they feel that the legal system of the country is part and parcel of the whole structure, and it's not just parasitic on the economic conditions, it is one of the mechanisms whereby the economic conditions, whereby the existing economic system is enforced and made possible. So legal system no doubt is influenced by the economic ideologies, but it is not exactly parasitic. Legal system is also an important vehicle and an instrument in the whole system which influences the existing economic and social system. Now, critical objectivity, it rejects the idea of formalism and objectivity so much emphasized by the liberal legal regime. It basically denounces the idea that law is an autonomous institution independent of any influence outside, which can exist independently of any outside influences, and the decisions given by judges are impersonal application of the laws of the land. Critical legal studies movement basically starts, it attacks the liberal legal regime from two perspectives. One, it highlights the internal contradictions of the liberal legal regime, and secondly, it points out what are the various factors which influence the legal system, and legal system is part and parcel of the existing social, political and economic system, especially the political system, and it is not independent of them. Now, first highlighting the contradictions of the liberal legal regime, Mark Kelman points out three internal contradictions in the liberal legal regime which the liberal legal regime systematically tries to suppress. The three contradictions which exist in the liberal legal regime, first is two contradictory beliefs among the writers or the proponents of the liberal legal regime. One is that it is possible to have mechanical applications of the rules, and second is that it is also possible to have situation specific ad hoc standards. So the proponents of liberal legal regime are committed to both. They are committed to mechanical application of rules, that is impersonal application of laws laid down in the statute books or given in previous decisions of the court. At the same time, they are also committed to the idea that there are certain standards which are defined according to the facts and circumstances of the case. They cannot be strictly defined in words as such. Now, this rule standard dichotomy, as Duncan Kennedy points out, he says that this dichotomy or this contradiction is inherent in the liberal legal regime, and it is not possible that both coexist. One is that rules are individualistic. They are part of liberal notion of society and liberal notion of polity. Standards are altruistic, and rules and standards in a particular legal system is it's difficult that both rules and it's difficult that you have commitment both to rule and standards at the same time, because if you believe in rules, you are very individualistic and devoted to liberal social and political system. If you believe in standards, then you are basically collectivist and you are more socialist, sort of, in the sense that you believe in that there are certain community and social values which need to be enforced or which need to be accepted. What Duncan Kennedy says is that rights are mechanism by which liberalism tries to hide this contradiction, in the sense that what the different rules and standards they put under the concept of right. Rights are seen, we have certain rights, at the same time we have certain limitations on those rights which are reasonable restrictions given under Article 19.2 to 19.6. Now, the rights given in Article 19 clause 1 is subject to limitations given in Article 19 to clause 2 to 19 clause 6. So what exactly is the ambit of rights given in Article 19.1? A citizen does not know unless he gets involved in a situation and the court gives a decision which may favor him or which may not favor his rights claim. So the various restrictions or sort of reasonable restrictions given in Article 19 are like morality, public order, public health, security of the state. These are basically values which cannot be comprehensively defined, and whether a particular activity of an individual amounts to obscenity or immorality or endangers the security of the state, it is left for the court to decide, and court decides on the basis of not strictly defined notions but on the basis of certain standards. So standards are basically not like, standards are terms like reasonableness, unconscionability, undue influence. These are basically standards which are part of the rule, like standards of undue influence, unconscionability. It's part of the rule of law of contract. According to the law of the contract, an agreement, if there is an agreement by free consent, then that agreement can be enforced by law and it becomes a contract. But that free consent is vitiated if there is an undue influence. Now, how do we decide whether there is an undue influence or not? One of the issues in deciding undue influence is that if the agreement is unconscionable, then the court holds that there is an undue influence, and the court says that the consent is thereby vitiated. But then it is difficult to decide an agreement which seems to be unconscionable on the facts of the case entered by a Pardanasheen woman. The court would hold that the court would straight away hold that it is unconscionable, and it must be due to, there is a presumption that an undue influence has been exercised and the consent is not free. But at the same time, suppose I am in debt and I need a loan and a very high rate of interest. In that case, the court will not hold that it is an unconscionable contract or the consent is vitiated, because it's just a commercial hardship. So it depends. I mean, standards are not so strict. I mean, the standards cannot be so comprehensively defined as a rule can be. But rules are but these standards are, as McCormick points out, that these standards are part of all the rules, most of the rules of the liberal legal regime. And the liberal legal regime sort of thinks that there is no contradiction between having a rule and a standard at the same time, but then, as Duncan Kennedy points out, that both may not be able to coexist. The second contradiction highlighted by Kellman is that on the one hand, liberal legal are arbitrary and subjective, and facts and reasons are objective and universal. That values and desires are necessarily subjective and arbitrary, and any idea based on facts and reasons are objective and universal. On the other hand, liberal legal regime is also committed to the idea that social and ethical values can be established by objective universal rules, that objective universal rules can be established with regard to certain social and ethical truths. Now, social and ethical truths or social and ethical facts can never be objective. They have to be subjective. Social values, ethical values, they have to be subjective. Now, if you want to establish an objective universal value on the basis of for these social and reconcilable according to the critical legal studies movement. The third contradiction pointed out by Mark Kellman is that the liberal legal regime is committed to intentionalist discourse, that I am liable for my action only if I have intention to commit it. And I have intention to commit it, that is only when I, my of own self will and in self free will, individual will, do an action which is illegal, then only law can hold me liable for it. Law does not hold me liable if my actions or my expressions are determined by external factors over which I did not have any control. And when do you say that it is exercised by individual will? Like in case of murder or any crime, both mens rea and actus reus are necessary. That is, intention to commit crime should also be there and actus reus should also be there. But there are certain exceptions. Now, if suppose there is a sudden provocation, in that case an individual is or any person is not held liable, because it is supposed that the individual was compelled, he did not exercise his own free will. Actually, he was compelled to act according to circumstances, and the circumstances had forced to act, make him do the illegal act. Now, this is a case where was the time when the criminal act was committed. If the duration between provocation and act is long, in that case it is, according to judicial decisions, it is felt that individual had enough time to cool down and think, and now he is liable to for his actions because he actually got the time to reflect over his actions. If the time is very short, then it is felt that individual has acted under impulse and under the circumstances forced upon him. But exactly how much time should lapse is not clear by any decision. Like Nanavati case, it was held that there was a grave and sudden provocation and the accused had sufficient time to reflect and cool down. But there are cases of domestic violence where the courts around the world have held that even though at the immediate time of taking action by the accused, even though at that immediate time there was no provocation, but there have been provocations in the past, then also the accused has been exempted from any liability. So it depends that whether I have actually exercised my will or not, or whether I am forced by circumstances to do any act, is again not a clear-cut criteria, and there is this is again a contradiction highlighted by critical legal studies movement. Now, the second aspect of critical legal studies movement is that they do not accept that law is an autonomous discipline. They feel that not only the making of a court, the arguments made by the court, at every step we are making a political and a social choice. No decision making takes place without a judge being compelled by circumstances to make a particular choice. The judge does not take a decision in an impersonal manner. He takes various political, social, economic issues into account and then gives the decision of a particular case, and basically by taking all the factors into account, the judge decides his course of action. Not only the judges, the lawyers are influenced by the existing political, economic, social discourse. The very discipline of law, according to CLS writers, involves active participation influences of existing political, social, economic and other debates and issues. Duncan Kennedy says that the legal education itself plays a lot of role in maintaining the dominance of existing perspective. The way the admission tests are conducted in law schools, the way the curriculum is designed, the way the education is imparted, all these process ensures that the dominant perspective of the society at the time is imparted to the students. He basically is a great proponent of affirmative actions in the admissions in law schools, and he feels that the students of other communities are not by an objective merit, by examining objective merit. What he feels that the whole designing of the question paper, the whole designing of the curriculum basically favors one perspective of education, knowledge and one perception of social and political institution. Therefore, the whole idea of law when a student graduates is he is sort of becomes part of the existing perspective, and he feels that this is the right thing or the existing order of the things are actually right. He's not able to look at it critically because he has not been influenced by other perspectives in the admission making process. Now let us see how far the political, with the help of certain Indian cases, let us see how far the political and other perspectives influence the decision making of the courts and how far they have played a role. First case, we can take the landmark case of Vishakha. Actually, I would be discussing 2 cases relating to criminal law, 2 cases relating to commercial law, and then finally constitutional law. Let us start with the landmark case of Vishakha. In Vishakha, the Supreme Court reminded the Government of India of its obligations under the CEDAW and laid down certain guidelines to prevent harassment of women at workplace. Now, certain IPC provisions are already there to punish the accused for atrocity, certain crimes against women. Now, whole idea of the Vishakha case, as we know, it came up because Srimati Banwari Devi, who was working for the Women Development Project run by the government of Rajasthan, was raped by certain persons of her village because they did not like the work she was doing. Now, the case, when the Supreme Court came out with its decision in 1997, was the court actually deciding the matter in an objective and impersonal manner? Was the court actually influenced just by the facts of the case, or was the court also influenced by certain other factors? Now, we know that the issue of Banwari Devi had attracted lot of media attention both in India and abroad, and in fact women. Therefore, when the court came out with the decision in 1997, it ensured that the Republic of India does not look like a defaulter in front of the international community, and that the court, by laying down the law and by remembering India's commitment under CEDAW, has laid down proper guidelines. But we have to remember that many cases have come after that where, there are many other cases where the victim, who are women, are not getting justice, either because the cases are not so highlighted or because the courts are not exactly deciding on the issue of harassment of women at workplace. One wonders that if, but then this issue becomes this is one factor that might have influenced the Supreme Court in taking prompt action, the factor that the case had got a lot of international attention. The other is Jessica Lal murder case. Jessica Lal murder case, as we all know, that the case was closed, and because all the evidences were fabricated by the people in power. But then the case again got lot of media attention, and there was a lot of debate in India about the murder and the application and enforceability of law in India. So again, one wonders whether the landmark decision given by the court, whereby the accused was not so much highlighted in the media. The 2 commercial law cases are, one is Balco case, the other is Vodafone case. Balco case, again we know that it overruled the Bhatia International and Venture Global Engineering cases. These both Bhatia International and Venture Global Engineering were earlier rulings of the Supreme Court of India. The Supreme Court of India in Balco constituted a larger bench to review the decisions of its earlier benches. Now, Balco case basically decided, overruling the earlier decisions, it basically said that Part 1 of the Indian Arbitration and Conciliation Act is applicable only when the seat of arbitration is in India, and it is not applicable when the seat of arbitration is not in India. Now, this case, which overruled the earlier case, came out after the White Industries case, which was decided by International Investment Tribunal. Now, the International Investment Tribunal had found the legal system of India as deficient in enforcing its international commitments. Therefore, it gave a decision against India, and Government of India incurred a huge liability because of this case. Now, one again wonders whether the Balco case, where the Supreme Court gave this landmark decision, was influenced by the factor that the international community was holding India responsible for its international decision, for its international commitments. The other case is Vodafone case. Vodafone case, again we know that the Supreme Court of India had given a decision which the government had basically nullified by passing a law and giving it a retrospective effect. Now Vodafone is again going for international investment arbitration. Now the whole legal discourse or the legal discussion in India about Vodafone case is not centered whether the decision of the court was right or wrong. Actually, Bombay High Court had given one decision and Supreme Court had given another decision. So there can be a legal debate about the interpretation of the provisions of the Income Tax Act. But the whole discussion in India that is taking place is not whether the action of the government was legally right or wrong. The whole discussion that is taking place in India is how far the decision of the court to amend the law retrospectively, how is it going to affect the investment climate of India? Issue, but what impact it is going to have on the investment climate of India. The other case we know are well known, that is constitutional law case regarding the basic structure. Now from A.K. Gopalan versus State of Madras to Indira Nehru Gandhi versus Union of India, the Supreme Court travelled a long road, and initially from the A.K. Gopalan days it had adopted a strict positivist attitude, but in Keshwanand Bharti and finally a unanimous bench in Indira Nehru Gandhi held that there is a basic structure of the Indian Constitution which cannot be amended by the Parliament, because Parliament itself is the creature of the Constitution of India. So the change in the stance of the Supreme Court from A.K. Gopalan days to Indira Nehru Gandhi days, we can see that possibly the political climate of the country might have influenced the decision of the court. Earlier the courts had more faith or gave more deference to the decisions of the Parliament or to the actions of the parliaments because the political luminaries that were there. By the time Keshwanand Bharti case was decided, it was the political position of the country had changed, and by the time Indira Nehru Gandhi was decided, the political situation of the country had drastically changed. So in that case, it depends that it basically becomes we are sort of forced to feel that actually it is the political climate of the country which has induced or changed the stand of the court from A.K. Gopalan days to Indira Nehru Gandhi days and subsequently. Now, critical legal studies philosophers like Roberto Unger, they have a reconstructive idea also, and they want to have what Unger calls as super liberal regime, where he tries to establish a regime which is more flexible rather than rigid system. It will be more flexible, so individuals will have more rights not only to assert themselves but also to change the system, to change the institutions and to change the discourse within the social and political system as it is going. So the whole reconstructive idea of Roberto Unger is to have a more liberal, decentralized system in which individuals have more role to play. We can say that the critical legal studies movement basically provides or basically critiques the formalism and objectivity of the critical legal. They basically critique the formalism and objectivity of the liberal legal system. They do not believe that there is a goddess of justice who is blinded by any external influences, and whatever facts are put before it, the decisions are given on the basis of those facts. They feel that the legal system is embedded in the political, social, economic situation of a particular country, and is very much influenced. It's not only influenced, but it should be influenced by these factors. There is nothing wrong in accepting that not only misplaced, is not only a myth, but it is also misplaced. The ideology of critical legal studies movement was carried on by postmodernist jurists who were influenced both by the critical legal studies movement and postmodern movement in general. And many of the writers of both the areas, that many of the writers like Duncan Kennedy, Balkin, they are uniformly sort of referred in both the critical legal studies movement articles also and in the postmodern literature or postmodern jurisprudence literature also. So the postmodern writers themselves do not so much detach themselves from critical legal studies, further developed the notions of deconstruction, violence and dominance in law, and the recognition of plurality in perspective in legal discourse. Thank you.
Children are brutally beaten. They are scalded with boiling water. Their hands are burnt with cigarette butts. They are tied to bedposts for days on end. They are maltreated by the very persons who should be giving them love and protection, their parents and teachers. When we recall childhood, the happiest memories are those of freedom, a carefree time, of love. Although today's children seem to grow faster mentally, their hearts and minds are still vulnerable. Childhood can be a dangerous time. At this tender age, children are most in need of love and care. The pain of the slap or a beating passes, but the memory leaves a scar. Sometimes children are punished for no fault of their own. Their innocence does not recognize right or wrong. By the age of 7, most children understand rules of behavior, but they want to know why the rules of conduct exist. To question is natural, calmly.
मम्मी 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 उठो ना, कहानी सुनाओ ना। बेटा ये कोई टाइम है कहानी का? आज मेरी एग्जाम थी। हाँ ठीक है, सो जा सो जा। पापा 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 पापा।
Unfortunately, the high pressure living of our times creates tension and tempers are easily lost. Children by instinct tend to imitate. You slap your child at home and the child will use violence in the neighborhood. Not only in homes, physical punishment is a major problem afflicting Indian schools.
कि घर में अपना एक बच्चा होता है, वो उसको हम संभाल नहीं सकते। क्लास में 80 बच्चे होते हैं, तो 80 बच्चों को संभालना इतना कठिन होता है कि एक बच्चा को हम लोग जब पीटते हैं तो 80 बच्चे शांत हो जाते हैं।
Some public schools openly argue the merit of caning. If I beat or slap one boy, I get the rest of my class of 80 to behave. It is sometimes forgotten. The national educational policy bans physical punishment.
मूर्ख कुठला काय समजलं तुम्ही परीक्षेला येतात की काय करता अभ्यास करायला नको काय नको काय खेळता की काय करताय हा सरळ सरळ बघायला पाहिजे ना तुम्हाला काय समजलं तुम्ही शाळेत येतं की काय धर्मशाळा आहे
When the ban is defied, parents and social organizations can go to any high court for redress. Sometimes, without bothering to ask a child, parents jump to conclusions.
सूरज, ये क्या है? क्या है? दिखता नहीं है, फिल्म की दिखती है? हाँ, मुझे कहाँ से आई? आगे बताऊंगा, आओ नीचे, मेरे को क्रिकेट खेलने जाना है। ये तरीका है माथे पे चलेगा? ये भी तो मुझसे हमेशा बदतमीजी से बात करती है। आपको तो हमेशा खाली इनकी परवाह रहती है, अपने बेटे के तो ख्याल ही नहीं है।
Now the boy realizes that he beat his son the way he was beaten by his father. Perhaps the grandson is being educated in this harmful and evil tradition. When you treat a loving gesture with contempt, the child may stop believing in love. Accusing children of being stupid, thoughtless and selfish is likely to make children think less of themselves. Their self-confidence is undermined. They will develop an inferiority complex, which in turn will cause aggression against others. The child's self-esteem is lost. Ambitious parents are today trying to stuff knowledge into their children in the hope that their children will fulfill their own frustrated aspirations. Parents forget that not every child is a genius. Most of us are average. Overburdening a child destroys the very joy of childhood. Unfortunately, a majority of schools today overburden students with unnecessary books. There is so much pressure on children to become parrots or super parrots that they have no time to think, no time to play, no time to be creative in any way. After slogging all day, when the kid wants to watch the TV, you stop him. You want him to do what you want. The desire for total control is most unhealthy. Overbearing adults destroy the natural joy of childhood and inflict agony and exhaustion on the child. Today there is growing anxiety in regard to parenting. The causes are many. The nuclear family and the absence of a joint family, working mothers, single mothers, changing social values. Perhaps a small family will be a happier family. Despite increasing knowledge and information, the stress of modern living leads to marital conflict and the child becomes a pawn in this ugly game.
Rita!
Annie gives chocolate to the little one and ignores her brother. This kind of behavior is obviously hurtful to the little boy. He thinks himself an outcast. It is not only a question of pain, of being punished, but the frustration of not being able to express one's sense of injury. At any time, denying a child self-expression is most dangerous. How long can a society which calls itself civilized continue to tolerate humiliation, mutilation, and even death? The broken teacup. The mother understands that it was an accident and does not scold him. Gently tells him to be careful in future. This makes for love and closeness. This attitude is more likely to boost the child's self-confidence. Loving and caring for our children is not enough. We have to understand their needs and their desires. Instead of being over-possessive and bullying, we should try persuasion. This will automatically increase their self-worth and respect for others. Perhaps wisdom and laughter go together. Children who live through years of assault, degradation and neglect are seen to have emotional problems and learning deficiencies. Such children at times
বিদেশে পাঠাইছে কি করব 9 জন খেতে আমরা বলছি তাহলে যাই কাজে তো আমরা গেছিলাম
তো গিয়ে তারপরে টাকা পয়সা দিত না গরম নিয়ে দেখা করতে তোমাদের সাথে
না
আপনার স্বামীর নাম কি গৌরাঙ্গ জানা উনি থাকেন কোথায়
দিল্লিতে
দিল্লিতে
আমি কি করে বলতে আমার কি দেশ থেকে নিয়ে দিয়ে যাই শুনছি এটা লোকের মুখে আর কি আমরা তো চোখে দেখিনি
আপনার স্বামী ওই গ্রাম থেকে মেয়েগুলো নিয়ে গিয়ে কি করে
ওখানে অফিসে দেয় অফিসের লোক আবার কাজের বাড়িতে রাখে আর কি
আমাদের দেশে এখনো তো লিটারেসি মেয়ে সমাজে লিটারেসির অভাব অত্যন্ত তারা যদি মিনিমাম এতটুকুন লেখাপড়া করতে পারে লিটারেসি ইজ এ গ্রেট ওয়েপন মস্ত বড় অস্ত্র
It can help to grow a conscience to stop trafficking.
और ये बताते का बच्चा कहाँ है इसका बच्चा कहाँ है बात करेंगे पहले ये बता कि इसकी बच्चा कहाँ है समझ में तो चल
आपका बच्चा तो आओगे
तुम्हारा नाम रियाना जी बच्चे क्यों रखा
West Bengal and Delhi police.
कुछ नहीं हुआ। ये यहाँ पे है ठीक है।
ठीक है, अभी बैठ जाओ, परेशान मत हो, बैठ जाओ अंदर, बैठ जाओ अंदर, बैठ दोनों अंदर बैठो, अंदर बैठो, इधर आ जाओ।
আমি মার কাছে যাচ্ছিলাম ছোট ছেলের দুধ আনতে, পয়সা নিতে গেছিলাম। এবার ওখান থেকে ওই মহিলাটার সঙ্গে যাওয়া আসা সব দু একবার দেখা হয়েছিল, বেশি দেখা হয়নি। তারপর ওই মহিলাটা বললো যে তোরা এত গরিব, এত দুঃখ, চল আমার সঙ্গে দিল্লি। একটা বাড়িতে নিয়ে গেল, নিয়ে গিয়ে দেখলাম ওখানে কতগুলো মেয়ে আছে। তারপরে ওখান থেকে 10 দিন আমার দুটো বাচ্চা আমার সাথে ছিল। তারপর ওখান থেকে একটা বাচ্চা আমার, ওরা বলছে ঘুরতে নিয়ে যাচ্ছে বলে নিয়ে গিয়ে আমারও করতো, আমার বড় ছেলেটারও মারতো। ওরা যখন বড় ছেলে ছোট ছেলেটাকে দেয়নি, তখন আমি বড় ছেলেটাকে নিয়ে পালিয়ে এসেছি। ছোট ছেলেটাকে যখন জিজ্ঞাসা করি ওরা আমার বলতে চায়নি যে কোথায় রেখেছি বা কিছু। মা বললো চল তো আমাদের মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর বাড়ি যাই বলে, এখান থেকে বালিগঞ্জে নেমে ওখানে মা জিজ্ঞাসা করলো এখানে মমতাদির বাড়ি কোথায় বলে, ওখান থেকে মমতাদির বাড়ির ঠিকানা জেনে ওখান থেকে মমতাদির বাড়ি এরম ঢুকলাম। বাচ্চার জন্য আমি এসেছি, আমার বাচ্চা এরমই হয়ে গেছে।
अरे पहचान अपनी माँ को।
हाँ पहचानने सही बात है,
पहचानो। अरे भाई देखो सलमान,
देखो ये बिना आपके रहा है, लेकिन ऐसे नहीं है, हमने बहुत उससे खाया।
अरे गुड्डा क्यों भाई, क्यों भाई, लो लो ना करो, क्यों बाप, अरे तो ना चुप कर,
चुप जा बाबू, चुप जा, चुप जा। नहीं है चुप
सलमान, चुप चुप।
हमें देखो, हमें तो ऐसा पता ही नहीं था।
सुनो पहले मेरी बात
जी,
किसी और का बच्चा रखना, आप पुलिस स्टेशन को बताए थे कि इसका बच्चा को रखे हुए?
देखो ये गलती हो गई हमारी।
क्या गलती हो गई?
गलती है, लेकिन हमें ये नहीं पता था। हमें जिसने
गलती ये हो गई कि पहले 2 लाख रुपया धंधा करे तब आप इसको बच्चा दोगे? तुमको जो बोलना है इनको बोलो, तेरा बच्चा रख लिया था।
आप अपने बच्चे का चेक
तुमने पूछेगा आज उसका माँ कौन है, उसका बाप कौन है?
देखो मेरा पूछेगा।
পেয়ে গেছি আমি আর কোনো জায়গায় পা তুলে যাবো না। অভাবে জ্বালায় হয় ঘরে বসে থাকবো, তাও কোথাও পা তুলে যাবো না। আমার দুটো বাচ্চার জন্য আমি 1.5 মাস যা কষ্ট করছি, খুব কষ্ট পেয়েছি। খেতাম না, সবসময় নিমজিম হয়ে থাকতাম। আমার বাচ্চাদের জন্য অনেক কষ্ট পেয়েছি।
আর যাবে না ওখানে?
কোনো জায়গায় পা তুলে যাবো না, না খাওয়াই এখানে পড়ে থাকবো বাপের এখানে।
मैडम, मैं अपने फ्रेंड्स के साथ पिक्चर देखने गई थी। वापसी में मैंने ऑटो पकड़ा। ऑटो वाला एक अंधेरी गली में ले गया, कहता है शॉर्टकट है। आगे जाके उसने ऑटो रोका और मुझे खींच के उसने जबरदस्ती की।
बहुत तकलीफ हुई होगी, डर लगा होगा। थी खैर, अब तुम हमारे पास हो, तुम्हारी देखभाल हमारी जिम्मेदारी है। यहाँ पास ही में एक सरकारी अस्पताल है, वहाँ तुम्हें हम ले जाएंगे मेडिकल चेकअप के लिए, क्योंकि डॉक्टरी जांच तो केस के सबूत के लिए भी ज़रूरी है। लेकिन अगर तुम्हारी मंजूरी हुई तो।
जी जी, मुझे कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा था। मैं किसी तरह से घर पहुंची। पापा ने कहा उसी वक्त रिपोर्ट लिखाने चलते हैं, बट फिर एक आंटी कहती कि सबको पता चल जाएगा और बदनामी होगी। पर मम्मी और पापा ने कहा कि इसमें इसकी क्या गलती है, इसके साथ गलत हुआ है। मैडम, मैं तो ऐसे आना भी नहीं चाहती थी। मैं नहा के कपड़े बदल के आना चाहती थी, पर मम्मी ने कहा कि ये कपड़े, ये निशान, ये सब सबूत हैं, इनके बिना तो कोई मानेगा भी नहीं।
तुमने बहुत हिम्मत दिखाई है। ऐसा करने से कई लड़कियां और औरतें कतराती हैं, दबाव में आ जाती हैं। ये सच है कि समय निकलने से सबूत खराब हो सकता है, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है कि इसके बिना केस नहीं बनेगा। किसी भी लड़की या औरत के बयान के आधार पर भी बलात्कार की सजा हो सकती है। और ऐसा जरूरी नहीं है कि बलात्कार में कोई हाथापाई हो या कोई निशान हो, और ऐसा भी नहीं है कि एफआईआर में देरी भी कोई कमजोरी होती है। समाज का माहौल ही ऐसा है, बहुत लोग सोच विचार करके ही आगे बढ़ते हैं। जानकार व्यक्ति घटित अपराध की जानकारी दे सकता है। पहले पढ़ो क्या लिखा है। तुम्हारा नाम, सब देखो सही है। आज की तारीख के समय तुम गई थी। ठीक है, इसकी कार्रवाई तुरंत की जाएगी। फिलहाल तुम्हें मेडिकल चेकअप के लिए पास के सरकारी डॉक्टर के पास ले जाएंगे। ये वैसे तो काम 24 घंटे के अंदर हो सकता है, लेकिन तुम्हारी हालत देख के तुम्हें चिकित्सा की अभी ज़रूरत है, और सबूत के लिए भी ज़रूरी है। तुम्हारी मर्जी रिपोर्ट बनाएंगे और उसके बाद हम तुम्हें मैजिस्ट्रेट के पास ले जाएंगे बयान के लिए। ठीक है, आओ मेरे साथ।
Hello students, I'm Deepika Bhandari. Today I bring you another learning episode in BSc Forensic Science on behalf of the content writers Dr. G.S. Sodhi and myself on an important unit of paper Crime and Society titled Juvenile Delinquency. In this episode, we will discuss about juvenile delinquency and its types. We will also discuss about factors leading to juvenile delinquency and the different theories of crime applicable along with the different mental disorders associated with juvenile crimes. We will wind up the module with discussion of juvenile sex crimes. Let's start our module with a look at what we are going to learn today. Module 1, Introduction. Module 2, Types of Juvenile Delinquency. Module 3, Factors responsible for juvenile delinquency. Module 4, Theories of crime applicable to juvenile delinquency. Module 5, Laws against juvenile delinquency. Module 6, Mental disorders. Module 7, Juvenile sex crimes, and Module 8, the summary. Let us begin this episode by learning about the concept of juvenile delinquency. First, the introduction. For the younger generation of our gradually changing society, the traditional patterns guiding the relationships and transitions between family, school, and work may become quite challenging. The smoothness of socialization is ensured by social relations. But these days, the lifestyle has become so complex that such relations are collapsing. The increase in maturity gap and arguably the limited opportunities of becoming an independent adult are the major factors that influence bonding between friends and family, choices and educational opportunities, and moreover the lifestyles. Nowadays, youth, irrespective of their social origin, gender or nationality, some of which are beneficial and some are potentially harmful. Quite often, the advantage of such illegal opportunities is being taken as young people commit different crimes, become drug addicts, and may even turn violent. The concept of juvenile delinquency deals with negative behavior of children and teenagers that may result in crimes or illegal actions. Juvenile delinquency, which is also called youth crime or juvenile offending, is actually the participation of minors, that is juveniles, the individuals younger than the legal age of majority, in illegal behavior. Further, a juvenile delinquent is a person below the age of 18 and has committed an offence which would be charged by law if the offender would have been an adult. On the basis of severity and type of offence, trial of offender below 18 could be done like an adult. Almost every legal system specifies procedures for dealing with juveniles like courts and juvenile detention centres. Let us now learn about the different types of juvenile delinquencies. Module 2, Types of Juvenile Delinquency. Delinquency exhibits a variety of styles of conduct or forms of behavior. Each of the pattern has its own social context, the causes that are alleged to bring it out, and the forms of prevention or treatment most often suggested as appropriate for the pattern in question. Howard Becker has referred to organized delinquency and situational delinquency. Let us now discuss these one by one. Individual delinquency. This refers to the type of delinquency in which only one individual is involved in committing a delinquent act, and its cause is located within the individual delinquent. Most of the explanations of this delinquent behavior come from psychiatrists. They argue that delinquency is caused by psychological problems stemming primarily from defective or faulty or pathological family interaction pattern. Researchers of Haley and Bronner, Albert Bandura and Richard Walters, Edwin Power and Helen Whitmer and Henry Meyer and Edgar Borgata are based on this approach. Helly and Bronner in 1936 compared delinquent youths with their non-delinquent siblings and analyzed the difference between them. Their most important finding was that over 90% of the delinquents compared to 13% of their non-delinquent siblings had an unhappy environment and home and felt discontented with their life circumstances. The nature of unhappiness, however, varied. Some felt rejected by parents and others felt either inferior or jealous of siblings or suffered from mental conflict. They indulged in delinquency as a solution to these problems, as it reduced their guilty feelings. Later studies also identified important aspects of family relations leading to delinquencies. Bandura and Walters compared the aggressive actions of white delinquents with those of non-delinquent boys, with no clear sign of economic hardship. They found that delinquents differed from non-delinquents a little in their relationship with their mothers, but more in their relationship with their fathers. Thus, father-son rather than mother-son relations seemed more crucial in delinquency, as delinquent boys could not internalize moral values because of the absence of good role models in their father. In addition, their discipline was also harsher and stern. Next is group-supported delinquency. In this type, delinquencies are committed in companionship with others, and the cause is located not only in the personality of the individual or in the delinquent's family, but in the prevailing culture of the individual's home and neighborhood. The studies of Thrasher and Shaw and Mackay pertain to this type of delinquency. The main finding in the understanding why the young became delinquent was their association and companionship with other already delinquent. This was later put very clearly by Sutherland, who developed the theory of differential association. Unlike the psychogenic explanations, this set of ideas focuses on what is learned and from whom it is learned, rather than on the problems that might produce motivation to commit delinquencies. Unlike the psychogenic explanations, this set of ideas focuses on what is learned and from whom it is learned, rather than on the problems that might produce motivation to commit delinquencies. Let us now understand about organized delinquency. This type refers to delinquencies that are committed by formally organized groups. These delinquencies were analyzed in the United States in the 1950s, and the concept of delinquency subculture was developed. This concept refers to the set of values and norms that guide the behavior of group members, encourage the commission of delinquencies, award status on the basis of such acts, and specify typical relationships to persons who fall outside the groupings governed by group norms. Cohen was the first person to refer to this type of delinquency. He was followed by Cloward and Ohly and a few others. And lastly, situational delinquency. The above discussed three types of delinquencies have one thing in common. In all of them, delinquency is viewed as having deep roots. In individual delinquency, according to the psychogenic explanation, the roots of delinquency lie primarily within the individual. In group-supported and organized delinquency, the sociogenic explanation, the roots of delinquency lie in the structure of the society, with emphasis either on the ecological areas where delinquency prevails or on the systematic way in which social structure places some individuals in an underprivileged position to compete for success. Situational delinquency provides a different perspective. Here the assumption is that delinquency is not deeply rooted, and motives for delinquency, means for controlling it, are often relatively simple. For instance, a young man indulges in a delinquent act without having a dedicated conscience to delinquency because of less developed impulse control, and because of weaker reinforcement of family restraints, and because he has relatively little to lose even if caught. Let us now discuss about the various factors responsible for juvenile delinquency. The severity and intensity of juvenile offenders generally depends upon the cultural, economic and social conditions prevailing in that country. The root cause of juvenile offences are generally found at each layer of the social structure and include social groups and organizations, social institutions, society as a whole and interpersonal relations. Choice of juvenile of adopting delinquent careers and the consequent perpetuation is regulated by many factors. A few of them are described in this section. First, economic and social factors. Juvenile delinquency is an outcome of the negative consequences of economic, including systems of public education and assistance, the state and the family, and political instability. Unemployment and low income are the factors that are linked with the socio-economic instability, which often encourage the young people to indulge in antisocial behavior. Second, sex differences. Most commonly, young men tend to commit juvenile offences. The idea or the definition of masculinity makes young males more probable to commit an offence. Being aggressive, powerful, tough, competitive and daring has become a mode of expressing their masculinity. While acting out on these ideologies, young men become more like the treatment received by the young men due to their masculinity. Alternatively, generally young men are naturally more daring, aggressive and prone to risk-taking. In addition to this, according to a study by Kevin M. Beaver, it was found that variation in a specific gene makes adolescent males more likely to indulge in delinquent behavior. The study, published in the Journal of Genetic Psychology in September 2008, for the first time established a statistically significant link between 10 repeat alleles of the dopamine transporter gene, that is DAT1, and affinity for antisocial peer groups. Let us now discuss have been broken down. This results in destructive and traumatizing alterations in social reality by making the juveniles deviant, rebellious and even indulging in criminal activities. The next factor is urbanization. Geographical analysis reveals that registered crime rate is much higher in countries having more urbanized population in comparison to those having strong rural lifestyles and communities. The reason behind this is the difference in social control and social cohesion. As a mean of dealing with antisocial behavior, rural groupings usually rely on community control and family and exhibit a notably lower rate of crime, contrary to the measures, that is, an impersonal approach that leads to higher crime rates. Racial differences. Racial differences also have a significant impact on juvenile offenders. When considering racial statistics, it is found that teens from certain ethnic background are much prone to committing juvenile offences. Low socioeconomic status, poverty, low parental monitoring, association with deviant peer groups and harsh parenting are the factors associated with juvenile offending. Exclusion. The day-by-day increasing gap between poor and rich has led to the emergence of a much larger ratio of youth criticals, ruptured social ties, unemployment, and identity crisis. Let us now discuss about the role of family. Several studies have revealed that proper parental supervision makes children less probable to be engaged in criminal activities. Conflicts in the family, weak internal linkages and integration, inadequate parental control are closely linked with juvenile delinquency. Children belonging to economically backward families get few employment opportunities and thus face a much increased risk of social exclusion. Next is role of media. It has been found in several researches that violent games in which children indulge result in a much aggressive behavior in teenagers. Such factors. Peer influence. Peer groups play an important role in the emergence of a youth as an offender. Membership in a delinquent gang, like any other natural grouping, can be an integral part of the process of becoming an adult. Through such primary associations, an individual becomes more susceptible to criminal mentality. Lastly, migration. Because margins of the society are often occupied by immigrants who have a little chance of success, they often seek comfort in their own environment and culture. Therefore, these apparent differences in values, norms, and the varying degrees of culture often result. Let us now learn about the theories of crime applicable to juvenile delinquency in our next section. There are a number of theories regarding the causes of crime. The most common theories which are applicable to the causes behind juvenile delinquency are as follows. Let us try to understand these one by one. First is social disorganization. The current positivist approaches usually focus on the culture of the society. It is a criminological theory attributing to variation in delinquency and crime over time and among territories to the breakdown or absence of social institutions like school, family, social groups, church, etc. Rational choice. Classical criminology relies on the opinion that it is not the external environment, but the causes of crime lie within the offender as an individual. Rational choice theory is the best demonstration of this idea. Rational choice is the basic theme behind delinquency. According to classists, rational self-interest motivates offenders. The importance of personal responsibility and free will is emphasized here. Third is strain theory. Strain theory is associated mainly with Robert Merton. This theory holds that the basic reason behind any crime is that poverty makes it difficult to achieve social goals by legal means. Merton has individuals accept socially approved goals but not necessary to adopt the means that are approved socially. Retreatism. Here both the socially approved goals and means are rejected. Ritualism. Here socially approved goals are rejected but not the means which are socially acceptable. Conformity. Here means and goals of the system are confirmed. And lastly, rebellion. People who deviate from socially approved means and goals and create a new system of socially acceptable goals and means. Here in this theory, economic motivation is not the sole basis of youth crime. Along with this, the theory fails to juvenile delinquency deals with labeling. It is a concept that aims to explain the social context of deviant behavior rather than focusing on individuals themselves. This theory is an integral part of interactionism criminology, which states that young people who are more likely to offend are labeled as criminal. Differential association theory. This theory deals with the young people in the context of a group. It looks at how the existence of gangs and peer pressure could indulge them into crime. There are strong evidences that young people having criminal friends are more likely to get involved in crimes. Furthermore, initially became delinquent. Lastly, let us discuss about the importance of social control. Social control theory. This theory proposes the process of social learning and socialization builds self-control. It can reduce the inclination towards the antisocial behavior. There are three types of control that help in preventing juvenile delinquency. First is direct, in which punishment is used to threaten the people of wrongful behavior, and compliance is rewarded by family, parents and higher authorities. Second, indirect, in which those people are identified who can influence behavior. That is, an individual's delinquent act may cause disappointment and pain to others. And third is internal, in which a youth refrains from delinquency by means of superego and conscience, the feeling of a superior society over him. We will now learn about the various laws against juvenile delinquency in our next section. Laws against juvenile delinquency. The Government of India enacted the Juvenile Justice Act in 1986. In 1989, the UN General Assembly adopted the Convention on the Rights of a Child, which is ratified in 1992 by India. The convention outlines the process and the need of reintegration, the right of the child without judicial proceedings where avoidable. Hence, for fulfilling the standards of the convention, the government felt a need to amend the law. In pursuance of this, in 2000, the Juvenile Justice Act took the place of the old law, which is known as Care and Protection of Children. The Act provides for a much sensitive special approach towards the treatment and prevention of juvenile delinquency. It provides a framework for the treatment, protection and rehabilitation of children in the purview of the juvenile justice system. This Act has been further amended in 2006 and then later on in 2010. According to the sections 82 and 83 of the Indian Penal Code, a child who commits a crime and is below the age of 7 is not considered to have committed a crime. A child who is between the ages of 7 and 12 and is deemed to have immature understanding about the consequences of his or her actions is also considered incapable of committing a crime. The next section deals with the mental disorders in juvenile delinquents. Various disorders have been diagnosed in juvenile delinquents. According to the data available, 6 to 16% of male teens and 2 to 9% of female teens have conduct disorder. The disorders may vary from oppositional defiant disorder to antisocial personality disorder. Teens suffering from oppositional defiant disorder are not aggressive every time. Various disorders such as conduct disorder set their roots during childhood but starts developing and becomes apparent during teenage. The serial juvenile criminals, their safety and others' safety and property. If in case a juvenile continues to show the same behavior, then it is most likely that he or she will develop antisocial personality disorder and would be more prone to become serious criminal offender. For diagnosing an adult with such disorder, its previous disorder history is considered. Conduct and antisocial personality disorder are similar to each other as they both lead to unpredictable and aggressive behavior. This is the reason why some juveniles turn into regular criminals by the time they reach maturity. Those who develop antisocial behavior are less likely to quit committing crimes. According to the research of Moffat in 2006, during adolescence, two different types of offenders emerge. First is repeat offender, which includes the life course persistent offender who begins to show aggressive and antisocial behavior in adolescence, which continues in adulthood. And the second is age-specific offender, which includes the adolescence-limited offender, for whom juvenile delinquency continues only during their adolescence period. The adolescence-limited offenders tend to drop all their antisocial activities as soon as they enter adulthood. Because during adolescence, most teenagers have a natural tendency to show some form of delinquent behavior, antisocial or aggressive behavior. It is important for persistent offenders or adolescence-limited offenders. The last section of this learning episode deals with the concept of juvenile sex crimes. Sexually abusive behavior of a juvenile is described as a behavior under which a person under 18 years tends to physically indulge with another person without his or her consent. This may be due to multiple reasons such as aggression, exploitation, manipulation, and for threatening purpose. It is critically important to use the correct terminology according to the type of sex crime committed, such as molester, perpetrator, predator, etc. Such terms are linked to the groups or developmental stage. According to data available, it is found that about 30 to 60% of all child sexual abuse cases are linked to juveniles. Since these days, children are exposed to sexual content everywhere, whether it be television, internet, or other sources. This large amount of sexual information leads to confusion and incongruous behavior. Adolescents are exposed to sexual images on television, through popular songs in movies, and through video games. This flood of sexual information can lead to confusion and inappropriate behavior. According to the data, sex offences are committed mainly by the age group of 12 to 14 years, as early of offenders belong to age group less than 12, whereas only 7% of sex crimes are committed by females. Let us discuss about some of the juvenile sexual crimes. Child molestation. This occurs when a person has sexual contact with young children who are not mature enough to give consent. Juveniles may commit crime of child molestation. The level of crime depends on the age of the criminal. Indecent liberties. This occurs when the victim is forced to engage in sexual contact or is not in a condition to give consent. This is considered when a juvenile tries to force a minor for sexual contact. Forcible rape. When a person tries to have sexual intercourse to give consent, the incapability can be due to intoxication, mental disorder, or physical disability. Rape of a child. When sexual intercourse is forcibly done with another person who is too young to give consent for it. Sexual intercourse includes penetration of any type, irrespective of the depth of penetration. Next is voyeurism. When someone views photographs or films another person's personal or intimate areas is known as voyeurism. Lastly, sexting. When someone sends a sexually explicit image of a minor through text message is termed as sexting. These type of messages are considered as sex offences and the juvenile is registered as sex offender. Conclusion. The concept of juvenile delinquency deals with negative behavior of children and teenagers that may result in crimes or illegal actions. Juvenile delinquency, which is also called youth crime or juvenile offending, is actually the participation of minors, the individuals younger than the legal age of majority, in illegal behavior. A juvenile delinquent is a person below the age of 18 and has committed an offence which would be charged by law if the offender would have been an adult. Further, delinquency exhibits a variety of styles of conduct or forms of behavior. Each of the pattern has its own social context, the causes that are alleged to bring it out, and the severity and intensity of juvenile offences generally depends upon the cultural, economic and social conditions prevailing in that country. Lastly, the Government of India enacted the Juvenile Justice Act in 1986. In 1989, the UN General Assembly adopted the Convention on the Rights of a Child, which is ratified in 1992 by India. The convention outlines the process and the need of reintegration, the right of the child without judicial proceedings where avoidable. With all these information, here we come to the end of today's lecture. Do keep in mind what we have discussed today. This is time for your self-study. If you want to learn more for enhancing your NIC.in for multiple choice questions, quiz and LORs. Till then, keep studying, stay connected and goodbye.
Dear friends, in continuity of the lectures on cybercrime, I am Dr. Patosh Bansal with you to give you all a lecture on computer forensics investigations. So let us start our discussion while taking a look at what we are going to learn today. In today's lecture, we are going to learn about following modules as flash on your screen. And they are: first, module 1, restoration of deleted files; second, password cracking; third, email tracking; and the last, conclusion. Just a simple question: do you feel that your file would be actually deleted if you delete the file from your hard disk using a command supported by the operating system? What is a flag is set to signify their deletion? This clearly is good news if our cyber forensic investigators want to retrieve files or data that may have been deleted before the system was seized. There may be many clues connected with the cybercrime our cyber forensics investigators may be dealing with in those files and chunks of so-called deleted data that are still resident on the hard disk. Recovery or restoration of files that we may have deleted accidentally or due to a system failure of deliberately, and now we may want to use them again, poses a challenges as to how it can be done. Though we may delete the files that we are no longer, in general, are not deleted in the physical sense. In fact, the files stay where they are. They are simply marked for deletion. This may happen with the setting up of a flag on the hard disk. These marked files are actually deleted when they get overwritten by the contents of the data of a new file. The operating system maintains a complete record of the erased files using recovery files or SAF files. This feature can be utilized in digital forensics activities to restore deleted files that may help in our investigations. This is to be done on the original seized storage medium. It is even possible to recover those paragraphs of a Word document that were actually used for email attacks, spamming, etc. It is possible for investigators to identify files that can still be recovered. All these activities are based on the usage of specialized utilities. There are hardware as well as software based mechanisms for file recovery. Since the recording and retrieval of data on the hard disk takes place with the help of analog signals, and the hard disk does have deleted files retained on it, we can recover the deleted files using the signals obtained from the head of the disk and modulating them for building up the lost files. The only issue here is to use efficient hardware devices for this activity and a detailed know-how of the working of a hard disk. For software based mechanism of file recovery, we would require utilities that have the following characteristics. First, have complete knowledge of the file system being used. Second, have access to the hard disk without prior information about the arrangement of files on it. Third, may use the logic stated in 1 and 2 above. The first feature may include utilities that work with specific file systems and not all kinds of file systems, owing to the file system specific algorithms involved. These utilities may not help much if the metadata has been lost. Shell scripts can be written for Linux and Unix based systems to build up the lost files block by block using the add-on features and built-in commands available. We even have custom made programs to serve this purpose, and eventually they save our time, thus speeding up our forensic investigations. The master file table or MFT of Windows NTFS maintains detail of all the files on the hard disk, and it can help recover unless it is overwritten completely by the data of another file. The file marked for deletion remains safely maintained on the hard disk. Suppose the file that was deleted was of 100 KB and the new file that was overwritten on it was of 90 KB, the slack space of 10 KB is still worth recovery. There are software utilities like Recover My Files that can be used for file recovery. Do you remember the story in which the bandits used the word "open sesame" to open the magical cave where they stored all the plundered booty? We know that cyber criminals are going to hack the accounts of users by cracking their passwords as well. Is it ethical for cyber forensic experts to crack passwords of seized storage media? Well, let us think about ethical hackers for a moment. Think of a knife. It can be used to cut vegetables in the kitchen, and a criminal may use it for murdering or damaging someone. Thus, every tool or technique has its own pros and cons, and it is possible to misuse even a non-invasive looking tool or technique. Can you think of other similar examples? Hacking is usually carried out by breaking into someone else's system by cracking the passwords used by the system administrators, or by closely monitoring the network to determine the important IP addresses and ports that can be used as unauthorized entry points into these supposedly secure systems. Viruses as well as worms can be targeted on a given system to hinder its routine activities with the aim of breaking its security code. White hat hackers, that are also called ethical hackers, are mainly concerned about making their own systems more secure and hack proof, and therefore they try to carry out hacking activities to ensure the safety of their own systems and networks. Their sole intention is to find the drawbacks in their own security systems. A famous type of cybercrime is phishing, that sounds similar to fishing, F-I-S-H-I-N-G. Bait is to use to trap and catch fish in normal fishing in rivers. Phishing is a combination of social engineering and technical progress. The cyber criminals use the communication medium and its facilities to set forth a bait before credulous users and befool them, ultimately taking advantage of their lack of knowledge of safety measures. Many attackers have used phishing to gain access to passwords and accounts of minors to gain an access to their sessions for further misuse. Social engineering attacks take place during chats or telephone calls from someone posing to be from a service center related with the work that you are doing, where you unsuspectingly divulge your confidential information, including those details that can also be used to frame your passwords as well, to people with malicious intent. The information is later misused to create troubles for you or to cause harm. Passwords are actually meant to protect your user accounts on the internet or on computers and computer-based systems. One should be very cautious about maintaining the secrecy of their passwords, and they must be created intelligently to avoid easy guessing of anyone. We will now have a look at the precautions regarding passwords and that we had discussed in the first chapter. Guard your passwords perfectly by not revealing them even to those that you trust more than yourself. Do not use the same password everywhere. Do not write your password anywhere. This could be perilous. Keep different passwords for different accounts and design them smartly by interspersing special characters and numbers. Avoid the uses of the words you commonly speak, names of family members, dictionary words, birthday and anniversary dates, etc. in your passwords, because these are the points where the guesswork of password crackers begins. Although all the precautions about passwords may be taken by users, there are chances of their accounts getting hacked by cyber criminals owing to the slightest negligence or because of the smart tools that are available to forensic investigators, but their intents behind doing so are diametrically opposite. In general, the brute force technique can be used for cracking passwords for cyber forensics purpose. The brute force technique has in its foundation the concept of enumeration of the keys that were used to encrypt the password. If one thinks that the encryption key is 16-bit long, then the brute force method will test all of the 216 viable keys. This approach may be successful if the accurate length of the key is taken into consideration. It also heavily relies on the hardware used for this activity. When cyber forensics experts sense the presence of encryption in the seized data, their first endeavor is to isolate the encryption keys lying scattered on the seized hard disk to assist in their investigation. Encryption can also be accomplished with the help of some specialized software. Some utilities retain the encryption related details in their logs and tables maintained by them on the hard disk. Sometimes extremely common and simple algorithms are used by software utilities for the purpose of encryption. It is very easy to get the actual data in such a case. A brute force attack of a small logical magnitude by the investigator can uncover the original data that was kept hidden. There are several utilities available today that help to decrypt data that are encrypted using weak or commonly known and simple encryption algorithms or obsolete methods of encryption. It is possible at times that encryption and decryption keys may be stored on separate storage media, and in such scenarios, the investigators should seize all the suspicious media to assist in their cyber forensic tasks. Rainbow tables, dictionary attacks, etc. are also among the mechanisms used for password cracking, both by the cyber criminals and by the cyber forensic experts. Investigation and scrutiny of everything seized from the site is utmost essential, as essential keys and passwords may be present on them. There are many software utilities for cracking passwords, and they are used by cyber criminals also to breach into the privacy of their targets. Our next concern is whether we can actually get to know how a given email has reached us. Is it possible to know about the actual sender of the email? Let us learn about the email tracking now. Email is one of the speedy ways of communicating with the people these days, and it of course has leverage over the traditional or snail mail. It just takes a click to send it. Is it not really easy? Have you ever thought of the Pandora's box these emails might open for the new users someday if precautions were not taken? Do you open all the emails you receive? Why? Don't you think that you should exercise some discretion in this regard? Are you greedy? Would you open an email whose title mentions about making you an heir of someone's property that has value in millions? Have you configured your mailbox to filter out stuff that may be spam? So let us go through a story that may have any naive user as a victim due to lack of awareness. Nancy received an email that closely resembled a legitimate email from the email contained logos, information and formatting that were similar to what the actual institution used. The emails was so cleverly designed by the miscreant to scare the person and gave them a feeling that the matter was urgent. Then she fell into the trap of deception and clicked on the links included in it that landed her on legitimate looking fake pages that tried to seek information like her password, CVV, security check questions, etc. She faced a lot of financial loss owing to this episode. This is an example of phishing. This has happened with several users of PayPal like services. To be on the safer side, it is always better to read such emails carefully to find spelling mistakes and scrutinize the web links mentioned for their authenticity. A vigilant user will always work cautiously and will avoid such traps that Nancy could not avoid in the example above. Cyber stalking is another type of crime that is facilitated by emails. The prime intent of emails sent by cyber stalkers is to threaten the concerned individual or accuse that person with reference to an issue. They may even try to monitor the activities of that person online. Cyber stalking may be based on gender bias, may be done by intimate contacts or by strangers, or may be targeted at famous people who are respected in the social and public circles. We have already seen in the previous lectures that there is in fact no difference in the mentalities of cyber criminals and real world criminals. There are several types of cyber crimes that are carried out using the emails. For example, spamming, phishing, etc. In order to investigate such crimes, the experts have to track emails to gather evidence regarding such crimes. The emails may contain IP addresses that may help them to reach the actual sender of the email. Though this mechanism is not guaranteed to help them successfully reach the culprit, but it is the starting point of their investigation in those cases where emails are involved. The cyber forensic investigator has to trace, gather, analyze and report about the evidence hereto. Even the email messages the user has deleted may have to be recovered and saved as well. The context to which these messages were sent will have to be tracked so as to know who all were attacked, and the sender of these messages and their IP addresses need to be determined. Knowing the internet service provider and whose information may help further in the investigation. Emails are indeed a very convenient tool used by cyber criminals for harassing people. Cyber forensic investigators can track the source of origin of an email by analyzing the header of the email. We must remember that every email has a header that has information regarding the sender and intended recipients. Every data packet has its own header and trailer with a lot of relevant information. Though the header can be forced to a certain extent, it still contains some valuable information regarding the sender. Anonymous services and encryption make email one of the favorite ways of cyber criminals to trouble others on the internet in various ways. It is possible for the trapped sender to deny having a deny having sent a specific incriminating email. This is indeed the greatest challenge for cyber forensic investigators because everything is logical or virtual in the cyber world. Here are a few words of caution for the users from the first chapter. Email clients must be configured in such a way that all attachments are automatically removed when you empty the trash folder. Never leave your computing devices unattended. There must be a backup of all confidential data. The backup storage medium must be physically and logically safe to keep intruders at bay. The field of cyber forensics has also come into existence for the cyber world, just like we have forensics for dealing with crime in the physical world. It deals with isolating the devices that were used for committing crime, identifying the criminals and getting them penalized as per cyber laws applicable. Secure computing is the need of the hour, and our researchers, scientists and other literary people are putting their heads together to solve the enigma of making the cyber world more and more secure. We are again reiterating some important guidelines from lecture 3. This is a sort of a code of conduct that all of us must adhere to in order to use computer based facilities safely. So please remember, you should not give your personal information on the internet. Then you should not use any words or screen names that may be lead to stalking. You should not flirt online. You should never share your password with anyone. You should never click on the links in the emails that do not seem to be authentic based on your gut feeling. You should not forget to set privacy levels and access levels on social networking sites that are also connected with your email accounts. Try to read emails from suspicious websites with caution or set up your mailbox to filter spam aside. Many good utilities are incorporated in the modern email boxes to help the users work safely. Make sure your passwords is strong enough. Use a mix of capital and small letters along with special characters and numbers so that dictionary attacks can be avoided, and other types of attacks for obtaining passwords may be rendered complex owing to a unique selection of components of the or virtual keyboards provided by banking websites and websites of financial institutions to avoid attacks by rats, a software trick caused by hackers to monitor your keystrokes. Improve your knowledge about the ways in which cyber crimes are committed and what you can do to use the internet and other computer based facilities securely. Keeping the miscreants miles away from you owing to your best practice of safe computer usage. Indeed, prevention is better than cure, and if you know what can be the causes of letting a cybercrime take place, we can easily avoid the effects as well as through our awareness. The more the technology develops, the cyber criminals may also get more advanced ways to commit crimes, but then at the same time there will be more sophisticated ways to catch hold of such people and put them behind the bars with the help of robust and flawless cyber laws. So we have to use computer based facilities with optimism owing to the speed they provide, but the vigilance. With all this information here, we come to the end of today's lecture. Keep in mind what we discussed today. I will be back with one more lecture in this series. If you want to learn more and enhance your knowledge, you may log on to our website www.cc.nic.in for MCQ, quizzes, LORs, etc. Thank you for your time today. I will see you in the next lecture. Have a great day. Thank you.
After studying this module, you'll be able to know what is anthropometry, what is the history of anthropometry, the significance of anthropometry, and different subdivisions of anthropometry. So students, let us see what it is anthropometry. Two of the most commonly used method, which are the characteristics of living and skeletal remains, are the metric assessment, that is anthropometry, and go back to the 18th century when there was a great deal of interest in human diversity, especially of those who had just been discovered by the colonizing European nations. The word anthropometry has been derived from Greek words anthropos, which means man, and metron refers to the measure. The literal definition of anthropometry could be rightly stated as the discipline that deals with the bodily measurements like body size, shape, strength, and working capacity. Anthropometry involves systematic measurements of the physical dimensions of the human body. Earlier, it was used for personal identification, to understand the physical variation between human beings, and also to relate the physical traits of a person to particular racial or psychological horizons. Today, anthropometry is an important part of various industries where ergonomics is the essential tool in understanding the relation between the physical measurements of humans and the products used by them, such as clothing, vehicles, electronic gadgets. Composition of populations led to changes in the distribution of body dimension. For example, the obesity epidemic, and it required regular updating of anthropometric data collections. Anthropometry is often viewed as a traditional and perhaps the basic tool of biological anthropology, but it has been used as an application to the criminal justice system. Anthropometry is a vast discipline, so are its applications. Since anthropometry is the systematic study of human measurements, dimensions taken are internationally agreed and standardized linear and angular measurements. If the dimensions are taken from a particular region of the human body, the techniques may have a different name, such as cephalometry for the head, craniometry for the skull, and osteometry for the skeletal system. There are many different data collection forms that list measurements to be taken from a living person and from skeleton. To these may be added other to suit the research interest of the investigator. These are also the general terms which are referred to various aspects of ante-mortem and post-mortem identification. Homo sapiens are the species which imbibes in itself the whole mankind, yet not a single person is comprehensively exactly alike to the other. The monozygotic twins could be an exception due to their facial likeness, but they also do differ in other dimensions. most significant of which is dermatoglyphics. Every human being lives in a different kind of habitat, be it geographical or be it demographical, and it is influenced by it to varying degrees. Degree of changes which happen both internally and externally. And anthropometry is the science which deals with the measurement of these changes, no matter whether the individual is alive or long dead. On the other hand, anthroscopy is the branch which deals with the morphological assessment of the characteristics of living and skeletal remains. On the other hand, anthroscopy is more complex and it requires years of experience in assessing the variation used in this technique, or also at the very root of anthropometry. That is, anything that has a morphological variation can be observed with naked eye and can also be measured. So students, now let us see what was the history of anthropometry and how it developed. The initial interest in anthropometry developed in 18th century in order to understand the intriguing diversity in the living beings. In the following years, further development was acquired in the discipline in order to attain a greater knowledge pertaining to the ethnic class. The beginning of the 20th century in understanding the process of evolution. In the later part of the 20th century, the center of the interest shifted from ethnicity to forensic anthropology. In 1882, Frenchman Alphonse Bertillon, who was an officer in the French police department, he devised an application of anthropometry, which was a systematic classification of criminals, especially repeat offenders. He understood the significance of anthropometry as a science of identification when he came to know about the three basic ideas. And the ideas were, the first was the absence of any changes in the bone from the age of 20 till the time of earth. The second idea was the great difference of measurements present in the skeleton of one individual contrasted with those in other. And the last one was the simplicity and relative accuracy with which certain measurements of the bone structure of a living individual can be measured using calipers and other such tools. This arrangement of recognizable proof spread quickly through a great part of the world, yet the framework was not acknowledged much in perspective of some identification. Students, now I will tell you about the significance of anthropometry. The anthropometric attributes have direct association with sex, shape and form of an individual, and these variables are personally connected with one another, and they are resultant of various internal structures and tissue parts which are impacted by ecological and hereditary variables. Anthropometric information is accepted to possess objectivity or subjective appraisals. For example, comparable or distinctive. With this anthropometric information, the expert has the capacity to evaluate the level of contrast or likeness and the certainty with which this information can interpreted. The objective of anthropometrist working in a pharmaceutical or medico-legal division working with unknown variables were to depict the remaining parts in such terms so that one can accomplish the objective of assessing age at the time of death, weight, subtle elements of individualizing qualities such as amputations, fractures, deformities and bone pathologies, and to some extent the cause of death if it was reflected in the remains or bones. The target is to empower the low authorization organization to accomplish a definitive objective of individual distinguishing proof. Krogman, in his celebrated publication, which was entitled as The Human Skeletal in Forensic Medicine, depicts that the use arrangement of circumstances, that is, normal, deliberate and inadvertent, such as in the cases of war dead, air crash, street, train mishaps, earth shudder, surge, fire, purposely mutilation, distortion, beating, gouging and so on of the dead body. Forensic anthropometry consolidates the vast majority of method, starting with the examination of human skeletal remains from archaeological sites. The two fields have been firmly associated. An ethical anthropologist must, by definition, be an expert skeletal biologist. The ethical anthropologist helps a pathologist to recreate the state of deceased at the time of post-mortem examination and sometimes giving ideas or reproducing the circumstances encompassing the death of the individuals. Students, now I will tell you about different subdivisions of anthropometry. Anthropometry can be subdivided into somatometry, which includes cephalometry, and it again divided into osteometry, which includes craniometry. First, we will talk about somatometry and face. It is considered as a noteworthy method in the investigation of human natural variability, including morphological variations. Somatometry is the estimation of the living body, including the head and face. It is considered as a noteworthy method in the investigation of human natural variability, including morphological variations. Somatometry is also helpful in the investigation of age estimation from diverse body fragments in a given arrangement of. It ought to incorporate information like date of birth, age, sex, ethnic gathering, geographic area, financial status and so forth. Age ought to be communicated in days up to the age of 1 month. From that point, decimals of year need to be utilized. Atala and Marshall, they portrayed a strategy to evaluate sequential age from distinctive body section in British young men and young ladies utilizing somatometric procedures. They utilized 7 body estimation to gauge the ordered age of an infant and assess the exactness of estimation, and after that they examined the application of this study on living in addition on bodies. Numerous scientists, they have utilized somatometry widely in the estimation of stature from distinctive body parts. One of the principal studies is by Bhatnagar et al., which was done on Punjabi males. In their study, notwithstanding stature, 3 anthropometric estimations were taken, each of left and right hands independently. Mathematical equations were computed to gauge stature from these hand estimations. A comparable sort of study was also led by others and effectively reduced the stature by figuring numerous equations. Jason et al., they evaluated stature from the length of the cervical, thoracic, lumbar, thoracolumbar and cervico-thoracolumbar portion of the spine in white and dark American individuals. Whereas Krishna and Sharma, they directed a study on the respective asymmetry and estimation of stature from arms and its varied sections on a Punjabi population, and they figured mathematical regression equation. Ojaslan et al., they led another study on the estimation of stature and 7 somatometric estimation of the lower appendages and devised regression coefficient, and standard error of estimate was used to calculate stature of the person. The next is osteometry. Let us see what it is. Osteometry is the study and the measurement of human or animal skeleton, especially in an anthropological or archaeological context. In zooarchaeology, the main goal of osteometry is taxonomic determination and, to a lesser extent, determination of sex. Usually, it is, for example, South American camelids, and the statistical analysis of osteometric parameters is quite useful. In bioarchaeology, osteometry is very useful to solve many anthropological problems about past human populations. For example, it may be used to determine kinship, sex, the degree of sex dimorphism, and even ethnicity. There are many problems around the interpretation of osteometric data, such as loose replicability of the measurements, problem relative to the phenotypic variations between subpopulation of one species. It also incorporates the estimation of the skeleton and its parts, that is, the estimation of bones including skull. It is characterized as a system to take measurements on the skeletal remains. Therefore, this procedure, a researcher can examine variety in skeletons of distinctive population of the world. The study has been effectively utilized as a part of the estimation of stature, age, sex, and race in legal and legitimate sciences. These 4 parameters, that is, age, sex, race, and stature, they are considered as the huge force of advancement in numerous parts of the world in such manner The first and most important application of osteometry is in estimation of stature. There are different approaches to estimate stature from bones. However, the most simplest and the dependable strategy is by regression equations. Previously, researchers have utilized every single bone of the human skeleton, right from femur to metacarpals, in estimation of stature. They all have come to a typical conclusion that stature can be assessed with a great exactness even from the small. In their studies, a few authors, they have utilized pieces of the long bones, that is upper or lower extremities and so on. However, more often long bones have been utilized as a part of the determination of stature in light of the fact that they generally give better exactness in the estimation of stature. The real trouble in deducing a stature estimation equation is the non-accessibility of skeletal arrangement with known body height information. The Herman-Todd relation in such manner. Because of the general diurnal variety in stature, one ought to abstain from taking stature estimation at diverse time of the day. It means that while making standard or reference information for stature estimation, watchful thought should be given to the time at which measurements are to be recorded. Sex determination. Sex is considered as one of the least demanding determination from the skeletal material, and it is a standout amongst the most dependable. If the fundamental parts of the skeleton are accessible in a good condition. The frequently picked bone for the determination of sex are the pelvis and the skull. Despite the fact that the round head of the ball socket joint likewise give extremely dependable method for deciding sex. Sex determination is likewise expected to be reliable when the remains are from long bones and up to 95% precision can be accomplished from them. Students, now we are seeing the male and female skull. The basic difference is shown in the image. As you can see in the image, the male skull is heavier and bigger, whereas the female skull is lighter and smaller. The supraorbital ridges in the male skull are medium to heavier, whereas in females the supraorbital ridges are smaller to absent. The orbital sockets in male skulls are roundish or squarish in shape, whereas in female skull the orbital sockets are almost roundish, and in females these sockets are having sharp border. The canines of the male skulls are comparatively larger than the female skull. Similarly, the another demarcating difference is the male skull has a squarish chin, whereas the female skull has roundish chin. Similarly, the next image in the diagram, the male pelvis is bigger and the female pelvis is comparatively smaller. In the pubis symphysis in the male pelvis, which is the cartilaginous joint which joins the left and right pubic bone, is placed at higher position, whereas in females the pubis symphysis is placed at the lower level. The pubic bone in males, it is triangular in shape, whereas in females it is almost roundish or squarish. The pubic angle which is placed below pubis symphysis is V angle, whereas in females the pubic angle is U-shaped. Anthropometry remains. Around the world, different studies have been led on the determination of sex from a mixed bag of human bones, that is skull, pelvis, long bones, scapula, clavicle, and the bones like metatarsal, metacarpal, phalanges, patella, vertebrae, and ribs, and so on. Now, I'll be talking about race determination. The determination of race is not all that straightforward. Regardless of a few multivariate factual investigation of particular estimation of the skull and a couple of long bones, this is still a standout amongst the most disputed area in the discipline of skeletal identification. The race determination is further confused by another central point, that is, one may experience inherent variability in every major ethnic population or hereditary groups. So students, now let us see what we have studied in this module. The anthropometry and anthroscopy has been the most important research tool in biological and forensic anthropology. These two methods of observation and data collection can be made both on the living and on the skeletonized human remains. As research tools, they have contributed sex and body dimensions such as stature. These areas of research have explained those dimensions and morphological features that describe sexual dimorphism and the differences between sexes that may have been caused by social and physical environment factors or simply by evolutionary mechanism such as selection. The forensic anthropological anthropometric dimensions have been used to develop many discriminant formulae to determine sex and race from the skeleton. They are also used to assist in identifying both the unknown victim and the culprit who may have committed the crime. After studying this module, you shall be able to learn the forensic significance of odontological studies. You shall be able to know the various cases of forensic dentistry, and lastly, This module will also let you know why is dental evidence is good for corroborating identity. So, first of all, let us see what is forensic odontology. Forensic odontology is defined as the application of dental expertise to legal system or for the purpose of law or justice. The scope of forensic odontology consists of identification of unknown remains by teeth, jaw and craniofacial bones. It includes the analysis of orofacial trauma associated with personal abuse and dental jurisprudence. It also includes the researches for new technologies. So, students, let us see what is human dentition. Before huddling to the significance of odontological studies, let us have a look on the human dentition. The adult human dentition consists of 32 teeth arranged in 2 arches, one arch in the upper or maxillary jaw and one in the lower or mandibular jaw. Since the 2 arches of the jaw are symmetrical, each quadrant comprises the same number and type of teeth such as 2 incisors, 1 cuspid, 2 premolars and 3 molars. Incisors are the wide and the front teeth with flat and thin biting edges. The cuspid or the eye tooth is at the corner of the arch and has a pointed cusp. Each premolar typically has 2 cusps. The molars have 3 to 5 cusps and a wide biting surface to chew and crush the food. The third molar that is also referred as wisdom tooth is the last tooth in the arch. Each tooth has a crown and a root. The crown is the visible portion that protrudes above the gum. The root is embedded into a socket in the jaw. Incisors and cuspid each have a single root. Premolars have 1 or 2 roots and molars usually have 2 or 3 roots. The crown of the tooth is capped by the enamel, which is the hardest tissue of the human body. Under the enamel there is dentine, which comprises the bulk of the crown and root. Dentine is basically different from enamel, and dentine is alive and is very much capable of transmitting the sense of pain. In the center of the tooth there is a cylindrical canal which is made up of soft tissue, which is known as the pulp. The function of the pulp is to sense the pain, and throughout the life it slowly produces dentine, which narrows the diameter of the pulp canal as the individual ages. The root is surrounded by a thin layer of bone-like tissue which is called as cementum. Fibrous tissue called the periodontal ligament hold the tooth in the jaw because it is embedded into both the cementum and the bony socket wall. By convention in the US, dentists identify the individual teeth by the universal system, which numbers the teeth from right third molar across to the upper maxillary left third molar, and then continuing with the lower mandibular left third molar and concluding with the lower right third molar. Each number refers to a scientific tooth bearing its own scientific anatomy. Even though some teeth look alike, a dentist can examine an isolated extracted tooth and determine its correct number in most cases. Other countries use different tooth numbering system. Children have 20 teeth which are referred as deciduous or primary teeth. They have no premolars and no third molars by 2.5 years. The primary teeth are lost and they are replaced by the permanent teeth starting at the age of 6 or 7. In the universal system, primary teeth are designated by letters A through T. The surface of teeth are named as follows. The surface which faces outward toward the face, lips and cheeks is referred as facial, labial or buccal teeth, whereas the surface facing inward, they are referred toward the tongue, they are referred as lingual teeth. The biting surface is called the incisal when referring to the front teeth. The side of the tooth facing the midline is called mesial and the side away from the midline is referred to as distal. Now, I'll be telling you about the importance of teeth in personal identification. Everyone has teeth. When someone does not have teeth, this is in itself as an unusual as to be highly individualizing and may be only one manifestation of a syndrome with other or more obvious. They are the individual physical signs to establish the identity. It is common for the people to wear prosthesis if they have never developed the teeth. The form of teeth and probably unique to the individual. It is even observed in identical twins. The slight variations is also present. For example, form and position of tooth, they can be found different, which enables the twins to be separated. To the above criteria, we can add the almost infinite variation that can be additional to the individualization of definition, which can be the ways of dental treatments such as extraction, dental restoration or different use of restorative materials, and the dentition becomes certainly as individual as a fingerprint. One great benefit over fingerprint evidence for the putrefaction. Teeth and bone can be heated to the temperature approaching the melting point of the skeletal mineral without appreciable loss of microstructure or tertiary architecture. Furthermore, the teeth represents the only part of the skeleton that normally protrudes from the soft tissue of the body and is therefore available for examination and recording by photography or dental impression before the death. Now, I'll be telling you the forensic significance of odontological studies. Science of dentistry can be of sheer importance for a forensic expert. The investigation of criminal cases where bite marks are involved. Teeth also provide evidence as to the age of the individual. A number of the cases where teeth or bite marks can play important role in establishing identity, they include physical abuse, mass disasters, abuse, rape, determination of age and determination of gender and racial origin. First, I'll be telling about you the physical abuse. The World Health Organization has declared that violence is a major and growing public health problem across the world. Forensic odontologists are frequently called to look at the marks left by an interaction with the teeth of a person or an animal. This instance where human bite another person, it is very uncommon. The marks that is left behind from the bite may range from an excellent silhouette of the dental arches and individual teeth to something very diffuse and indistinct. The poor fidelity of human skin are a recording medium, and its deformability and elasticity, its capacity to heal, added to the complex form of the dental arches and the many promising movement of the jaws during biting, combine to the make scientific analysis significance and are often present in the case of violent crimes such as homicide, sexual assault and child abuse. Apart from this, the bite marks can be inflicted by the animals, most commonly dogs and cats. Each individual has a unique type of impression or dentitions, even in the identical terms, so the individualization is possible from the teeth. Therefore, the bite marks are also called as dental fingerprints. The beaten food stuff left at the scene of crime may be useful in determining the identity of the culprit. Now, the next type of case is the mass disaster. A mass disaster is usually known as a motorway accident, flooding and earthquake. And these mass disasters, they give birth to a large number of victims that need to be identified and subject to medical legal investigation. Whereas on the other hand, Parikh states about mass disaster as death of more than 12 victims in a single event. However, it is more logical to define it as the number of deaths which exceeds the capacity of the local death investigation system to handle it, since the teeth are the extremely resistant to decomposition, environmental factors and to a certain extent fire. They are therefore of crucial importance for identification. Teeth, because of all their possible variation in shape, size and position, they constitute a three-dimensional apparatus, and it is the characteristic of each individual. Genes, nutrition, environment, pathology and dental treatment act synergistically in decreasing the possibility that two sets of teeth may be identical and thus allow one to express a statement of the identity of an unknown corpse. Dental forensic played a key role in identification of individual during the Oklahoma City bombing, where 70 to 80% victims true identity learned from the World Trade Center disaster. Another major situation of mass disaster was famous tragedy of 9/11, where 20% of victims were identified with the help of the teeth. In the Asian tsunami, forensic odontology played a major role in establishing the identity of victims. The number of people identified with the help of this branch of forensic science were 90%, and about 50 to 20% victims were identified after Hurricane Katrina. In case of Joplin, Missouri, a lot of dental offices were destroyed when the F5 tornado hit, which made it difficult to locate the records. Special backup system that were beneficial with supplying ante-mortem records. The next type of case is abuse. Abuse can victimize anyone. It can involve children, it can involve women, it can involve men and the elderly. The dental team can be of importance in assisting the detection of someone being abused. Some of the signs that can assist are fractured incisors that may be due to repeated trauma, oral or perioral syphilis or gonorrhea. They may indicate the probability of sexual abuse, while the bite marks on the unexposed area, children, they tend to originate from individuals who have uncontrollable anger toward the child. Elder abuse is also an issue that dental professionals should be aware of. Each year, millions of elders, they suffer from maltreatment. the elder population ranging from the age of 65 and above the 65 is increasing each year, and so are the cases for elder abuse. The United States Department of Justice indicates that violent crimes against people that aged 65 and older are approximately 4 in 1,000. Head and neck injuries are common in elder abuse. In fact, it was reported that approximately 30% of known cases of elder abuse were related to neck and facial injuries such as oral soft tissues, jaw fractures and fractured or avulsed teeth that have been reported as indication of elder abuse. The next type of case is rape, where the teeth and the bite pattern proves to be important for establishing identity. In case of rape bite marks, which are often found on the body of the victim as an act of assault for the purpose of pleasure. Bite marks being specific to a person, they play an important role in linking up the crime and the perpetrator. Bite marks are either left on the victim by the attacker or on the perpetrator by the victim of an attack, or an in any amount on the skin and soft tissue areas of all parts of the body. Area of bite marks on female victims are most often found in the breast and legs produced during sexual attack. On males, the bite marks are commonly seen on the arms and shoulders. When a person is in defensive circumstances, such as when the arms are held up toward of an attacker, the arms and hands are often bitten. One of the famous cases that strikes up when talking of importance of forensic odontology is Ted Bundy, the serial killer. Dr. Richard Seawarren in the evidence that had been discovered on the body of the victims from Chi Omega sorority house in the January of 1978. He found upon the arrival to view the evidence that tissue was from a breast and buttocks that had been excised and placed in fluid without retaining rings. Dr. Seawarren was able to determine the person who bit the victim had poorly aligned teeth. This information assisted in establishing the probable cause which was necessary in order to obtain a search warrant. This warrant allowed Dr. Seawarren to take dental impressions, bite records and photographs of the Ted Bundy's dentition. Then he provided a photograph of the bit injury. In addition, Dr. Lovell Levine and Dr. Norman Farber, they also examined independently the evidence, and all three examiners, they concluded the evidence that did implicate Ted Bundy as the perpetrator of the bite marks. Ted Bundy was convicted on 7 counts and sentenced to death. The next area of possible use of dental pattern is determination of age. The determination of age may be required for the identification of an individual, either living or dead. Evidence as to the age may be demanded in the circumstances such as criminal responsibility, judicial punishment, rape, competency as a witness, or in the case of death for personal identification. For instance, let us take this that are boys below the 16 years and girls below the 18 years of age who have committed a crime and they are tried by the juvenile court. In order to get away from the rigorous punishment, sometimes it is seen that offenders fake their age. It is here when honorable court demands for the age determination of the suspect. Another condition where the determination of age may be required is for the identification of an individual. when a person suddenly appears after many years, such as in instance of Bhowal Sannyasi case, and claims to be the missing person, or when dead body is produced as that of the missing person. The approximate age is an important link in any chain of the identity data. The next area is determination of gender and racial origin. In case of teeth sex, it is determined by the DNA, which is extracted from the pulp containing blood vessels. The size and shape of teeth are too similar between male and female, and it allows the reliable gender determination. However, the sex can be determined from the pulp tissue. DNA probes can be used to determine the sex, whereas in case of race differentiation, the features that can be observed to distinguish the race are the shovel-shaped incisors, which are common in 85% of Mongoloids. But in case of Caucasoids, we find shovel-shaped observed that only 9 to 12% of population have shovel-shaped incisors. So students, let us see what we have covered in this chapter. Odontological identification is based on the comparison between post-mortem evaluation and ante-mortem data concerning the dental status. Characters such as malformation, anomalies, pathological and traumatic alterations, and therapeutic peculiarities, which includes avulsions, fillings, root canals, caps and denatures. They are by many authors considered among the most important factors for personal identification. However, morphology is also important. One has to consider the fact that improving health condition decreases the need for dental work, particularly in young individuals, and thus leads to the need for identification methods based on single morphological traits. At this time, forensic odontology remains the most reliable and cheapest and quickest method of corroborating human identity, but it is very tangible in nature. It is easily presented to and understood by juries and courts. In years to come, many of these identification tasks are likely to be answered by advances in molecular biology. Forensic odontologists, they have contributed to the resolution of many mass disasters. The 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami is probably the most eminent example on the success of forensic odontologists in identifying the large number of victims in short time. Nearly half of the victims in Thailand, they were also identified by dental characteristic method alone, and forensic odontologists, they contributed to the identification of the remaining half by assisting the fingerprint, DNA and physical characteristics team.
Dear students, in this paper of forensic chemistry and explosive, let us continue our study further. In the previous modules, we have learned about the various types of beverages which are alcoholic and non-alcoholic, and then focusing on the alcoholic beverages, we have also studied about the fate of alcohol in human body, how the alcohol intoxication happens, and how the breath alcohol estimation is done. In this module, we shall continue this study and study about how the alcohol in blood is estimated. So dear students, after studying this module, you shall be able to know how to collect the different biological samples for the analysis of ethyl alcohol, that is ethanol, and you will be able to know how to extract the ethyl alcohol from biological materials, and then what are the different tests that can be used for the chemical analysis of alcohol, and you should be employed in the analysis of ethanol. So let us begin with knowing the blood alcohol content, which you have been made familiar earlier also. The blood alcohol content, that is BAC, is also called as blood alcohol concentration or blood ethanol concentration or blood alcohol level. And when we talk about the blood alcohol estimation, it is most commonly used as a metric of alcohol intoxication for the legal and medical purposes. The blood alcohol content is the legal name for BAC, but blood alcohol concentration is also very often used for the simpler description. So you should be familiar about all these terms so that you can relate what is being talked about and how precisely it has to be calculated. Going further, blood alcohol content is usually expressed as a percentage of ethanol in the blood in units of mass of alcohol per volume of blood, or alternatively it is the mass of alcohol per mass of blood. That is, there are two ways, either you have mass of alcohol per volume of blood or you have mass of alcohol per mass of blood. For purposes of law enforcement, blood alcohol content is used to define intoxication and provides a rough measure of impairment. Although the degree of impairment may vary among individuals, therefore legally very useful and is difficult to contest in court. Each country or state may define the BAC differently. This you should be very familiar. Since measurement must be accurate and inexpensive, several measurement techniques are used as proxies to approximate the true parts per million measure. The number of alcoholic beverages or drinks consumed is often a poor measure of blood alcohol content because of variation in sex, body weight and body fat of the person who is consuming. All that will be depending upon the number of the alcoholic beverages which are consumed, and go into more detailed study with the help of graphics and visuals. And here you shall be dealing about how the sample collection is done, how the extraction of ethyl alcohol from biological materials is done, and then what are the various chemical analysis of ethanol. One we have is the iodoform test, next is the sulfomolybdic acid test, then there is a ethyl benzoate test, and then we will see how the determination of ethyl alcohol in blood or urine is done. And here we have the Kojelka and Hine or Cavett method. Then we have the Widmark's formula. Also we will deal about the instrumental technique of analysis of ethyl.
Sample collection. In the cases of suspected deaths due to alcoholic intoxication, viscera is collected and preserved in saturated saline. Special attention must be paid in the preservation of these samples, otherwise it would put the whole examination in vain. In cases of suspected intoxication, samples of blood and urine are generally collected. Before the suspect's skin is punctured with a sterile needle, it must be cleaned by a swab of a non-alcoholic disinfectant like aqueous mercuric chloride, aqueous benzalkonium chloride, aqueous benzalkonium chloride, also called Zapiran, etc. The use of an alcoholic disinfectant may either give false positive results or may contribute to falsely high alcohol contents of blood. About 5 to 10 ml of blood sample must be collected in a test tube and must be stored in a refrigerator, usually at 4 degrees Celsius, after adding the anticoagulant like EDTA, potassium oxalate, etc., and preservative like sodium fluoride. The addition of anticoagulant will prevent clotting and the preservative will inhibit the growth of microorganisms which are capable of destroying alcohol. The urine sample is also collected in the usual manner and preserved with 30 mg of phenyl mercuric nitrate for every 10 ml of urine. The relevance of any finding in the field of forensic is determined in the first instance by the nature and integrity of the specimens submitted for analysis. This means that there are several specific challenges to collect and select specimens for ante-mortem and post-mortem toxicology investigation. Post-mortem specimens may be numerous and can endure some special difficulties compared to clinical specimens, namely those resulting from autolytic and putrefactive changes. Storage stability is also an important issue to be considered during the pre-analytic phase, since its consideration should facilitate the assessment of sample quality and the analytical result obtained from that stability may enable the forensic toxicologist to circumvent possible difficulties. A blood alcohol test measures the amount of alcohol in your body. Alcohol is quickly absorbed into the blood and can be measured within minutes of having an alcoholic drink. The amount of alcohol in the blood reaches its highest level about an hour after drinking. But food in the stomach may increase the amount of time it takes for the blood alcohol to reach its highest level. About 90% of alcohol is broken down in the liver. The rest of it is passed out of the body in urine and the exhaled. Alcohol has a noticeable effect on the body, even when consumed in small amounts. In large amounts, alcohol acts as a sedative and depresses the central nervous system. Blood alcohol content, also called blood alcohol concentration, blood ethanol concentration, or blood alcohol level, is most commonly used as a metric of alcohol intoxication for legal or medical purposes. Blood alcohol content is the legal name for BAC, but blood alcohol concentration is sometimes used for simpler description. Blood alcohol content is usually expressed as a percentage of ethanol in the blood in units of mass of alcohol per volume of blood or mass of alcohol per mass of blood, depending on the country. Extraction of ethyl alcohol from biological material. Distillation, viscera, vomit, stomach contents, and other materials should be analyzed separately. 50 to 100 grams of viscera, finely minced, should be brought into the consistency of a thin gruel by adding 3 to 5 times of distilled water and then acidified with sulfuric acid and submitted to steam distillation. The apparatus of distillation consists of a conical flask which contains the sample added with distilled water and sulfuric acid. A connector fixed to the mouth of the flask connects the flask to the condenser. The condenser is connected with a water inlet pipe and water outlet pipe for the cooling purpose. Then, finally, on the other end is the receiving flask, where the distillate is collected. This distillate is used for the color tests and for instrumental analysis as well. When the sample is heated, its vapors pass into the condenser tube, which is being cooled simultaneously because of the water supply. The vapors gets condensed due to cooling effect and get collected in the receiving flask in liquid form. The liquid collected is called distillate. The distillate must be stored carefully and properly covered, as there are possibilities of various metals, acids, and other compounds to escape if left uncovered. Also, this distillate must be kept away from different chemicals and high temperature, as it may lead to undesirable changes in the sample and lead the experts towards misleading a condenser on its mouth. The flask containing the material or the sample should preferably be heated on the water bath. The condenser and the receiving flask should be well cooled with ice, especially in hot season. The outlet of the condenser should be dipped in little water or sodium hydroxide solution. A few pieces of pumice stone may be kept in the flask to prevent bumping. It is better to collect the distillate in 4 to 5 fractions, out of which the first one should not exceed 20 ml and the remaining fractions should be 50 ml each. The distillate contains alcohol and other volatile acids are to be carried out for the detection of ethyl alcohol in the exhibits. Iodoform test. Take 1 ml of the distillate and add a few drops of 10% sodium hydroxide to it. This is followed by dropwise addition till the solution becomes brown. The mixture is warmed on low flame or water bath for few minutes. A few drops of iodine solution are added to change the color of the solution from brown to yellow. The mixture is again heated on low flame or water bath. Yellow color precipitate is formed on standing. The precipitate is observed under the microscope. Characteristic hexagonal crystals of iodoform are seen, which on standing for long time breaks into flower-like structure. This test initially involves the process of oxidation, followed by substitution and finally hydrolysis. When a few drops of alcohol are warmed with iodine and sodium hydroxide, then yellow precipitate of iodoform with a characteristic smell is obtained. All alcohols having the presence of CH3CH-OH group gives positive results for iodoform test. Since the reaction takes place with alkali solution as one of the reagents, hence some alkyl halides will also give positive for this test. Mechanism of iodoform reaction. Step 1. Hydroxide the iodine giving the halogenated ketone and an iodide ion. Step 3. Steps 1 and 2 repeat twice, yielding the trihalogenated ketone. Step 4. The hydroxide now reacts as a nucleophile at the electrophilic carbonyl carbon with the double bond becoming a single bond, and the oxygen is now anionic. Step 5. Reform the favorable C double bond O and displace a leaving group, the trihalomethyl system, which is stabilized by the 3 halogens. This gives the carboxylic acid. Step 6. It is an acid-base reaction. Carboxylate and the haloform, that is trihalomethane. Sulfur-molybdic acid test. In this test, 1 gram of molybdic acid in 25 ml of concentrated sulfuric acid constitutes the reagent. 2 ml of hot reagent is added to 2 ml of distillate. A deep blue ring appears at the junction of two liquids. On shaking, the whole mixture becomes deep blue. This blue color indicates the presence of ethyl alcohol. This test is very sensitive and is negative with acetone, acetaldehyde, and dilute solution of methyl alcohol. Strong solution of methyl alcohol gives only a light blue color after several minutes. Ethyl benzoate test. To conduct this test, add 2 drops of benzoyl chloride to 2 ml of the distillate or the sample. The mixture is made alkaline by adding 10% sodium hydroxide drop by drop. On warming, irritating smell of benzoyl chloride is replaced by sweet fruity odor of ethyl benzoate. Methyl alcohol also gives this test, but it does not give the iodoform test. Various methods of determination of ethyl alcohol in blood and urine. In the cases related to drunkenness, detection of alcohol in body becomes very important. However, the best method is to note the behavioral abnormalities of the suspect, blood or urine. The analysis of breath can be performed on the spot with the help of breath analyzer instruments like alcosensor. Breath analyzers do not directly measure blood alcohol content or concentration, which requires the analysis of a blood sample. Instead, they estimate BAC indirectly by measuring the amount of alcohol in one's breath. To measure alcohol, a suspect breathes into the device. The breath sample is bubbled into one vial through a mixture of sulfuric acid, potassium dichromate, silver nitrate, and water. The principle of the measurement is based on the following reactions. Solution. The alcohol reacts with potassium dichromate to produce chromium sulfate, potassium sulfate, acetic acid, water. The silver nitrate is a catalyst, a substance that makes a reaction go faster without participating in it. The sulfuric acid, in addition to removing the alcohol from the air, also might provide the acidic condition needed for this reaction. During this reaction, the reddish-orange dichromate ion changes color to the green chromium ion when it reacts with the alcohol. The degree of the color change is directly related to the level of alcohol in the expelled air. To determine the amount of alcohol in that system, which produces electric current that causes the needle in the meter to move from its resting place. The operator then rotates a knob to bring the needle back to the resting place and reads the level of alcohol from the knob. The more the operator must turn the knob to return it to the rest, the greater the level of alcohol. However, the alcohol content of the blood could be determined by using modified version of Kozelka and Hein-Cavett method. Kozelka and Hein-Cavett method. Cavett test or Kozelka and Hein test. This method involves aeration with distillation or diffusion under low pressure to determine alcohol in blood, where each ml of dichromate solution reduced is equivalent to 0.575 mg of alcohol. The basic principle behind this method is that alcohol is easily oxidized to acetic acid in the presence of oxidizing agents like potassium dichromate and sulfuric acid. So, Each ml of N by 20 potassium dichromate solution that is reduced in this process is equivalent to 0.575 mg of alcohol. Windmark's formula. Windmark has given simple formulas to estimate the amount of alcohol present in the body. For blood analysis, the formula given is A is equal to absorbed in the body, P is the weight of the person, C stands for concentration of alcohol in the blood, and R is a constant, namely 0.68 for men and 0.5 in women. For urine analysis, the formula used is A is equal to 3 by 4 qpr. Here, A is the total amount of alcohol absorbed in the body, P is the weight of the person, Q is concentration of alcohol in urine, and R is a constant, namely 0.68 for men and 0.5 in women. Instrumental technique chromatography or GC is a common type of chromatography used in analytical chemistry for separating and analyzing compounds that can be vaporized without decomposition. Typical uses of GC include testing the purity of a particular substance or separating the different components of a mixture. The relative amounts of such components can also be determined. In some situations, GC may help in identifying a compound. In preparative chromatography, GC can be used to prepare pure compounds from a mixture. In gas chromatography, the mobile phase or moving phase is a carrier gas, usually an inert gas such as helium, or an opaque layer of liquid or polymer on an inert solid support inside a piece of glass or metal tubing called a column. The instrument used to perform gas chromatography is called a gas chromatograph. The gases compounds being analyzed interact with the walls of the column, which is coated with a stationary phase. This causes each compound to elute at different time, known as the retention time of the compound. The comparison of retention times is what gives GC its analytical usefulness. Gas chromatography is in principle similar to column chromatography as well as other forms of chromatography such as HPLC and TLC, but has several notable differences. First, the process of separating the compound in a mixture is carried out between a liquid stationary phase and a gas mobile phase, whereas in column chromatography, the stationary phase is a solid and the mobile phase is a liquid. Hence, the full name of the procedure is gas-liquid chromatography, referring to the mobile and stationary phases respectively. Second, the column through which the gas phase passes is located in an oven where the temperature of the gas can be controlled, whereas column chromatography has no such temperature control. Finally, the concentration of a compound in the gas phase is solely a function of the vapor pressure of the gas. Numerous methods have been described for the determination of ethanol in whole blood, serum, and urine, the most popular being gas chromatography. The sample is injected into a heating chamber. Due to high temperature of the chamber, alcohol is converted into vapors which are carried by an inert carrier gas, usually nitrogen, through a column packed with our suitable adsorbent material. Different components of the sample get separated on the basis of their differential affinity towards the stationary adsorbent phase, which are later on detected by a sensitive detector. A chromatogram obtained helps in qualitative as well as quantitative analysis. Position of the peak is representative of a particular compound and the area covered by the peak represents its amount. Operating conditions. Column Porapack polymer bead 8 to 100 mesh or its equivalent, which can separate or resolve ethanol. Column temperature 160 degrees Celsius. Carrier gas nitrogen. Rate of gas flow 50 ml per minute. Detector flame ionization detector. Alternating operating conditions. Column 0.3% Carbovax 20 m on 80 to 100 mesh Carbopack C 2 m into 2 mmID or its equivalent. Column temperature 35 degrees Celsius for 2 minutes and then programmed at 5 degrees Celsius per minute to 175 degrees Celsius and hold for at least 8 minutes. Carrier gas nitrogen at 30 ml per minute.
So dear students, samples in general, we studied about how about 5 to 10 ml of blood sample must be collected in a test tube and must be stored in refrigerator, usually at 4 degrees centigrade, after adding the anticoagulants like EDTA, potassium oxalate, etc., and the preservatives like sodium fluoride. This is very important, otherwise the sample will get destroyed. We also studied the urine sample is also collected in the usual manner and it is preserved with 30 milligrams of phenyl mercuric nitrate for every 10 ml of urine. Then we studied how the ethyl alcohol is isolated from biological materials by nucleic acid test and the ethyl benzoate test. After that, we studied that the concentration of alcohol in blood and urine is determined by Kojelka and Hein or Cavett method, which could further be confirmed by gas chromatography. Thank you. After studying this module, you shall be able to know what is natural fiber and synthetic fiber, the types of fibers, comparison, microscopic comparison. What is fiber and its role in forensic science? Fibers are materials that have continuously discrete elongated pieces similar to pieces of thread. They can be formed into strands, yarn or cord. Trace evidences such as the fibers is useful in connecting people, places and things with one another, which include determining where the target was para-to-dismiss, the type of rope used to physically commit the murder, etc. Fibers as a trace evidence can be very helpful, Personal contact, for example, in case of physical attacks or murders. Fibers are divided into two groups, natural fiber and synthetic fiber. The comparison of synthetic and natural fiber. What is natural fiber? Natural fiber, any hair-like raw material directly obtainable from an animal, vegetable or mineral source and convertible into non-woven fabrics such as felt or paper, or after spinning into yarns into a woven cloth. A natural fiber may be further defined as an agglomeration of the cells in which the diameter is natural abunds in fibrous materials, especially cellulose types such as cotton, wood, grains and straw. Only a small number can be used for textile products or other industrial purposes. Apart from economic consideration, the usefulness of a fiber for commercial purposes is determined by such properties as length, strength, pliability, elasticity, abrasion, resistance, absorbency and the various surface properties. Most textile fibers are slender, flexible and relatively strong. They are elastic in that they stretch when put under tension and then partially or completely return to their original length when tension is removed. Next is the natural fiber, which is further classified into three classes: animal hair, vegetable hair and mineral fiber. Animal hairs. Animal hairs are natural fibers that consist largely of a particular proteins. Instances are silk, hair, fur including wool and feathers. The animal hairs used commonly both in the manufacturing world as well as by the hand spinners are wool from domestic sheep and silk. Also, a very popular are alpaca fiber and mohair from Angora goats. Not all animal hairs have the same properties, and even within a species, Kestrel is coarse, and yet both merino and Cotswold are types of sheep. This comparison can be continued on the microscopic level, comparing the diameter and the structure of the hair. With animal fibers and the natural fibers in general, the individual fibers look different, whereas all synthetic fibers look the same. This provides an easy way to differentiate between natural and synthetic fibers under a microscope. Silk fiber. The fiber formed by the secretion from the glands often located near the mouth of insect during the formation of cocoon. Example, silk fiber is smooth and glossy. The fabric is light-weighted but can keep its wearer warm. The double fine and glossy filament can be easily seen, which looks like translucent shafts, while silk or tush fiber shows a distinct from than the cultivated silk. It is compressed, rough, dense and broader fiber consisting of fine crippled lines all across the surface, while cultured silk is narrower fiber with no mark on it. Wool fiber. It is acquired from sheep. It consists of scaly corkscrews-like appearance when seen under the microscope. These fibers can be stretched, doesn't crinkle, absorb water and is soft. This fiber is famous for its capability to breathe, thereby keeping wearers warm in the winter season besides keeping somewhat cool. When rubbed, these fibers easily pick up static electricity. Vegetative fiber or plant fiber. A wide range of plants including cotton, kapok, jute, flax, ramen, sisal and heat may be used to produce plant fiber, and many fiber plants are grown as a field crops to make paper, cloth and rope. Vegetable fibers are generally based on arrangements of cellulose, often with lignin. Cotton from the plants of genus Gossypium of the mallow family Malvaceae. The cotton plant produces large, showy, white, creamy or yellow flowers that fall off to a leaf, a large capsule or a cotton ball that contains both the seeds and a mass of white, downy cotton fiber. These fibers look as the flat bands when viewed in microscope, which are somewhat wrapped. The fabric produced from cotton fibers are soft, captivates water and creases easily. Cotton fabrics are light and cool. Linen. These fibers is obtained from the stems of flax plant fibers, get softer with the use, grabs water and creases simply. Linen gets softer with the use and is considered a cool fabric for warmer climate. Mineral fiber. Mineral fiber includes the asbestos group. It is found in the sea, for example, asbestos fiber. What is synthetic fiber? Synthetic fiber are also called as man-made fiber. Synthetic fibers are the result of extensive research by scientists to improve on naturally occurring animal and plant fibers. In general, synthetic fibers are created by forcing, usually through extrusions, fiber forming materials through holes like sphincters into the air and water, forming the thread. Before synthetic fiber were developed, artificially manufactured fibers were made from polymers obtained from petrochemicals. These fibers are called synthetic fibers and also called artificial fibers. Some of the fibers are made from plant cellulose. They are called as cellulose fibers. These fibers, also known as chemical fibers, are the fibers whose chemical composition, structure and properties are considerably altered in the course of the built-up process. Now next is the synthetic fiber, which is classified into regenerated fibers, semi-synthetic, dissolving the cellulose area of plant fiber in chemical and making it into fiber again by viscous method. Since it consists of cellulose like cotton and hemp, it is also called regenerated cellulose fiber. Regenerated fibers are manufactured from natural sources including mottle and lawsol. Semi-synthetic fiber. Semi-synthetic fibers are made from raw materials having natural long chain polymeric structure and are simply altered and partially degraded by chemical procedures. In distinction to totally synthetic fibers, for instances, nylon, that is polymer, the process of polymerization or chain building reactions. The first semi-synthetic fiber is rayon. Synthetic fibers. Synthetic fibers are made from synthesized polymers or small molecules. The compounds that are used to make these fibers come from raw material such as petroleum based chemicals or petrochemicals. These materials are polymerized into a long linear chemical that bond to adjacent carbon atoms. Different chemical compounds will be used to produce different types of fibers. Synthetic fibers account for about half of all fiber use, with the application in every field of fibers and textile technology. Altogether, many classes of fibers based on synthetic polymers have been evaluated as potentially valuable commercial products. 4 of them are nylon, polyester, acrylic and polyolefin dominate the market. These 4 account for approximately 98% by volume of synthetic fiber production, with polyester alone accounting for around 60%. There are several methods of manufacturing synthetic fiber, but the most common is melt spinning process. It involves heating the fiber until it becomes the melt. Then you must draw out the melt with tweezers as quickly as possible. The next step would be to draw molecules by aligning them in a parallel arrangement. This brings the fibers closer together and allows them to crystallize and orient. Lastly, the heat setting. This utilizes that to penetrate the shape, dimension of the fabrics made from heat sensitive fibers. Metallic fibers. Metallic fibers are manufactured fibers composed of metal, plastic coated metal or metal coated plastic or a core completely covered by metal. Gold and silver have been used since ancient times as yarn for fabric decoration. More recently, aluminum yarns, aluminized plastic yarns and aluminized nylon yarns have replaced the gold and silver. Metallic filaments can be coated with transparent films to minimize tarnishing. Metal fiber may also be shaved from wire, that is steel wool, bundle drawn from larger diameter wire cast from molten metal or grown around a seed, often carbon. Carbon fiber. Alternatively, graphite fiber or CF is a metal consisting of fibers about 5 to 10 micrometer in diameter and composed mostly of carbon atoms. To produce carbon fiber, the carbon atoms are bounded together in crystals that are more or less aligned parallel to the long axis of the fiber, as the crystal alignment gives the fiber high strength to volume ratio, making it stronger for its size. Several thousand carbon fibers are bundled together to form a tone. Fibers such as high stiffness, high tensile strength, low weight, high chemical resistance, high temperature tolerance and low thermal expansion makes them very popular in aerospace, civil engineering, military and motor sports along with other competition sports. However, they are relatively expensive when compared to similar fibers such as glass fibers or plastic fibers. Carbon fibers are frequently based on oxidized and via pyrolysis carbonized polymers like PEN. However, the end creation is nearly pure carbon. Fiberglass. Fiberglass is a type of fiber reinforced plastic where the reinforcement is randomly arranged but is commonly woven into a mat. The plastic matrix may be thermosetting plastic, most often epoxy, polyester, resin or vinyl ester or a thermoplastic. The glass fibers are made of various types of glass depending upon the fiberglass used. These glasses all contain silica or silicate with varying amounts of oxides of calcium, magnesium and sometimes boron. To be used in fiberglass, glass fibers are made with very low levels of defects. Fiberglass is a strong lightweight material and is used for many products. Although it is not strong and stiff as composites based on carbon fiber, it is metals and it can be more readily molded into complex shapes. Application of fiberglass include aircraft, boats, automobiles, bath tubes and enclosures. Polymer fiber. These fibers are the subsection of man-made fibers that are centered on synthetic chemicals. A lot from petrochemical sources, somewhat arising from natural materials by a purely physical process. These fibers are made from polyamide nylon, PET or PBT polyester, phenol, formaldehyde PF, polyvinyl chloride fiber PVC, Winirvon, polyolefins PP or PE olefin fiber. It is made from purified cellulose, primarily from wood pulp, which is chemically converted into a soluble compound. It is then dissolved and forced through a spin thread to produce filament, which are chemically solidified, resulting in synthetic fibers of nearly pure cellulose. Because rayon is manufactured from naturally occurring polymers, it is considered as a semi-synthetic fiber. Specific types of rayon include viscous, modal and lyocell, each of which differs in manufacturing process and properties of the finished product. Acetate, it is created from wood. In these fibers, grooves are present that easily melts under hot iron and are smooth. Acetate fibers do not absorb water. The fabric is cool. Next is nylon. Nylon is derived from coal. Nylon was first truly synthetic fiber to be commercialized in 1939. Nylon was developed in 1930s by scientists at DuPont headed by an American chemist, Wallace Hume Carruthers. It is a polyamide fiber derived from the diamine and a dicarboxylic acid, because a variety of diamines and dicarboxylic acid can be produced. There are a very large number of polyamide materials available to produce nylon fibers. The two most common were polycaprolactam, a cyclic nylon intermediate. Raw materials for these are variable and sources used commercially are benzene from coke production or oil refining, furfuryl from oats hulls or corn cobs, or 1,4-butadiene from oil refining. The fibers under the microscope are smooth and clear rods. Nylon is a shiny, tough, stretchable and melts under a hot iron. The fibers is non-absorbent, quick to dry and doesn't wrinkle. The fabric is cool but clammy. Acrylic. Acrylic fibers are obtained from petroleum. These are microscope. The fabric made from these fibers is light in weight, warm and quick to dry. Polyester. Polyester is derived from petroleum. Under the microscope, the rod-shaped fiber looks like nylon, but it is not clear. The fiber does not wrinkle, is silk-like, strong and absorbent. Spandex. Spandex fiber has the exceptional distinguished feature of looking like groups of fibers glued together. Nevertheless, diverse variants of spandex displays different features too. The lycra fiber appears like fused multifilaments across the cross-sectional. Specific fibers are spotted are in shape of like that docked bones, look smooth, round, translucent, shiny and flexible. Glass fibers has roughly comparable mechanical properties to other fiber such as polymers and carbon fiber. Although not as strong or as rigid as carbon fiber, it is much cheaper and significantly less brittle when used in composites. Glass fibers are therefore used as reinforcing agent for many polymer products to form a very strong and relatively lightweight fiber reinforced polymer composite material called glass reinforced plastic, also popularly known as fiberglass. This structural material product contains light air is more dense than glass wool and is especially good thermal insulator. The comparison of synthetic fiber and natural fiber. Natural fiber, it is found from natural source, whereas synthetic fiber is made by man. Natural fiber, in most of the cases, it becomes ash after burning, but synthetic fiber, it melts when burned. The natural fiber after burning, the smell of the fiber found is the same as the hair burn or paper burn, whereas in synthetic fiber after burning, chemical smell is found. In natural fiber, these are good absorbent and so are able to absorb the heat, temperature, cold, sweat, etc. depending upon condition and nature of fiber, whereas synthetic fibers do not have such property as they are made up of chemical naturally lengthy. It is not possible to change the structure, whereas length in case of synthetic fiber controlled by man, and the fibers can easily be changed to different structure. The natural fibers has the dust and impurities present on it, whereas there is no dust or impurities could be seen in synthetic fiber. No spinning process is needed for filament production in natural fiber, whereas melt, wet or dry spinning process is required for filament production in synthetic fiber. It grows with its natural color and contains natural cream in natural fiber, whereas color are added, cream is applied on the filament after passing spin rate in synthetic fiber. The natural fiber are hydrophobic in nature, whereas synthetic fibers are hydrophobic in nature. Fiber needs bleaching process. Synthetic fiber do not need bleaching process. Natural fiber is environmental friendly. Synthetic fiber is not environmental friendly. They are harmful for the environment like polypropylene. Natural fiber are less durable. Synthetic fiber are more durable. Natural fiber has limited use, whereas synthetic fiber use is varied. Microscopic comparison. Microscoping having magnification of at least 100 power can be successfully employed for testing and identifying the fiber contents of a fabric. Microscopic test is very effective for testing the natural fabrics. Difficulties can be faced while testing the synthetic fibers, as many of them have similar appearance. However, one must know what the fiber delustering changes the appearance of the fibers under microscope. Apart from it, dark colored fabrics also cannot be tested with microscope as light cannot pass through dark substance. For those fabrics, either one of the cloth dyes has to be removed by stripping, bleaching, etc., or they have to be chemically tested. Now let us recapitulate that we have studied in this module. Fibers are materials that will continuously discrete elongated pieces similar to the pieces of thread. Fibers as trace evidence are important in cases that involving personal contact such as physical attack or murders. Fibers can be classified by two groups, natural fiber and manufactured fiber. These fibers are done with the help of microscope for analysis of color and morphological features. Cotton is natural fiber that is most common. Synthetic fibers are derived from natural or synthetic polymers. Regenerated fibers are produced from regenerated cellulose. Example include rayon and acetate. Most man-made fibers are from synthetic chemicals are named as synthetic fibers. Example include polyester and nylon.
Hello viewers, I am Dr. Inderpreet Sandhu, Faculty, Department of Psychology, Punjabi University, Patiala. In our last lecture, we discussed about the definition of crime. criminal behavior and nature of criminal behavior. We learned that criminal psychology involves the use of psychology as a science to advance our understanding of the causes of crime, and the role of a psychologist in criminal investigations can take a variety of forms. Today, we will discuss about the classification of crime according to discuss about the classification of crime and what are the methods used to study criminal behavior in psychology. So, let's begin with the classification of crime. First, classification of crime according to Indian Penal Code. Criminal offences or crime can be seen and classified from a multitude of angles: their impact on victims, the way they had been perpetrated, the offender's motive, and the seriousness of the offence, to name a few. The classification of crime can also depend upon the nature of crime. In some cases, there can be an individual involved in crime, and in others, there can be a group of individuals involved in crime. Also, the criminal can be a male, a female, or a delinquent. Considering the seriousness of crime, the crimes can be classified as ordinary crimes or serious crimes. I will now briefly touch upon the types of offences covered by Criminal Procedure Code mentioned in Indian Penal Code. Depending on the nature and gravity of the offences, the Indian Civil Procedure Code divides all crimes into two categories. First, cognizable offences, and second, non-cognizable offences or crimes. Let's take the first one, cognizable crimes. It is a crime where a police officer have a direct responsibility to take immediate action on receipt of a complaint or of credible information, visit the crime scene, investigate the facts, apprehend the offender, and arraign him before a court of law having jurisdiction over the matter. For example, an offence rioting with deadly weapon, a rape, a murder, etc. Second, non-cognizable crimes. These crimes are generally left to be pursued by the affected parties themselves in courts, and the court's order need to be obtained for undertaking an investigation. In such crimes, a police officer can arrest only with a warrant. For example, a public servant unlawfully engaging in trade, fraudulent use of false instrument in weighing by someone, or cheating, etc. Now that you have basic understanding of offences, let's see in detail how the crimes are classified under the Indian Penal Code. The first one, crimes against body. Such crimes comprise of murder and its attempt, culpable homicide not amounting to murder, kidnapping and abduction, hurt and causing death by negligence. Culpable homicide means killing of a human being by another human being in a blameworthy or criminal manner. Let's take an example. Let's say person A is diagnosed with terminal illness and needs to have certain drugs to live from day to day. But person B confines person A in a room and denies him his medication, as a result of which person A dies. Now, person B is guilty of culpable homicide. Second, crimes against property. Apart from offences related properties as well. In these kinds of crimes, the intention is to take movable property with the dishonest intentions from the possession of another without their consent. Such offences include crimes like dacoity, its preparation and assembly, extortion, robbery, and other aggravated forms of these crimes. The theft against the legal ownership of the property like forgery, fraud, and looting is also considered under this category. Next, crimes against public order. Such a crime is against public peace and order and involves any threat towards the safety of the communities and society. For example, any kind of riots, religious or communal, come under the purview of crime against public peace and order. It is also called as political crime, and it is the responsibility of government to look after the safety of the citizens against any anti-communistic behavior done by individual or group of individuals. Next in the category are economic crimes. The intention behind committing an economic offense is to have some kind of material advantage or to avoid or reduce some kind of material loss. The motive, such crimes are committed to get money, for example, through breach of trust, fraud, forgery, counterfeiting of currency, money laundering, etc. With the increase in emergence of technology and computer usage, it is not a surprise that technology is also used for the commission of economic offences such as credit card frauds, cyber crimes, etc. These crimes evoke serious concern and impact nations' security and governance. Next in the category are crimes against women. Crimes against women are defined as any act of gender-based violence that results in or is likely to result in physical, sexual, or psychological harm or suffering of women. It is direct or indirect physical or mental cruelty to women. When violence is committed at home, it becomes domestic violence, and it may involve different means such as hitting, restraining, throwing objects, or it may include threats, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, controlling or domineering, intimidation, stalking, passive or covert abuse, and economic deprivation. This can be included in criminal violence or dowry death, wife battering, maltreatment of a widow or of an elderly woman. All of them will be covered under domestic violence, and even eve teasing, forcing wife or daughter-in-law to go for feticide, forcing a young widow to commit sati, etc. All of these will be considered under social violence. Next category, crimes against children. Such crimes include physical and emotional abuse, neglect and exploitation, such as through child pornography or sex trafficking of minors. The age of child varies. Child has been defined to be below 18 years as per the Juvenile Justice Act 2000 amended. Therefore, an offence committed on a victim under the age of 18 years is considered as crime against children. These crimes can include rape, kidnapping and abduction of children, procuration of minors, selling or buying of children for prostitution, infanticide, etc. There are some other IPC crimes as well, and crimes under special and local laws as well, like Arms Act, Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act, Gambling Act, Protection of Civil Rights, and many more. This is how crime is classified in India. Now let's see and discuss how crime is classified under international law. Internationally, crime is classified according to the severity of the punishment. I will discuss a few acts that are discussed under the international laws. First, acts leading to death or intending to cause death. Second, acts leading to harm or intending to cause harm to the person. Third, injurious acts of sexual nature. Fourth, acts against property involving violence or threat against a person. Controlled psychoactive substances or other drugs. Seventh, acts involving fraud, deception or corruption. Eighth, acts against public order, authority and provision of the state. Ninth, acts against public safety and state security. 10th, acts against the natural environment. 11th, other criminal acts not elsewhere classified in particular. Till now, we discussed how crime is classified in India and internationally. Let's now discuss how the crime is measured. What are the objectives of the measurement of crime and what are the different methods used for data collection to record criminal behavior? When a crime takes place, the investigative agencies are left with a number of questions to deal with to solve the case. These questions assist them in a wide range to work on crime analysis, a field of work which draws upon criminal psychological methods. Some of the questions are: was the crime planned meticulously or was it impulsive? Does the offender live locally to the crime scene? What age range is the offender likely to fall into? What is the gender of the offender? All this information can be pooled together and used to aid the police in investigations and in targeting resources. Let's take an example based on these questions. Simran is a criminal psychologist employed by a national police agency in India. She received information from a local police force on a serious, undetected stranger rape. What will Simran do? She will read through the statements and reports relating to the case and pick out information relating to the behavior of the perpetrator. This will then be compared to the behavioral indicators recorded from similar crimes to look for any indications that the same person committed crime more than once or not. Simran will then prepare a report for the police summarizing her findings as to whether the behavioral evidence indicates that the undetected crime was likely to have been committed by the same individual as any of the crimes held on the national database. This information can be used by the police force to focus on their investigation, or if the crime on the database is to be solved, the police can use Simran's report to aid them when building case to arrest this individual for the undetected rape. The assessment of the nature and extent of crime often suffers from shortcomings because of the limitation of the kind of data collected. For example, researcher A may take assessments on the basis of arrest records. Researcher B may rely on conviction rates to describe crime, while researcher C may use the number of convicts serving prison sentences. So none of the researchers may be in a position to assess fully the nature and extent of crime. Questions about how researchers measure crime and what those measurements reveal about the nature and extent of crime are among the most significant issues to be dealt with in criminal psychology. So, let's first explore the objectives and methods of collecting information which are so critical in understanding the crime and criminal. Three major reasons for measuring characteristics of crimes, criminals and victims. First of all, researchers need to collect and analyze information in order to test theories about why people commit crime. A theory is a systematic set of principles that explain how two or more phenomena are related. One criminologist might record the kinds of offences committed by offenders of different ages. Another might count the number of crimes committed at different times of the year. But without ordering these observations in a meaningful way, without a theory. The second objective of measurement is to enhance our knowledge of the characteristics of various types of crimes or offences. Why are some offences more likely to be committed than others? What are the situational factors, such as time of day or type of place, that influence their commission? Experts have argued that this is the kind of information that is needed if we are to prevent crime and develop strategies to control it. The third objective of the measurement is that criminal justice agencies depend on certain kinds of information for daily operation. Country jails, or how many will receive prison sentences. There are many other questions that affect legislative and policy decisions. For example, if a law changes in a given area, what effect does the change have on the amount of crime committed? Let's ask whether homicides decreases when laws establishing death penalty are enacted, or does smuggling move to another entry point if old access routes are cut off? So the collection of data during the process of crime investigation holds huge importance, and the criminal psychologists and criminal behavior patterns. Now let's move to the next section, which is methods of collecting data. Depending on what questions the criminal psychologists are working on, they collect data in a variety of ways, which can be survey methods, experimental research methods, participant and non-participant observation, case study method, to name a few. Let's discuss these methods in detail now. The first one, survey method. One of the most widely used methods is, of course, survey research. A survey is a systematic collection of answers to questions that are asked of respondents in questionnaires or interviews. Generally, surveys are used to gather information about the attitudes, characteristics or behavior of a large group of persons. Such groups are called population of the survey. Typical surveys conducted by criminologists measure the amount of crime, attitude towards police or towards the sentencing of dangerous offenders, assessment of drug abuse and fear of crime, and so on and so forth. If you recall the Nirbhaya case in the first lecture, there were many surveys conducted on the population by different agencies whether the convicts should be given capital punishment population of a country or a place. So the